Hello! Hey everybody! How's it going? Welcome to the second episode of Broken Brown Podcast. I took some feedback from the last time. I get nervous even when I have no reason to be. So if I sounded a little erratic, that's why. I am having serious problems with insomnia lately, so which is why if you follow me on Twitter, you'll notice that it's full of horrible shitposts. It's just because I get... But recently I've been having this horrible insomnia problem where, like, I can't sleep, and then I'll stay up, and okay, so here's how I fix, quote, it fixed my insomnia problem. It's like, I know what I'll do. I'll just get real fucking drunk. Well, that clearly is not the answer, Aiden. That's not working either, so instead I just get fucked up and shitpost on Twitter, and in people's Discords. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry, Athens, I was shitting up there last night. For no reason. I just saw that there were people there, and I was like, oh, good, people to bother. Oh my god, wait a minute. Have I been talking to myself for a second? I have been. Holy shit. Sorry. Hello, Spoon. I've been talking to myself. Yeah, I'm not actually schizophrenic. I had Spoon's audio turned off. I'm excellent at this, as you can already tell.
She's fine.
But sorry about that. Spoon is here, of course, as he always will be, hopefully.
Discussions. If yes, will the guests be limited to those people who are monarchists? No, you're free to discuss whatever you wish. However, if you do not favor the monarchy, we'll tyrannize you.
No. What, Spoon might tyrannize
we
you?
won't, by the way.
No.
Listen here with your constitutionalism. I do not favor you. I favor the absolute.
Yeah, I know.
Because constitutionalism is just democracy with another name.
Sure. Well, I see where you come from with that, obviously. I understand your qualms with the constitutional system. However, as we discussed on the first episode, I guess, was... I went through the Kunat Lenin's proposal. However, today, what we're going to do is talk about some news and stuff. And,
oh my goodness, it's been a hell of a fun week for news. And,
it has been fun.
Oh my goodness, this is something that worries about me about the Democrats is... Remember that report that I gave to you where how the guy explained how the Dems are self-radicalizing themselves by being wrong over and over again?
Yeah.
My worry is how long is that going to go before they do something completely insane, like suggesting rather than dissolving the filibuster, dissolve the entire Senate?
We'll get into the dissolving of the filibuster and Stephen Colbert's hot take, because guys, we have to, if you haven't seen it yet, Stephen Colbert made Elizabeth Warren speechless, surely for the first time in her life. Just having no idea how to respond to the unhinged crap he said. And remember, Colbert is not a comedian anymore. He considers himself, or appears to...
He was ever one.
Portray him... Now, no, hang on. The Colbert Report actually used to be pretty funny, because he was... he mostly made fun of Bill O'Reilly, really, but... Whatever.
I am never going to look at him as anything else other than the guy who's doing fuck it.
Other than the guy, what? Sorry.
You know the bit where he was trying to do the live take? Where he was trying to do the rehearsal take and he just screams, I'll do it live! Fuck it!
We'll do it live!
Yeah.
Oh, another thing, speaking of fuck it, we'll do it live, from feedback, from me re-listening to the first episode, because I was nervous, I curse more than I generally do. I've actually in my real life tried to cut down on cursing, not for any, particular reason. It doesn't have anything to do with me being a Christ cuck, actually. It's just because I don't think it sounds intelligent. Well, even though technically there's that research that shows that people who curse more tend to be more intelligent, but I don't know if I really buy that shit, by the way, but it's just not pleasant, and I know people don't like to hear it. And if you want to...
Wait, what was the study? People who curse more are more intelligent?
There's been some research on that. I don't have it brought up, and I don't really know how realistic that shit is, but I remember...
Oh, fuck me. Anyway.
That's one of those things that gets brandished about all the time of people who curse more are more intelligent. Well, I'm gonna try to cut it down because I realize I dropped a bunch of F-bombs, and not the one that will get me banned on YouTube for dropping it, the other one. Anywho.
Oh, I like saying that one.
I know. You like saying other things that you're not allowed
frequently.
to say. You like saying a bunch of words that you're not allowed to say, real big no words, which I could not believe that Louis Levi was just doesn't care. Just does not give a single
Louis been doing that for ages.
I know. I haven't listened to him in a long time, and we were listening to Louis' stream with Sargon last night, and just,
Oh my god, it was funny.
dropping hard R's. And Sargon was like, you probably shouldn't do that on YouTube, man.
Like, gamer words.
Yeah, don't stop using those gamer words, dude. Oh, well.
The funniest thing is when Sargon said, the caption for one of the videos is that the world is like a PvP zone for black people. That was outstanding.
That was quite,
such a good joke.
That was pretty good. Anywho, I thought we'd start by looking at these Rasmussen data. Everyone has covered this already, but I'll go into it in a little bit more detail. And I also want to put some caveats on it. A particular caveat that I don't think anyone else has noticed. If you guys have not seen this Rasmussen report, it is.
Where have you been living?
well, I mean, like, I would imagine most people who are watching probably watch a lot of other content creators who've covered this, but I just wanted to go over it first because then I want to go over a piece of research that I mentioned last week, and we're going to be bringing up today, the research on this, or that I think might be related to it. So, the TLDR of this is that they polled people on what they think should be done as a reaction to the COVID vaccine, and Democrats are horribly fascistic or totalitarian, whatever word you want to use. I think totalitarian is probably the correct word, but this is some scary stuff. Like, you know, it's scary enough the fact that 45% of Democrats view Anthony Fauci favorably. That's,
that one's a little worrying.
Democrats? Is that everybody? That is, yeah. 45%, yeah, people. Wowee. But, let's see. Actually, if it's easier, we can go in here into the data to look at them more specifically, if you'd like to. Anthony Fauci question. Yeah, this way, see, I much prefer doing this, because this way I can actually, like, look at numbers. Woo! Hang on, though. It's a little bit difficult to operate. No, it's fine. Okay. They put the important part here. So, very favorable towards Fauci. Democrats, 52% very favorable. Republicans, 12%. Again, that's not the part that most people are talking about. Do you strongly favor, somewhat favor, or somewhat oppose, or strongly oppose President Biden's plan to impose a COVID-19 vaccine mandate on the employees of large companies and government agencies? So, mandate question, strongly oppose, or strongly in favor of, Democrats, 59%. Republicans, 13%. Again, disconcerting, right? But I mean, I understand why people are afraid, right? And so they think we need this mandate. Everyone's got.
You understand why people are afraid? I don't.
No, I don't. I know. I don't understand why people are afraid. I understand they are afraid. The why is where you lose me a little bit. But that's only because I look at this stuff. I look at the data.
You have the graph about the people who are scared of the coup are actually stupider.
We're gonna get to that. I mentioned it last week. Or on Friday, and we will usually be doing this on Wednesday, guys, around the same time. We'll try to do it around 8 o'clock, 8:15, something like that. What?
No, I wait. I didn't actually see this graph. That it was done by age groups. I didn't see this group actually that was done by age.
Well, that's why I looked in. Well, that's why I pulled up the full graph, because it's more yeah, if you want the age or gender breakdown. There's also they did intercorrelations here, actually, quite interestingly. If you want to do intercorrelations, that would be fun. Hey, we could look at the intercorrelations. Ooh, sorry, because oh no, these aren't intercorrelations. These are favorably towards Biden or towards Trump, actually, which might be interesting. So 61% of people who were very unfavorable towards Trump were also strongly in favor of the mandate. I mean, was that? It's 61. For a second, I thought I misread it, and it was 69. In which case, I could have said nice. Anyway, but if you want to get into some of the detail, the data in more detail, we can do that if you guys are interested in it. And of course, I enjoy that always. Would you strongly favor, somewhat favor, whatever, a proposal for federal, state government, or state governments to fine Americans who choose not to get the COVID-19 vaccine? 13% of Republicans strongly in favor. 66% strongly opposed, though. But 37% of Democrats want to fine people for not getting vaccinated. Okay.
It's quite high. It's a third.
Yeah, that's more than a third. And it's fining people. Let's go over here and look at the... Oh, you want to see the childlessness of that? I wonder. College graduate on that? Yeah, 21%. Not married with children at 18%. 22%, yeah, that's but let's really look at this. Joe Biden, people who favor that, 47% of people who favor Joe Biden also favor fining people. Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely a partisan breakdown.
Sure. Oh, what? That's going to be overwhelmingly evident as we go through this. But let's just continue. Proposals to limit the spread of coronavirus by having federal or state governments require that citizens remain confined in their homes at all times except for emergencies if they refuse to get a COVID vaccine. So house arrest, basically. 35% of Democrats strongly in favor compared to 9% Republicans. Like, I'm shocked it was 13 for this other one. The fines, but at least I guess you could say that's kind of a libertarian sort of option. I mean, none of this is libertarian at all, but if that's like, well, it's just money, right? I guess when it starts being you're on house arrest, that Republican number drops by 4%.
I find the home one to be quite shocking because most of the infections came from the home.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what
so
do you mean?
The spread of infections, people mainly got it from their house. So people were going like outside and back into their homes because their homes are smaller. There's more times in their house.
Well, sure, but they went out.
You're making
that's
it
the
worse.
thing. Well, that's the thing. They went out. So under this restriction, they wouldn't be able to leave their homes. And then we'll go over and check out the.
Oh, yeah, there's just a lot of people inside of their houses all damn day, and don't let them live for something that's a 0.03% chance of killing them. That seems rational and sane.
Oh yeah, very rational and sane. So
lunatics.
People who are very favorable towards Joe Biden, 42% approval, strong in favor of confining people to their homes. That's not at all authoritarian. Propose a limit to the spread of coronavirus by having federal or state governments require citizens temporarily live in designated facilities or locations if they refuse to get a COVID-19 vaccine. I can't believe 8% of Republicans strongly in favor. But 22% of Democrats just said that they're strongly in favor of putting you in a camp. All right? Because that's what that means. What was the word that they used for the things in Australia? Temporary housing bungalows? No, they used the word bungalow, though, I remember, because it's such a bizarre word to use.
I just call it a coof camp.
Yeah, well, that's too...
Because it is what it is.
It's called a coof camp, I guess, but that's horrifying. Let's look at the Biden breakdown, though.
Camp, basically.
People who strongly in favor of Joe Biden. Is it the same number? 31% of people who are very favorable towards Joe Biden want to put people in camps, are strongly in favor of putting people in camps over the coof. Like, I don't know, like, I know that people get upset about this. Who was that woman at, she got real mad at Tim Pool for calling it an internment camp. She's some Aussie woman. She writes for the, that outlet that used to be Decent.
Why is Tim pissing off all the Australians lately?
What other Aussie did it piss off?
It's gonna make me like him more because I don't like Australians.
Crap,
I'm South African. We're not supposed to like them.
Why are you not supposed to like Aussies?
We're South Africans. We don't like each other. Same reason we don't like New Zealanders because we're basically. It's funny. Okay, this is the better thing. All three nations accuse the other one of being arrogant. That's legitimately a thing. You ask any Australian whether I'm South African.
I don't know how to tell you this.
Shut your face.
But you're a little bit arrogant. Maybe there's.
I'm not arrogant at all compared to Australians. Good lord. I'm not saying my nation is better, but compared to the stupid shit that they're doing right now with Australia, my nation is better. So.
Thank you, Chad. It was Claire Lehman of Quillette. Thank you. Yeah, she was like. No, it's not an internment camp, it's a temporary housing bungalow. And it's like, okay, well, so in Australia, here's your choice. You can drive, there's your choice, to the camp and intern yourself, or you can let the police drive you there, and they will charge you a fine for the privilege of doing so. So, you don't really have a choice now, do you? Your only choice is, are you gonna get fined for it or not? I guess that was kind of the... the operative condition that makes it not an internment camp, because you technically have a choice of whether or not you want the police to take you in. Sorry, that's not a choice, and that's not liberty. Thank you again so much, Chad, because I could not recall at all what her name was, or even the because Quillette used to be quite good, but I don't know what happened there. Got some kind of COVID derangement syndrome, I guess. Anywho, would you strongly favor...
CDS.
Yes, CDS. Federal state governments to...
How has no one put that in the press before?
I don't know, but it's clearly a thing. We're gonna get to it. We got a study over here, lads. We're gonna go through it. Okay, where was I? Sorry. Federal or state governments to fine or imprison individuals who publicly question the efficacy of the existing COVID-19 vaccines on social media, television, radio, or in online digital publications. So you're losing even more Republicans now, only 7% strongly in favor. 27% of Democrats strongly in favor of imprisoning, potentially, or fining people for questioning. For having a fucking question.
What's the female to male breakdown?
It is completely even split. 13%
Really?
strongly in favor. Yeah. Yeah. And the age bracket most in favor are 18 to 39. I'm looking just most strongly for the people who are strongly in favor, and 33% of people. Basically. Yeah, 33% of those very favorable towards Joe Biden are also strongly in favor of imprisoning people. 33%. So again, Democrats 27, but it's closer to 33, right?
That's insane.
That's horrifying. A third of people would be okay with not just okay, but really down, like big ups to big imprison fans, people for asking questions. It's not denial, by the way, which, you know, what does that even mean? Not denial, but just asking questions. Oh, No Leaf Clever, by the way, you're completely correct. Scott Adams has hardcore COVID derangement syndrome. I don't know what's wrong with Scott Adams, and yet 18 to 39, Theo Fox is a wide age bracket, so it's not a great breakdown, to be fair, about the methodological issue here.
Oh god, yeah, Scott Adams is like completely
he's lost the plot.
Like,
he's nuts.
Holy crap.
Dude, like the other day he called some woman a bitch or something and like screamed at some lady in his chat for like no apparent reason, just because she questioned him or something. It was legitimate use of the word and phrase unhinged. and it's
god, yes.
And it seems to be all about the coof and about the vaccine. He doesn't like being criticized for taking it, and I don't know. Like, you do what you do what you want to do, man. I didn't take it. Spoon hasn't taken it. I'm not the pinnacle of health. Obviously, as I just explained earlier, I can't sleep. I have insomnia issues, so I stayed up all night till like 9 in the morning, drinking to try and fall asleep. And smoking an entire pack of cigarettes, which I don't think I've ever done before. And I really hate myself, and my voice sounds shitty today, that's why. And I'm probably not going to smoke again for like a month, because I... goddamn.
But yeah, that will last less than a week.
Fuck you, dude. probably correct. But well, because then I can't sleep, and I'm sitting there, I'm smoking, and then I'm too drunk to edit anymore at that point. Like, so I just go into people's discords and shitpost. Like, none of this is healthy.
Japan has proven the best way to beat COVID is an ethno-state. Oh, that's
It's a spicy meatball.
Spicy take, yeah. Like, I think Japan has proven an ethno-state is more than just beating a COVID, but yeah.
Well, Japan, but to be fair, Japanese, I mean, like, okay, they always were wearing masks anyway, so that wasn't like a new thing, right? Although we know about the mask efficacy.
China.
Unfortunately, no, it's very common in Japan too. Although we also know the efficacy of masks now. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it yet. Now we could bring up.
You probably can, because I've seen clips of the CDC posting on YouTube.
We could bring up the CDC. The fact of the matter is, the CDC has come out and said that cloth masks, little to no efficacy. Okay. We knew that the entire time. I could have told you that 2 years ago. I couldn't tell you that when I made my first video on the goof 2 years ago, or almost 2 years ago, whatever. When did I make I was in the hospital. So, it would have been in, like, March of 2021 when I made my first video on the coof, and the fear that was associated with it. Before this study freaking came out, that's for sure. Which is in November, actually, so, wow, and I'm just now getting it. Interesting. We'll get to that study again, because it's fascinating. We'll just finish going over this Rasmussen data, and then let's have a talk about it, I guess. So, federal or state governments to require unvaccinated citizens to use a smartphone app or wearable device that tracks unvaccinated people to ensure they are quarantined or socially distancing from others. So now they're going to put a tracking device on you. I mean, technically your phone is a tracking device, by the way, guys. Like, well,
I was gonna say they already have that. It's called a phone.
Yeah, you already have that. It's called a smartphone. Like, if you got a smartphone, it's a tracking device.
Can I actually say something about that? So
Yeah.
I got a friend of mine who works in he works for the fire services here, and I had a word with him about this, because he knows some shit. And I asked him about the tracking thing, because there was a time when, when the hotel quarantines thing was happening, and people were just before that people were asked to quarantine in the house, and he said the government just basically went to the local phone companies and just basically asked for people's data so they can track them. So he just said that's the only way they have to track you is basically to do that. So if you just left your house and left your phone at home, they have no way to trace you. You can do whatever the hell you want.
Well, yeah, sure. Just leave your phone at home. I mean, like, like, the thing is that just saying this stuff sounds conspiratorial, but it's totally true, guys. Like,
yeah.
And all you
or
need
just
to
grab
do,
a different phone.
If you want evidence of it, look at any recent modern criminal trial. All they have to do is subpoena the phone companies, and if your phone is, even if it's turned off, I think, as long as it's to a certain degree. I don't even know I don't know if it still works even if it's turned off. It might have to have a totally dead battery.
Yeah. Taking the battery out probably would be
yeah, take the battery out, I guess, if you really, I mean, if you want to go, chop up your parents and cannibalize them like that guy that Recaita's been covering, who totally chopped up and killed and ate his parents. What is it? Chandler, something Henderson? I don't know. I can't remember. Recaita's streaming about it right now.
If you needed any reason to have a pay-as-you-go phone that isn't traceable like a contract is, there's a good reason for it.
Yeah. That's not, because again, remember when you get a cell phone, you sign a contract, you all signed up for that, like they can connect that to you. Go, if you really, if you want to chop up, if you want to cannibalize your parents, buy a burner. If you want to,
that's not exactly a good endorsement for anyone who's in favor of like.
If you want to cannibalize your parents and bury them in your girlfriend's parents' backyard, buy a burner. That's the moral of the story. If you're not following this case, Recaita is making it funny by putting a narrative around it, but it's actually really, really fucking horrifying situation. Neat, basically, guy who he seemed to just be lazy. He killed his parents because they told him to get a job, essentially. Sorry. Anyway, horrifying. Looking at the wearable tracking stuff, 24% of Democrats, cool, very strongly in favor of that. Only 6% of Republicans, because that's tyranny. That violates your liberty. You're just to be tracked by the government. Obviously, freaks out more Republicans than Democrats. I'm not at all shocked by that. But 29% of those who are very in favor of Joe Biden are also very in favor of tracking devices. So again, we combine those two Democrat numbers versus those who strongly favor Joe Biden numbers. Combine them, it's probably somewhere in the middle. Because people that strongly look, I think if you strongly are in favor of Joe Biden, at this point, based on the other polling data that we've looked at, considering that his total approval is where, 33%?
Yeah, that was the Quinnipiac poll.
Was that Quinnipiac?
Yeah, the Quinnipiac poll was 33%.
Okay. I mean, how many, like, of that 33%, I would imagine that the breakdown on that is, like, those that are still in favor of him, that's 90% Democrats, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
The question is here, though, is that people who might not consider themselves Democrats because they actually consider themselves to be, like, socialists or whatever, but they still like Joe Biden because Orange Man bad. So it's really, again, for all these numbers, that's why I'm trying to read both the Democrat and those strongly in favor of Joe Biden numbers now, because I think that it probably is a little bit higher than as it keeps being, a little bit different than just the pure Democrat number, which is the only thing people have reported on. But again, that's why people come hang around me, I guess, is to watch me be autistic. And look at, we're not just gonna read the press release, we're gonna look at the actual output. And then let's see.
You know that there's now a push to get N95s.
Yes, that's the new thing.
Where I saw, there's a US saying they're going to produce 400 million of them.
It's let's see if we can find it real quick. There's a new thing about how you need to get Biden administration to distribute 400 million N95 masks. Okay, here, this is funny. Let's bring this up real quick, guys. Sorry, this is hilarious. CNN. Oh, you fucking idiot. Biden administration to distribute 400 million masks to the public for free.
Basically,
in the words of Don't Cage the Elephant, ain't nothing in this world for free. That's your tax dollars at work. That's not for free.
And just out of curiosity, who's going to produce 400 million N95s?
Well, gee, I wonder who. Could it be some major medical...
China?
Yeah, most likely China. Oh, yeah. How much would this cost exactly, Brandon?
Yeah, China's going to produce 400 million, so you're just... Tax money straight to China.
Look, here it is. Earlier this month, CDC changed its mask guidelines to recommend that people wear the most protective mask you can that fits well and will wear consistently. Cloth masks are little more than facial decorations. There's no place for them in light of Omicron. CNN medical analyst Liana Wen, an emergency physician and visiting professor of health policy and management at the George Washington University Milken Institute School of Public Health, recently said in CNN Newsroom. Liana Wen?
I wonder where she's from.
Oh yeah, gee, I wonder where she could be from. What are you talking about? That's an American name. What are you talking about? Come on now.
Oh yeah, I'm sure
silly buggers. However, how fucking convenient. And by the way, I thought that was so the CDC has changed it. The Liana Wen goes on CNN, and this is CNN speaking here, saying, remember how for the last 2 years we made you wear that diaper on your face? Guess what? It doesn't do anything. It's a decoration, which is of course the point, right? It's to show your virtue. Yeah, it's a liberal virtue signal.
It's a uniform.
Yes. Now I'm thinking of an MSI song, and I got a Cage the Elephant song, not an MSI song. You need a uniform, so you will be ignored. I'm not gonna. No singing. You get 2 lines. That's our rule on the Discord about like you get like 2 lines.
Facial decoration.
Yeah, facial decoration.
There's no place in the light of Omicron. Okay, this is coming off a report that I thought was quite funny. Is that I think it was the Israeli health minister, or one of a doctor in Israel, who said that Omicron is a better device for inoculating people than the vaccine.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but let's fact check. Let's fact check.
I read it somewhere.
Yeah, I'll just Google it real quick.
I don't know where I saw it, but I wouldn't make up shit.
The CDC report came on the heels of an Israeli study, and hang on, let's bring it up. Sorry, I have a.
Yeah, if all else fails, let's listen to the Jews.
Why not? I mean, because they're like the most vaccinated. They're the most vaccinated country. Here.
Yeah, and you know when you have like 6 boosters, it makes me think that whatever you're using is not terribly effective.
I mean, it doesn't appear that way, but let's see what it says. The CDC report came on the heels of an Israeli study in August with very different results. It found that people who had received the BioNTech Pfizer vaccine who had previously not tested positive for COVID were 13 times more likely to be infected by the Delta variant than people who had been infected but not vaccinated. Just to reiterate, 13 times more likely to be infected by Delta if you had received the vaccine and had not previously gotten COVID. 13 times more so than those who had been infected but not vaccinated. So what is going on? Like, how is this? Well, we understand why this narrative is falling apart. When was this published? This piece in I don't even know. I'm not even familiar with this outlet, DW. Where's there no date on this? I don't like that. But oh, sorry. Here it is. Yeah, 5 days ago. Of course. Even though that CDC report, or excuse me, the report about that, what's on MadXFO. This was published in August of 2021. August of last year, we knew this. So, how many months ago is that now? 5 months? September, October,
August of last year?
Yeah, January, 5 months ago. So 5 months ago, we knew that 13 times more likely to be infected with Delta, which was the really bad one, remember? Like, supposed like really bad version of it, which is gone now. Luckily, it appears to have gone the way of the dodo, which is good if we don't, I don't want anyone to get sick, obviously. So,
but you kind of hope someone does catch the Omicron variant because they won't feel it and it'll be fine.
Okay, like,
We're not advocating you get sick, but if you get
No.
one, this is probably the best one to catch.
Then get this, I guess. Like, if you, I already had
Yeah.
it, but like natural immunity for this stuff wears out too at some point, because it's the flu. Because just like when you get the flu, I'm not saying it's the same thing as the flu, Susan. No, unfortunately.
But we are saying go party.
Unfortunately, we have data to show this is very different from a flu because it was made in a Chinese lab. Confirmed, by the way. Freaking confirmed. Let's bring it up because I don't want to get fact checked. Let's bring up the lab leak hypothesis appears to be confirmed.
I think the word leak is misspelled.
How would you spell the word leak?
D-E-L-I-B-E E-R-A-T-E. There we go. That's the word I prefer to use.
Let's see. Oh, they have to still like question. It's been pretty. Been made pretty clear they were doing gain of function research. That's not. You can't lie about that anymore. That came out in the data from the DARPA.
You can if you're Father Fauci.
The DARPA leaks, right, which came out last week.
Oh, the Veritas ones, yes.
The Veritas leaks showed that DARPA knew what was going on and okayed it to do gain of function research in Wuhan. Because you can't do gain of function in civilized countries, right? To put it that way. I mean, a little facetious. But because the rest of us around the world have all decided kind of together, scientists decided like, hey, intentionally trying to like make viruses stronger is not a good idea. And you probably should, even if you have the best of intent, probably not a good idea to do that. So don't. So of course, their American government is funding the Chinese to do it because they can't do it here. And what happens? So the lab leak hypothesis in that kind of way appears to be confirmed. At least if you want to look at DARPA's own reporting, right?
Yes. Which we will probably take as the truth.
Take everything that you hear and understand with a grain of salt, I guess. But yeah, let's see, that's Veritas.
Well, I kind of at this point in time, I'm very close to saying if it damages Fauci, it's probably going to be true.
I forgot about this. I still use Chrome. Don't call me. I just do. I'm
you
just using it.
Heathen.
I know I should use Brave because then I also get a kickback. But hang on, let me go to.
No, you should use SR Iron.
I don't even know what that is.
Exactly.
Why not use Brave though? Because you can get like a financial kickback.
Because I have Brave.
If you let them add.
I also have Opera. So...
I actually haven't used Opera in a long time, but I used to many years ago. So here's the thing: you cannot Google Project Veritas. I'm sure most of you listening are aware of that, but of course,
really,
nope, it won't show up. They're scrubbed from Google. Yep.
Let's use DuckDuckGo instead.
Yes, I just did, and using DuckDuckGo, we can pull up the DARPA stuff. If you guys are not aware, I'm sure at this point that most people are aware of the stuff that happened with DARPA because it came out a couple days ago now. Although I don't know, it's only been 9 days. But military documents state that EcoHealth Alliance approached DARPA in March of 2018 seeking funding to conduct gain-of-function research on bat-borne coronaviruses. The proposal, named Project Diffuse, was rejected by DARPA over safety concerns and the notion that it violated the gain-of-function research moratorium. The main report regarding the EcoHealth Alliance proposal leaked on the internet a couple months ago. It has remained unverified until now. Project Veritas has obtained a separate report to the Inspector General of the Department of Defense, written by U.S. Marine Corps Major Joseph Murphy, dangerous name to have recently, a former DARPA fellow. The proposal does not mention or assess potential risks of gain-of-function research. A direct quote from the DARPA rejection letter. Veritas has reached out to DARPA for comment regarding the hidden documents and spoke with Chief of Communications Jared Adams, who said, "It doesn't sound normal to me," when asked about the way the documents were varied. That's the TLDR. But if you want to go read the entire article, and by the way, read the documents, they're all here. This group, EcoHealth Alliance, went to DARPA to request funds to do gain-of-function research on bat-based coronaviruses. Why don't you have a wrench? Sorry. There you go. I mean,
I don't have any hands to use it.
Oh, that's true.
Well, I don't have a mouth either, but I can still smoke a pipe, so who the hell knows?
Hell yeah. Oh, let's go back to the absolute worst, most disgusting, most heinous, in my opinion, and I don't think it's a questionable opinion. since we've gone over some of the silliness now, and we'll go over more of the silliness in a moment here. But in my opinion, the absolute worst part of the Rasmussen report, it's not... it could be worse, I guess, but it's not.
The children thing?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
How do you feel about a proposal to temporarily remove parents' custody of their children if parents refuse to take the COVID-19 vaccine? 16% of Democrats strongly in favor. I can't believe 5% of Republicans are strongly in favor. But again, like...
Wasn't it 33%?
16% of Democrats are strongly in favor of taking people's children.
Oh, it's like 29 overall. I swear.
No. It's right here. Okay, well, if we double it, okay. So oftentimes with liquor type, so what we have here, friends, if you're not familiar with what this kind of layout here is called, this is called liquor type. Funny to say, I guess. Liquor type instrument. They work like this. Oop. Doop. Image. I'm sure you've all seen one before. It's on a scale of 1 to 3, 4, 5, whatever. And like normally in the middle is like not sure, right? It's a liquor type instrument. So sometimes people will be drawn towards extremes. Anytime you have a not sure, actually that's not a good option because people will tend towards the not sure answer. It's a well understood reality of statistical or excuse me of testing practices. People will tend towards this, although they didn't much here, like 3 or 4% Republican, Democrat. But the other thing that will happen with liquor type instruments is that they'll sometimes truncate down the data and they'll say people in favor of, and that combines both somewhat in favor and strongly in favor. So the total account there, yeah, for Democrats is 29% favorability towards removing children. That would be where that number came from. Yeah. But that's somewhat favor and strongly in favor. I'm only looking at the strongly in favor because the extremes are probably where you find the most interesting stuff. The most horrifying stuff in this case. But let's compare it to Brandon. Yeah. Let's compare it to Brandon's favorability. 21% of people very favorable towards Biden also. So that's higher, again. People who are very favorable towards Biden, also very in favor of taking away people's children. Let's look at the Trump date on this one, by the way. 1% of those... Wait a minute. Very unfavorable towards Joe Biden. Let's put it that way. People who really dislike Joe Biden, 1% are in favor of this nightmare shit. 9% of people very favorable towards Trump. Oh no, very unfavorable. Or somewhat, yeah. Wow. 9% of people who are very favorable towards Trump want to take people's children away, dude. That's worse than the Republican percentage. The strong favorability. That's nightmarish. It's absolutely nightmarish. There's no words. At this point, like, it's just evil. This picture. Yeah, hang on. Let's bring this up.
Yeah, you should really put that picture up. And ask the chat if they know who this is.
Oh, wait a minute. We'll look at this in a minute. I have a little meme up here. Hang on. For whatever reason, Discord made me want to download it for a second. We have this lovely photo here of Justice Sotomayor, who we can all trust to make good decisions regarding vaccine mandates. We can see this is a totally reasonable human being. This totally reasonable. By the way, who said things that were such vast misinformation that it would probably get most of us banned. Like, because, we're supposed to provide citations. Because she said, how many, did she say tens of thousands or hundreds of, 100,000? 100,000 children were in hospitals for COVID. The number was less than...
many on ventilators.
It was less than 4, I believe.
Yeah, it was like 3,200 and something.
And the reality is that most of those children who were in hospitals, it keeps being this issue. Hospital for COVID, hospitalized with COVID.
Yeah, even Fauci made the distinction.
Well, now they are.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, that's how bad it is that even Fauci comes out and makes the distinction.
When even even Dr. Mengele comes out and tells you, well, I'm gonna have to walk that back. like that. Dude,
look at that picture.
You know what he did to dogs, right?
Yeah.
And if people don't know, again, I think that we're treading old ground here, but like, let's see, we're gonna go back to DuckDuckGo for this one. We'll be able to find this one on Google.
Look at that picture right now, right? And I can guarantee you, like, look at this woman. She's wearing, I call it the Lego face mask because it fucking is.
Yeah, it does.
This woman, This woman is wearing that thing, 2 masks, and I guarantee you she has been vaxxed and boosted. And she still does all of that.
Hey, let's use, because, you know, the thing that you always get accused of, right, is that you're using a biased source. So I am gonna, a right-wing source. This image, for example, Spoon, is hosted on Breitbart. I can see that it's being hosted on Breitbart. How dare you? Let's look at a nice right-wing source like PETA.
I like Breitbart.
I like Breitbart too, but I'm just saying that's the kind of shit you get accused of. Let's look at a nice right-wing source like PETA and what they say that Dr. Fauci did to dogs. Here is a picture, which I actually hate to show, where they put dogs' heads into these cages and let them be eaten by flies. Okay, here it is.
Probably gonna spoil my appetite.
Well, yeah, I don't want to eat ever again. Like, I'm having problems with that again recently. Oh well. Experimented on dogs, just the tip of the iceberg. Where was the exact report of what they did?
You know what's been the funniest thing about this whole vaccine mandate thing?
What? What's up?
Is the amount of people who are completely irrelevant as far as society goes because of their age right now, and they just say the most wacky, off-the-wall shit in a desperate attempt to try and remain relevant.
Yeah.
Like Howard Stern coming out and saying, "Oh, the unvaccinated should go home and die." It's like,
well, Howard Stern.
No one gives a shit what you say.
I remember when you used to be relevant and funny, and that was a long time ago, and you're neither one of these now. But just to be clear, to read again from PETA, a well-known right-wing source, alleged that Fauci's National Institutes of Health Division greenlit tests in which experimenters drugged beagle puppies and locked their heads in cages filled with hungry, infected sandflies. Look, I don't like PETA, but that makes me want to die. You know what I mean? The fact that they fucking did that shit. No, thank you, ever. Just, that's evil. We can look at the demographics on this. But they're pretty evenly split. 67% white. That's lower. I mean, this is a very reasonable. Look, they have a completely even split on party. This is a very well done poll, Rasmussen. Thank you. Very well done. We actually went on the questions, so we don't need to.
Thank you for confirming what we already know, but yeah, always nice to have proof.
Yeah, well, I mean, just saying, just look at the demographics. That's why you go and pull up the actual data. You don't just read their press release. I'm not saying the press release is wrong. Obviously, the press release is fine, but, like, go look at it if you're confused. What I have here for you, friends, is a study from De Silva, Castanheira, Sharp, and Otto, November 2021. Impact of pandemic-related worry on cognitive functioning and risk-taking. This is a fascinating little piece of research right here. We can go through it. I have a little write-up about basically the TLDR of it, but let's pull up the charts and we'll look at them and I'll describe to you. We'll walk through what it means, right?
Squad 731. I wonder how many people know what that means.
Huh? I don't know what it means.
You know what that 731? You don't know what that means?
Mm-mm.
How much you know about the Second World War, Aiden?
Probably not as much as I should. Oh, squad. Oh, 730 unit.
Unit 731. There we go.
Thank you. Actually, I knew more about it. No offense. No, that's why I got confused. At first I thought you said squat, by the way, and I was like, I don't know anything about some squats, man. And then you.
But you know.
Yeah, the horrible.
Unit 731.
Horrible shit that they did.
Yeah, who is the name of the guy? Shiro Ishii?
And the names I don't recall.
Chad, help me out here.
That's fine. Let's look it up. This one I can look up on Google.
I'm like 90% sure it's Shiro Ishii.
We'll find it. Yeah, Shiro Ishii. General Shiro Ishii. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, what they did was some messed up shit.
It's I mean, yeah, and you're right. It's putting the beagle puppies and putting their heads in cages to be eaten by flies. Kind of the worst thing. I mean, it's not as there's worse shit. Honestly, it's Unit 731 worse, but demonstrably, but pretty bad. Yeah, if it's reminding you of Unit 731, not cool. Again, that's Dr. Fauci. Why I called him Dr. Mengele. Let's look at the data though. This was a really cool study. One of the reasons it's so cool is that I don't know what they were doing, but they were collecting data on this before the pandemic, and then they saw an opportunity for a natural experiment. Natural experiments are awesome because they allow you to compare data pre and post some sort of event that you could not have predicted. It's really fun when you get when you get a natural experiment, boy. Like that's the best. So, sorry, I'm very excited about the natural experiment. These are the demographics. I'll explain what these tests are. So these are all cognitive function tests to one degree or another. What this one is that you're looking at here, this is a digit symbol coding task. Basically what it is that you're going to be shown at the top of your screen. There will always be this series of images that you see labeled 1 through 9, and then they'll show you another image below it, here labeled 7. It wouldn't have the number on it. None of these would have the numbers on them. And you would just be asked, like, hey, is the image that you see in the center of the screen present on the top? Yes or no, right or left, mouse button, or no, not mouse button, key button, to identify it as quickly as possible. Now, what they found as a result of this, if we can see here, we look to chart C. The correct number of questions, the more worried people were about, and this is in milliseconds, this means how much time it took them, right? It took people, the more afraid people were about COVID, right? So the more pandemic-related worry they had, the longer time it took for them to get the correct response. Sorry, I dropped the C because this is the way my eyes move, but we look at B here on the right also. Pandemic-related worry, and this is the number of correct responses in 90 seconds. The more worried people were about the pandemic, the longer it took them, or excuse me, the less correct responses they got. So it took them longer to get the correct response, and they were less likely to get the correct response. And if you...
Did they just do this before the COOF? And then
they had
afterwards, and then...
If you look at D and E, you can see that you see where it says pre, and then it breaks it down by months. So if...
No, I get that, but are you trying to say the reason for this result is the COOF?
C and B, what these two charts illustrate, is that pandemic worry seemed to make it so that people were less accurate and took longer to be accurate when they were. At simply being able to identify if a shape was present on the screen. So I'm like saying, like, this is, when I talk about cognitive tasks, the first freaking thing every genius says is, well, that's not fair, because they don't have information because they went to a bad inner city school. No, that's not how cognitive tasks work, okay? Cognitive tasks don't work that way. We're not questioning you about, like, your knowledge. We're questioning you about simple cognitive capacity tests. This is just like these kinds of cognitive tests, by the way, are like, are you awake kind of stuff? Apparently not if you're really scared of the COOF, okay? I mean, I'm just saying, like, a couple things you can note about the data here. There's a lot, the spread is a pretty wide spread, okay, in terms of, this is called degrees of freedom, right? Look, if you look at these charts, you can see that there's some major outliers on both sides. So it's pretty wide DF, right? But that being, that still being said, you can still identify a pattern. The pattern is, the more afraid people were of the COOF, the less correct they were, and the longer it took them to be correct on this particular instrument. Also, if you looked at the digit symbol score, this is how well you did on the test. It went down as the pandemic progressed. And again, they have basal data. So from before the COOF, people were better at this task. And then their amount of time taken to be correct was longer.
I'm guessing it wasn't the same people, though.
Huh?
I'm guessing it wasn't the same people, though. That they got for the test.
They actually, let's look, because I remember reading their method. Let's see, their participants, are they the same though, or is it just a random sampling?
Because I would be more skeptical of them saying it's the COOF if they got two different people, rather than just saying maybe A is just stupider than B.
No. Okay, but if you have the same three separate samples for different ways. So yeah, potential confound, but let me tell you why it's not really a potential confound in the way that it seems. You're looking at statistical averages, right? I'm not talking about individuals. We're talking about statistical averages. It's possible that one sample was that the sample they got for the second, third, for the later waves were really dumb.
Idiots.
However, when you see a trend like this, it's hard to say.
Oh, okay.
Is this just some one piece of aberration? And particularly in general, it's not just that either. When you truncate data down into aggregate, it's very unusual for you to get something that it's because you're looking at statistical aggregates. It's very unlikely that you would get, and also the way that we can determine this. Now these guys are actually doing some math that's even a little bit complex for me, but there's other ways that you can control for it. For example, like if you can run different statistical analyses to be able to see like what your p-value is, to make sure that this is not due to random error, that your particular sample is random, because there's some pretty basic, and there's more complicated also statistical analyses that you can do to make sure that this was not due to a aberration within the sample, right? I'm sure these guys did that, because there's some advanced math in here that even I struggle with a little bit. So, this is the second test, cognitive test they did. This one is the task switch paradigm. And what this one is that they would show you, you can see a little example of it here in the upper left-hand corner under A, which they show you a square on the screen. The square was at the center or at the top or at the bottom, and it was either striped or solid, orange or blue. And they basically
an IQ test.
Yeah. That's why I said these are cognitive. Yeah, it's similar to an IQ test. Again, it's not asking people questions of their knowledge. It's asking questions of being able to. This one is asking if you're able to determine, like, so you had two, again, left and right arrow key. If the square is orange, press left. If the square is blue, press right. If the square is striped, press left. If the square is solid, press right, for example. That kind of stuff. That's just being able to determine if a square, if it's a color, right? So the results here, then, because this is a very simple task, although the other one was also very simple, are a little bit less pronounced and a little bit less consistent. But still, find that pandemic-related worry was related to decreased accuracy. Being able to determine the color and nature of a square, right? The correct time kind of went around. It for a while, interestingly, it took people less time right when the pandemic started. Like, they got a little bit quicker, and and I'll tell you my hypothesis behind that, right? They're real scared, so visual processing cues might be happening a little faster, right? Picking up on stuff, being like, uh-oh, I'm scared. But then as they got tired of being scared, it eventually went back to pretty much same amount of time in terms of correct nature of the time taken to get the correct answer. However, accuracy, however, if we look at the graph right above it, accuracy, woo lad, that fell off a fucking cliff.
So heightened alertness basically took a backseat.
They became, when they were right faster. But they were way less likely to be right. Interesting finding. I don't know exactly what to make about all these. I'm just explaining it to you guys, so you can make of it what thou willst. I think I know what I think it means, which is that COVID worry has made people fucking
People are stupid.
No, COVID worry has made people fucking stupid. I think it's my first. Is it my first F-bomb? I said I was gonna try to drop fewer of them. This is the dot pattern expectancy task. This is kind of weird. They show you like some dots, then there's a delay, then they show you some other dots, and then you're supposed to figure out, guess, again, left and right key, if the dots that you just saw are fitting a pattern or not, right? so are they aligned? Or are they completely different?
I will say for me, because I saw the test that you showed, and it showed right is yes and left was no. Well, other way around, that the left was yes and right was no.
Oh, I'm sorry if
I was that, I would have messed that up.
Well, I don't know. I don't remember if right was yes.
I consider the right yes and left no. Like
that's your political belief. That has nothing to do with this study. That's politics.
May that as it be. Yeah. I guarantee if you gave that to me as a test and said this is what you have to tell, I probably would have gotten a bunch of them wrong.
There's probably an issue with that in terms of right-handedness versus left-handedness. I don't know.
I'm ambidextrous, so I'm okay.
Yeah, well, me too. What a coincidence.
Yeah. I can do fuck all with either hand.
Yeah, well, I used to be able to I can only draw with my right hand, but I can write with my left. Wait a minute. Was this a masturbation joke? Did I miss that?
No.
I don't know.
It's nice to know where your mind went.
Sorry. You said I can do fuck all with either hand. So I was like, oh, okay.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
assumed
that means
it
I
was.
can do nothing.
I assumed it was a stranger joking.
No, you pervert. What the hell is wrong with you?
Oh well.
Only you can look at data, and that's your conclusion.
Oh,
right?
that's all I
Bloody hell.
do, bruh. Why do you think I enjoy it so much? Look at this sexy ass graph. I unironically get like legitimately excited and giddy when I find new research that has. I think I've said this before, like in other places, but my favorite thing is a null hypothesis on Earth. It might be my favorite thing. Like, I love kittens, you know. I love you know, cute animals. You know, I love a nice, I don't know, obviously a drink. That, you know, alcohol is humanity's friend. But there's nothing that makes me more giddy than a null hypothesis. It makes me so excited. Which is insane, because a null hypothesis is we didn't find anything. Null hypothesis is we didn't find anything. We didn't find what we were looking for.
Take a moment for yourself, do you?
What?
You want to take a moment to yourself, do you?
Yeah, I'll be right.
Okay.
Give me a second.
I don't have anything that.
Think about that null hypothesis. I'm not thinking about null, by the way, just null hypothesis.
Yeah, I don't have anything that presents that kind of giddy joy so much. My joy usually comes from seeing stupid shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's also why I don't go on Twitter that much.
I don't know.
Oh god, why?
Well, you know the thing that I was laughing about hysterically right before we started the show, but I can't. It was an inappropriate thing, and it was just how weird it was. It made me laugh.
It's not inappropriate. Basically, it was how many of you guys have seen?
Everyone's seen Die Hard 3.
Die Hard 3. Yes.
Okay, it's that scene.
You know when Bruce Willis wears the
sign
that says, you know, I hate.
Yeah.
You know what?
What was the? Where did I post it? What was the line that it said? Hang on. Oh yeah. It was just that gif of Bruce Willis with that sign. And the text was, "How do I become extremely violent and unreasonable, Paul?" And I don't know why, but it absolutely killed me.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes stuff
Another one was
makes
Take the
me laugh.
Vaccine. I thought that was pretty good.
Well, the other thing, this is unrelated. Sorry, we'll get back to data here in just a moment. But speaking of which, if you've ever seen What Can It Be with B spelled B-E-E, I cannot watch that video without physically hurting myself. It's just a guy zooming out on a picture of the bee from the Bee movie. Well, like doing ASMR.
Why the hell you find that funny.
I don't know either, but it makes me, like, just thinking about it hurts my back. It makes me laugh so hard. I can't.
Like Fox just wrote jogger. I'm familiar with Louis' New York Joggers Association.
Oh, is there a Joggers Association of New York? Oh, that's nice. That's nice that they can get together and jog.
Do you know what it's? I'm assuming you know what it's a reference to.
Yeah, I'm being facetious.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, but yeah.
I got it.
No.
Anyway, back to the data. People also became shittier at this, in terms of both their time response and their accuracy. And it got worse over time, and it was related to pandemic-related worry. Was that the last study? Oh, here is interesting. Here's the last bit. They also did, this is a risky decision-making task. So, as you can see in, like, under A, it tells you the bar part, the colored bar part, is giving you the likelihood. So it's easy for people to understand, like, how likely is this outcome? And you got to pick, would you rather get $75 or $100? Would you rather lose $75 or lose $100 on this risky decision? And then the bar would dictate, like, how likely that option would be. So, for example, if you look at the third image down, your option A, you have a 100% chance of getting $25. You have a 25% chance of getting $100. What do you do, right? And you click left or right to pick which option you prefer. People became less likely to engage in risky task decision making only for the loss option over the course of the pandemic. And pandemic-related worry was related to less risky decision making. Now, you might say, that's a good thing, I guess. But it means people are scared. They're less willing to make risky choices. It makes them more compliant. How about that? The reason I brought up this whole study, and moving out of the Rasmussen data, COVID screwed up people's heads. Like, seriously. It made them...
Really? No shit.
I know. Sorry, saying the obvious. But it clearly messed with people in a really severe way. It messed with their cognitive functioning, dude. It made it hard for them to think. Oh, the other thing I want to point out about this Rasmussen data that I didn't before, and I meant to, this was my bad for sure, is that there's a big confound with those horrifying data about how, like, 19% of Democrats or whatever it was are strongly in favor of taking your children away if you don't get vaccinated. This data were collected on January 5th. Real big possible confound there, just saying. Democrats, considering all the media fear-mongering, and it was January 5th of this last year, 2022, right? So, they were freaked out, you know what I mean? I think that there was a lot of rage and anger, because they've been told to be angry and afraid by the media, obviously, for last year, about the insurrection that happened. We need to be very clear, it was the most harrowing event in all of American history. I mean, it certainly puts Pearl Harbor to shame, as Kamala Harris said. So what Fox P2, is there a mass formation psychosis? I'm saying here's some evidence for it. Here's some hard scientific analysis that finds evidence for mass formation psychosis. Yeah.
I saw mass formation psychosis the day Trump won.
Sure. Well, here's the thing. The funny thing about this term, the thing that drives me, absolutely drives me nuts, it drives me up a freaking wall, dude, is that, like, there's no such thing as mass formation psychosis. This is a new term no one's ever heard of. Okay, well then, you're being pedantic. Let's use a million of the other terminologies that have been used to describe mass public psychology over the course of the last 100 years. No, but in particular, mob mentality. We've been studying this in the social sciences for 100 years. There's plenty of terms to describe it, and there's thousands and thousands of studies to describe and that investigate this phenomenon. But for whatever reason, because a medical doctor who is not a social scientist used a word that was used by someone he knows, a phrase that was used by someone he knows or is more familiar with, to describe a phenomenon that has been being described by social scientists for 100 years, because he used a different word because he's not a social scientist, somehow the entirety of human social psychological research is now moot. To me, I think that's a dangerous game, by the way, for social scientists to be playing.
You know what also bugged me the most about that? Is you will notice something, and the left does this quite a lot, is if you use a phrase or something to denote an action or something, they will not actually give a shit about what you're actually meaning. They will just say, like, oh, this doesn't exist. Like, would you care to actually look at the substance of what was said and not focus on one little stupid detail or that you don't like? What was the substance of what was said? Because if you ignore that,
we can get into that later. However, I'm gonna go refill my glass. Entertain the audience, because I just forgot Brandon's on. We can hang on a minute, guys.
Oh God, yes.
Let's scroll. I'm gonna scroll back to the beginning. Let's see. It's when did it actually start? It started. Sorry, guys, we forgot. We went over because I was talking about my study. So, I'm gonna play it through the stream. I'm gonna start it. Hang on. Let's set up as a watch together real quick so that we're on the same page, man. 1 second, and then we'll do it as a watch together. Oof. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I forgot about Brandon. But okay. Oh no, I gotta do this off. Whoops! I just realized, because otherwise everyone will get the link to it. Hang on. Oop. Goddamn fucking ads. Oh fuck me. Sorry about the noise, guys. Fucking ads. Okay. Yeah. And then, okay. Sorry. Technical difficulty with me being an idiot. Okay. I'll send you the link, Nuspin.
We do apologize for the delay.
And, yeah, there you can put this up and everything's fine. I mean, I don't really mind if anyone gets in there, like, it's a real fucking issue, honestly. Although I think it shouldn't be able to be an issue.
Oh, looks in the data and he's going to be happy with that.
Huh?
Someone said an 1895 book, The Crowd, A Study of Popular Mind, is a good book about mass formation psychosis.
There's tons of there's countless books on it. That's the thing that I find so bizarre. So let's go back. When did Brandon start?
Theo Fox, yes. We call people like that Vosh.
Huh? What?
He says, arguing with people that are being pedantic about details instead of discussing what was meant or actually, or being intellectually dishonest is just exhausting. It's like, yeah, because that's what Vosh does.
Yeah, that's what Vosh does.
Yes, he basically just, I watched him with Sargon, and it took him an hour to just admit Sargon was saying was true.
I think it was like a really simple like fact about reality. All right,
yes.
We got it. All right.
Yes.
And it was just like, you just have to, like, reality has to be fake because somebody I disagree with politically, says
if we fall asleep to this, I'm gonna blame Biden.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, shit.
Sleepy Joe also describes the emotion he puts everyone else fucking in every time he talks.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and let's watch. He's got a big smile on his face.
Folks.
You ready for this shit show? I'm happy. I'm excited too, Brandon.
Because he's suffering from a stroke.
Good afternoon,
He actually
everyone.
doesn't think he may have had a stroke a little
Tomorrow will mark 1 year since I took office.
bit. Oh boy.
It's been a year of challenges,
It's
but
been
it's
a
also
year,
been
that-
a year of
yeah.
enormous progress.
Also, I always
We
love
went
watching the signer.
Name one. Name me a single progress that this motherfucker has done.
I mean,
in the
you
last
literally
year.
he had like a disastrous week last week. It was just a series of disasters, and he has come out here and now tried to pretend like shit isn't fucked. Also, I always like to pay attention to the signer because they have to try when they're signing for Biden. Both have to try and make sense of his commie gobbledygook, but also have to try and like look happy at the same time and figure out what he's saying. Just an aside. But yeah, what have you done?
2 million people being vaccinated at the moment I was sworn in.
Trump's vaccine. We just talked about how we're not in favor of it at length, but
Yeah.
Trump's vaccine.
To 210 million Americans being fully vaccinated.
Trump's vaccine that the Democrats all said on Twitter they wouldn't get because it was Trump's, by the way. Yourself
Yeah.
included, I believe, or was it Kamala? Who said it?
Both.
Did they?
Biden said as well.
Yeah, I won't get your vaccine. Oh, now that changed fast, huh?
Today, we created 6 million new jobs. More
No,
jobs. in 1 year.
you didn't.
You did not create any jobs. You just opened the ones that you fucking shut down. You
opened the ones
fucking
that have been closed. All right.
Than any time before. Unemployment dropped. The unemployment rate dropped to 3.9%.
Because you opened you allowed the.
By the way, serious question. Do you actually believe that?
No.
I don't believe for 1 second.
You know,
that
actually,
it
part of
was-
the way that gets counted is because unemployment, usually in the way that they count it in the polls, is unemployment is someone who is looking for work. If you stop looking for work because you just have decided to remove yourself from the system, because let's say you're making enough money off of government assistance that you're not looking for work anymore, which to get you get different amounts of money for different things, so which people might not want to do, but. If you just give it up because you've given up on life because you're suffering from severe COVID derangement syndrome, for example, they stop counting you as unemployed. In some cases, in some polling, so it's only people who are actively looking for work.
Damn, all right, go.
That's again, like as a statistician, something of a statistician myself. There's lies, damn lies, and statistics.
Lowleaf Clover just said, look at the labor participation rate.
Right, that's the number
Yes.
you really have to look at is the labor participation rate.
Yes.
When people remove themselves from the working group, then they sometimes don't get considered unemployed. It depends on, again, lies, damn lies, statistics.
Child poverty dropped by nearly 40%, the biggest drop ever in American history.
No.
New business
I
applications
mean, I don't know.
grew by
I don't know,
30%.
but what do you mean by child poverty? Like, I smell some fucking shit there because everyone is. How are you measuring that? I don't know the statistic, but so I don't know how to fact check it, and I don't know what it even means, honestly. Like, okay.
Percent, the biggest increase ever. And for the first time in a long time, this country's working people actually got a raise. Actually got a raise. People, the bottom 40% saw their income go up the most of all those that got a raise. We
Yes,
cut
and
health
then it was
insurance-
destroyed by inflation.
It's the
You
worst
fucking moron.
inflation since 1982.
Yeah.
The worst inflation in 40 years. They needed a raise because it costs more to buy milk and bread. Okay? Which often it works the other way around too, by the way. If you raise the minimum wage, you're going to create inflated prices for goods. But instead, in this case, the price of goods have gone up because of all COVID issues, because of supply line failures, because nobody wants to work anymore under this hellish system. And so the price of goods and because of your disastrous government, by the way, that you're praising here now, cost of goods have gone up. So yeah, people got a raise, but their dollar isn't worth as much. By every demonstrable measure, the dollar is worth less because of inflation, because of your fucking government. Sorry.
Welcome to Economics 101. Today's lesson, purchasing power.
Like, I know, but like...
Premiums for millions of American families, and we just made surprise medical bills illegal in this country. You know those bills you get that you don't expect of $2,000 to $5,000 from the hospital beyond what you thought you were going to have to owe because of the consultation you weren't told was going to cost that much? No more.
Yeah,
now
we
illegal.
paid for by your taxes.
Yeah.
Thanks to the American Rescue Plan and other actions we've taken, we've seen record job creation, record economic growth.
Well, we talked about what that's about. And as for that medical thing, too, yeah, that's paid for with your tax dollars. There is some serious predatory shit that goes on in the medical industry. But that does not go away if you pay them more and have the government pay them. Because here's the thing, regular people can't always afford to pay their doctor. When they just nope out, they can't afford it. If the government's gonna foot the bill, the government's gonna foot the bill. And that allows them to do more predatory stuff. Because, by the way, they're still charging it. They're not just charging the government. They're not charging you. Right? They're not gonna stop charging it. The medical industry is incredibly bloated. I don't care how many, singing and dancing TikTok nurses to show how hard we're working and we're struggling out here in these streets. Might want to say it's really, really difficult and they're under appreciated and stuff. But the medical industry is bloated beyond belief. If you ever get a medical bill and look at they will charge you for everything. And exorbitant amounts. It's like cost of Band-Aid, $500. Serious insane stuff. Complete bloat. And because, of course, they justify that because, well, the cost of the Band-Aid actually goes to the nurses and the doctors. But then you also get charged for consultation fees and all that shit. So no, it's a nightmarishly bloated system. You just letting the government pay for more of it. It doesn't stop the system's overcharging and bloat.
Now, thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure bill, we're about to make a record investment in rebuilding America to take us to be the #1 best infrastructure in the world.
Are you saying you want to make America great again?
Now we're way below that. We'll be creating better jobs for millions of people, modernizing our roads, our bridges, our highways, our ports, our airports.
We're going to have the best infrastructure in the world. What does that mean?
What do you mean by that,
water,
actually?
removing lead pipes.
Yes.
That every American can turn on a faucet and drink clean water. Urban and rural.
What is this, a first world fucking nation?
Oh, you know that we never fixed that. That Flint shit, that's still going on, by the way. No, it is actually a giant issue. There's parts in America where you can't turn on a faucet and get clean water. Flint, Michigan, for example.
I want to say basic things, but I can't.
I'm guessing they're dangerously based.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's going to make affordable high-speed internet available. Every American.
I have not noted it till now, because he has stumbled in every sentence up to this point, right? Of course, that's his stutter that he always had, that he's very sensitive about, except for he didn't have it until like 10 years ago.
You know what I just noticed about Biden? He is, okay, there's so many things. He is the oldest man I have ever seen that doesn't wear any glasses.
Yeah.
And by the sounds of him, you should probably fucking get some.
I mean, he's struggling to read the teleprompter, obviously.
Yeah, that's my point.
To be fair, he's struggling to stay alive right now. He's struggling at least.
In urban,
rural,
and suburban areas. We've never done that.
He's struggling to stay alive. Jesus.
Now we are. We're in the process of getting that done. Still, for all this progress, I know there's a lot of frustration and fatigue in this country. And we know why. COVID-19. Omicron
No, it's your policies, you dumb bastard.
Us in a way that it's the new enemy. But while it's cause for concern, it's not cause for panic. We've
That's
been doing
funny. That's what you've been
everything
telling people to
we
do
can,
for the last 2 years.
learning and adapting as fast as we can, and preparing for a future beyond the pandemic. All I know that after almost 2 years of physical, emotional, and psychological weight of this pandemic and the impact it's had on everyone, for many of us, it's been too much to bear. We're in a very different place now.
You've been fucking in Delaware the
We
whole
have
bloody
the
time, you
tools.
lazy shit.
Well, also, like, it's too much beer. Yeah, we went over the data on that. It's literally made people stupid. But
Yeah.
this is all
Including
your
the president.
fault. I mean, your fault, and Trump didn't do much better on this. But I mean, I don't know. At that point, that was at some point it was his failure too. Obviously, they've all fucked
Okay,
this up.
in fairness, I can't really blame Trump that much because he was essentially hamstrung by the way the system works. Because you can't tell me it's Trump's fault when he literally had the entire government, because the fucking state government does whatever the fucking hell it wants,
Sure.
and then people just say, "Oh, Trump's job support is really bad." Well, that's fucking
Yeah,
predetermined by
we gotta
individual
take
states
care
as
of
well.
this the worst virus of all time. So we have to have
Yes.
extreme.
Yes, it's so terrible. Something that has a 0.3% chance of killing people is really, really fucking scary. To a fucking hypochondriac, maybe anyone else with an ounce of common
Well,
sense.
Trump
it's not
is
really.
a hypochondriac actually, and a germaphobe. So maybe that's but he had a certain response to it that I didn't agree with. And actually,
If Trump is a germaphobe, he is the laziest germaphobe
go
I've ever fucking seen.
back. Speaking of which, real quick, sir, I'm gonna pause you here for a second, Brandon. What I have on the screen now for you, friends, is a bunch of headlines from January and February of 2020. Headlines about how COVID is a nothing burger.
Oh, really?
Because remember, this was at the same time when what's-her-name was saying, go out to Chinatown and party. Don't worry
Nancy
about
Pelosi was saying
Nancy
that, yeah.
Pelosi, yeah, thank you. Said go out and party in Chinatown.
Queen Nancy, or as my mother likes to call her, Lady Antichrist. Yeah, my mom's actually pretty based.
I don't know, guys. Did the science change? What happened here?
Oh yeah, the science definitely changed, but it's science with a capital S.
Yeah, yes. Good way to put it. Scientism, of course. But yeah, the science changed
Yeah.
when they realized that this was actually very
mobile for that one.
useful. This was a useful thing politically. Okay? I'm not making this stuff up. Here's the Associated Press. Is the new virus more deadly than the flu? Not exactly.
I don't know if you
Coronavirus is
guys
scary,
have
but the
noticed
flu is
something.
deadlier. More widespread. Amid coronavirus outbreak, doctors remind public flu is deadlier, more widespread. More widespread, more deadly. All of these, January, February 2020. What happened to this narrative?
It went the way of the
Here's
dodo birds
Snopes.
because
Fucking Snopes. Which is an extremely far left partisan outlet. I mean, plenty of these here are. There's the Daily Beast every year. But even Snopes, which always fact-checking with real facts. Coronavirus has spread quickly. It's nowhere near as widespread as previous epidemics, such as swine flu or the Spanish flu. What happened to this?
that that does make me feel a little bit better about something.
Which is?
That it wasn't planned.
Oh, I don't think I don't think it was totally planned. But
I do actually, but when I read something like that, it makes me like, then I'm a bit more skeptical. Up until I've seen some real shit, then it makes me like, oh, maybe it was because of just the sheer amount. Unless people were able to turn on a dime really quickly, I don't know how quickly the media can organize an apparatus.
Yeah.
For that kind of a gain.
Well, no, I agree, and why I don't think. Look, I believe it lab leak. I don't think that was on purpose.
I actually do.
Maybe I know the narrative. Okay, I understand why it seems that way too, but either way, the mainstream media didn't know at that time. So the mainstream Democratic establishment media didn't know either way, because it was either regardless, the CCP was the one doing that, right? So at that point, they were worried. They were worried about people getting too afraid. And then they realized, wait a minute, there's an election year coming up. We got an election coming up. I know what we can do. And that pivot, that was where the politics came in. When they were saying this stuff, I think they were being real. I don't think there was politics involved at this point yet. I mean, there's always politics a little bit, But when they were publishing all
Yeah.
this stuff, this was just like, hang on a minute, guys, don't freak out. Don't freak out. And then they realized, wait a minute, getting them to freak out is really useful. Interesting. Just wanted to point that out. Let's return to Brandon.
Vaccines, boosters, masks, tests, pills to save lives and keep businesses and schools open. 75% of adults are fully vaccinated. We've gone from 90 million adults with no shots in arms last summer and down to 35 million with no shots as of today. And we're adding about 9 million more vaccinations each week. We're going to stick with
They're
our
not doing
vaccination
anything.
efforts
For whom?
because vaccinations work.
No, they don't.
Unfortunately,
No,
the
they don't.
CEO of Pfizer has come out and said, not really. Not really.
Yeah.
Straight up said that the first two, that
Offer little protection, if any.
almost no protection, or little to no protection against Omicron, okay? So no. By the way, vaccinations do work. These vaccinations don't work. I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but this is not... They had to change the definition of vaccine for a reason. Ugh.
So get vaccinated,
working,
please.
it was
Nah, fuck you.
And get your booster.
No, and get your
Look,
booster,
no.
and get your
We're
second
also
booster,
increasing testing.
and get your third booster, and get your fourth booster. Okay. Nah.
Should we have
Miss me
done
with
more
that.
testing earlier? Yes. But we're doing more now. We've gone from 0 at-home tests a year ago to 375 million tests on the market.
Which is only making people more insane because they sit around and they overthink it, they overtest themselves, and then they go to the hospital. If you want to know who
Yeah.
is crowding hospitals, and part like all this, like, oh, people are dying because of COVIDiots, right? Who don't get the jab. It's like, no, what's happening now, unironically, is that you are backing up the system with people who go in because they either test positive and are asymptomatic, or because they're just afraid they might have COVID. They go in because they're so scared because you made them stupid, right? And they go in and they do back up the system by coming in and sitting in the IC or in the triage, and it being over literally asymptomatic COVID if they have it at all. Testing is not good. I mean, like, it has uses, but apparently how it's being used is for them to freak out, right?
Market in just this month. If you buy a test at a store, your insurance will reimburse you. On top of that, we're making 1 billion at-home tests available for you to order and be delivered to your home for free. Just
That's
visit
not free.
covidtest.gov.
Not for free. It's your
It's
fucking
not
taxpayers,
free.
twat.
It's not free. Somebody pays. I hate this so much. By the way, Biden, your face right now is how I feel about what you just said. It's not free, dude. It's not free. I'm gonna go drive a drink real quick. Continue with Brandon. I'll be back in a second.
Go on.
To know how to get that free test kit to your home. In addition, there are 20,000 sites where you can get tested in person for free now. And now we have more treatments that people can, for people to keep people out of the hospital than any other point in the pandemic.
The fact that he is stuttering so much tells me that he has no idea what he is reading. He's probably not even proofread the stupid thing. And, oh God, God, put on glasses, you fucking old man, Jesus Christ.
Any other point in the pandemic, including life-saving antiviral pills. We purchased.
No, Mikey does not believe in substance. Okay, this is my conspiracy theory about this. I don't think he knows what the coof is, other than face blanky good. And I don't think he even knows what the internet is. I legitimately don't believe this. I don't actually think he even knows he's president. Honestly, I actually think that.
20 million of these new Pfizer pills, more than any country in the world. The bottom line on COVID-19 is that we're in a better place than we've been and have been thus far.
No, you haven't. You have record number of fucking testing and fucking cases, you twat. I like the way that this guy says we're in a better place. You're cranking out tests and medicine like fucking the world is gonna end, but you say we're in a better place. You'd be producing less if you had less cases, you fucking schmuck.
Clearly better than a year ago. We're not going to back.
No,
we're
you're
not going
not.
back to lockdowns. We're not going back to closing schools. Schools should stay open.
Oh god, this
Because
is so
the American Rescue Plan, we provided to states $130 billion. $130 billion to
AKA, we stole $130 billion from the taxpayer and sent it to useless shite.
keep our students and educators safe and schools open.
All right, I'm back.
Funding
Did
for
you manage
ventilation
to pass,
systems in schools. Social
Oh,
distancing.
shut up, Brandon. Did you manage the pass the try not to say the N-word challenge for the last 45 seconds or whatever?
Don't make me say it.
Well, I was gone. Did you?
I will say it on stream, by the way, because I don't care.
Don't say it.
If Louis can say it, sure, shit, I'm gonna say it.
Nah, I don't want to be involved with that shit. Don't say
I
it.
will say the F word, by the way.
All right, that one's less of an issue. Sorry. Did Brandon have anything interesting to say? Did he have
Are
any?
you fucking kidding me?
No, let's continue. I know he didn't.
Hygiene for classrooms and the school buses. In addition, we've added another $10 billion for COVID-19 tests to be able to be administered.
Where the fuck are you getting all of this money?
You know where?
What, the Fed?
The American people's fucking pockets. That's where. Chat, don't you dare. Don't. No, it's a challenge. It's a challenge. We're playing a challenge here. It's.
Make Spoon not say the N-word.
it's. Try not to say the N-word
administered
challenge.
at schools. Many states and school districts have spent this money very well. Unfortunately, some haven't.
Oh, this is the vase.
I encourage the states and school districts that
Which school districts? You know what he means. He means Virginia. Cause they banned CRT. That's what he means by that shit. That's what he means. That's a subtle fucking jab. If he doesn't directly come out and say it, let's see.
By the way, there's no way in hell he knows what CRT is.
Dude, Biden doesn't know where he is. So I mean,
No.
no shit.
I agree.
But no, he has no idea. He might.
No.
I'm sure he loves commie gobbledygook as much as the next person. So.
use the funding to protect our children and keep.
Although I don't know, he is an old school Democrat, as in like legitimate Klansman.
No, he's just an old Democrat. That's it.
Yeah. I guess so. Right. There's their nature.
By the way, if he gets any more Botox, he's not gonna see.
No.
Like, fucking hell. It's turning him Asian.
Oh, that's you're actually correct. He is looking increasingly more Asian. He gets tired and he gets squinty, and I'm not saying that to be derogatory, but because when he squints like that, it's just makes him look a little bit Asian.
Very, yeah.
Well, right in this freeze frame, yeah.
He's like Botoxing his eyes shut.
Yeah. He's gotta pretend like
But
he's not a corpse.
look at him from like 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like not like this. He actually looks like normal, somewhat normal for him anyway. And then now he just fucking looks like a zombie.
I mean, yeah, he's barely functioning. So.
Our schools open. Use it. The COVID-19 is not going to give up and accept things. It's not going to go away immediately. But
Whoa,
yeah,
wait a minute, wait a minute, hang on, fucking red alert. Wait a second. Did you see the narrative pivot that happened there? First of all, personifying the COVID, the COVID, I find that weird. I find it weird because, again, this is making it into a boogeyman. It's a virus, okay? Fuck off. Secondly, did you hear that very important part? It's not gonna go away.
It's not gonna go away anytime soon.
Anytime soon. Which means it is gonna go away when we decide that we're again, I really like the, Toy Story.
It's gonna go away when
yeah.
we decide that it's no longer feasible.
When it's not useful anymore.
Yeah, pretty much. Go on.
That's it.
I'm not going to give up and accept things as they are now. Some people may call what's happening now the new normal. I call it a job not yet finished.
It's been a year, Biden. What the fuck have you done?
Nothing.
Oh yeah, you've never done anything.
Nothing.
A couple of months ago, but it's not going to solve at a federal level.
I also want to apologize for the horrible ads that are running on the page for VTuber gamer subs. Is this not the correct flavor of Gamer Supps, by the way? I mean, I don't have a problem with Gamer Supps. Just make sure that you buy the correct flavor if you do, since you're being advertised to against my will. Make sure that you buy the better flavor, which is, of course, Guacamole Gamer Fart 9000.
Is that actually the name of it?
Yes, I sent it to you. It's a flavor. It's strawberry kiwi. It's called Guacamole Gamer Fart 9000. Sorry. Just
Sounds like something
aside.
you'd see in South Park.
It's a Russian Badger's flavor. Alright, sorry. Just an aside.
It will get better. We're moving toward a time when COVID-19 won't disrupt our daily lives. Where COVID-19 won't be a crisis, but something to protect against and a threat.
What?
What? Wait a minute. Go. Wait a minute. Hang on. Rewind a little bit. I'm confused. 2306.
Yeah. What did he just say?
I gotta back up. I don't understand. All right.
States and school districts that use the funding to protect our children and keep our schools open. Use it. The COVID-19 is not going to give up and accept things. It's not going to go away immediately. But I'm not going to give up and accept things as they are now. Some people may call what's happening now the new normal. I call it a job not yet finished.
I'm all okay.
Going.
Yeah, I'm just trying to pay attention to what his speechwriter is fucking meaning here, because this is real doublespeak here. If you hear this, right? He's admitting
it will
that this
get
is the new
better.
normal.
But listen to what he
Moving
just said.
toward a time when COVID-19 won't disrupt our daily lives.
Just pay attention to
Where
this.
COVID-19 won't be a crisis,
It won't be a crisis.
All
right?
It's
But now
it is the
listen.
new normal.
but something to protect against and a threat.
What the fuck
It's not a
does that
crisis,
mean?
but it's not going to be a
threat.
crisis, but it's going to be a threat.
Right, which
What
means
the fuck does that mean?
it means the new normal. Which, by the way, like no shit.
God, this is so dumb.
They're phasing this out, obviously. So when he means normal,
Yeah, that's
new normal,
true.
he means we're de-escalating from the fear porn because it's not useful anymore. So yes, it's the new normal, and that's gonna mean for people who care enough and are still scared enough, they're gonna get bi-yearly or biannual jabs, flu shots.
Yes.
And the people who are gonna do that are probably people who got flu shots before. And by the way, if there's over time, regardless, people will they will end up finding something that's a little bit more effective and a little bit more tested against side effects, right? And if people want to do that, fine. I don't take yearly flu shots. You do you, boo. I don't care. But you can't force me to take a medical treatment. Sorry. And that's what he means by new normal. They're gonna be people who are gonna freak out about this forever, and it's just gonna be the way that they are. If you can find something that's safe and longitudinally tested, please. Don't use mRNA technology that has not been longitudinally tested. Thank you. Then fine. If people want to get a yearly flu shot, I don't care. Just don't mandate it. And if it does work and it provides some efficacy against being hospitalized, which is the only thing that it supposedly does now, by the way. Like that's the mainstream narrative. Now we knew that the whole time, but I'm allowed to say that now.
I don't even think it does that.
If it prevents you from getting hospitalized, and I'm not sure, but that's what the data seem to indicate, prevents hospitalization from serious illness. Then if you're an old big fat, if you're a big old fat person, then take it. If you want to. But it's not going to be,
If you're an old big fat person, you should take the salad, not the coof shot.
Yeah, eat a salad, man. Just eat a fucking salad. And yeah, Nelly Fliver, you're correct. Johnson & Johnson is not mRNA, so that might be something to look at.
And neither is the Sputnik one.
Yeah, whatever. Just, again, it's gonna end up becoming a yearly flu shot at this point because
it's been endemic for over a year.
Two.
It's just fucking stupid.
So what he's saying is, I'm not talking about the new normal, but you are. Double speak, absolute double speak. Out the same size of two. Different shit out different sides of his mouth, man. It's gross.
Look, we're not there yet, but we will get there.
But I'm not going to tell you how we're going to do that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Now, the second challenge we're facing are prices. COVID-19 has created a lot of economic complications.
Oh, it's all COVID,
including rapid price increases across the world economy.
And there's nothing you could do about is it, Brandon?
But remember, our economy is fantastic.
Right.
We've had record number of wages. We've had really low unemployment, but the economy is fucked.
Well, I actually don't know if you know this, Spoon, but I read in the New York Times and many other established
that's your
journals
first problem. You read the New York Times.
That inflation is actually a good thing.
Please stop reading.
Did you
from
see the
people who are
exact?
16 years old.
I'm fucking joking, but I'm being facetious. But did you see the exact New York Times? It was like, the headline was something like, "You're experiencing economic troubles right now, but here's why you're really not." They're gaslighting you. Hang on, I think I can find it. I can't remember. I just saw it the other day. Oh man, I can't find it, but it was a really bizarre headline. Just being, you're gaslighting people, being like, yeah, I know that you think bread and milk cost more, and you're having a harder time making your, you're stretching out your dollar. But just ignore that.
Fucking get over it.
Just to get out. Well, no, it's ignore it. It's actually good for you, bro. Let's continue. Sorry.
People see it at the gas pump, the grocery stores, and elsewhere. So here's what we're going to do. A critical job in making sure that the elevated prices don't become entrenched rests with the Federal Reserve, which has a dual mandate.
Oh, fuck off. Abolish
full employment and stable prices. The Federal Reserve provided extraordinary support during the crisis for the previous year and a half.
So print more money is what he's saying,
Given the strength of our economy,
that'll work.
And the pace of recent price increases, it's appropriate, as the federal chairman, Chairman Powell, the Fed Chairman Powell has indicated, to recalibrate the support that is now necessary. I respect the Fed's independence, and I've nominated 5 superb individuals to serve on the Federal Board of Governors, men and women from a variety of ideological perspectives. They're eminently qualified, historically diverse, and have earned bipartisan praise.
They're gonna print more money. That's what he's talking about. It has to be it, right? What else? Why? What's with this Fed dick sucking?
If someone tells me the instant praise of a situation or an institution is it's diverse, I'm like, I don't want diversity. I want exclusively white men only.
Well, you're a little
I do
racist.
Not want diversity. I don't want to feck off. Listen, when it comes to money, there's only one person I want to handle my money, and that's a Jew. I want Jews only. And only white men.
Fair play. I also would rather, like, okay, if I'm hiring a lawyer, by the way, I'd rather have a Jew lawyer. Just saying. Is that racist? I don't think so. Or anti-Semitic? I'm not sure if it is. Like, yeah. I mean, it's a stereotype.
If I want someone to handle my money, if I want someone to handle my money, I want a Jew. If I'm
an accountant.
If I want an engineer, I want someone from like Korea.
Sure. Right? Yes. Someone from Southeast Asia. Sure.
Yeah. And if I want someone to go fuck some shit up, I'll go home.
All right.
I call on the United States Senate to confirm them without any further delay. And here at the White House, and for my friends in Congress, the best thing to tackle high prices is a more...
Biden, I don't know if you've noticed this, but everywhere you go, people don't want to be near you. You don't have any friends in Congress right now. That's why your approval rating is so fucking low.
Yeah, what friends in Congress?
Yeah. Faschismus, sehr deutsch. Yeah, there we go.
By the way, how long did I say it would take for me to smoke? I said I was going to lay off for like a month.
Someone said this is spin within spin. Yeah, this is like fucking breaking time at this point.
More productive economy.
Well, I mean,
with greater capacity to deliver goods and services to the American people. And a growing economy where folks have more choices and more small businesses compete and where more goods can get to market faster and cheaper.
Is what you had under Trump.
Yeah. So
I've laid out a 3-part plan to do just that.
Oh, what is it?
You didn't lay out shit.
Yeah, let's.
I know what it is. Print more money.
That's gonna be it. Print more money.
Yeah.
Because that'll make inflation go down, right? I mean, like, to be fair, I do think there's people on the left who legitimately think that, like, why can't... it's this meme, hang on. But there's people on the left who are just like, why
the anonymous one?
No, it's, why everything gotta cost money. Why everything costs money or something like that. Yeah, why the fuck everything costs money? This is it. Hang on. This one. I understand that this is a real issue that apparently some people have, the Communist Manifesto. But printing more of it doesn't fix this problem, alright? It doesn't fix it at all. But good try. Sorry. Fuck. Alright, let's continue.
First,
There's a problem where I make
fix
myself
the
laugh
supply
at stupid
chain.
ass shit.
COVID-19 has had
How
a
you gonna do
global
that?
impact on the economy.
People don't want to work.
When a factory shuts down in one part of the world, shipments to shops and homes and businesses all over the world are disrupted. COVID-19 has compounded that many times over. A couple of months ago, in this very room, we heard dire warnings about how the supply chain problems could create a real crisis around the holidays. So we acted. We brought together business and labor, and that much predicted crisis did not occur.
Yeah, because you know what happened, Biden? It's because you, which a fat, skinny ass, not quite sure where I was going with that joke, but essentially went, listen here, this is the
There was
problem,
an
Biden.
attempt.
Listen here, you senile old bastard. Don't put the fucking mandates on because we're already in a tight bind because you fucked up the
Oh.
entire economy for over a goddamn year.
Speaking of
and
which-
then they didn't.
Which we didn't get to yet, but just to be clear, just as an aside, since you mentioned it, uh-oh, guess what's dead in the water? All Plan B COVID restrictions, including mask wearing, to end in England. So, uh-oh.
Yeah.
This shit's over, man. This is a fucking collapse narrative, man.
So let's see what Uncle Joe has to
Let's
say.
continue.
99% of the packages were delivered on time, and shelves were stocked. And notwithstanding the recent storms that have impacted many parts of our country,
What storms?
the share
this is a
of
lie.
goods.
This is a fucking lie. They keep saying storms. That's why they're it's canceled planes. That's why there's problems in stores. Excuse me, Brandon and everyone else who's peddling this fucking lie. People can turn on the goddamn Weather Channel. People can look outside and see there aren't these horrifying storms that you all are claiming are happening in January. I mean, sometimes there are bad storms in January, but it's not tropical storm season, okay? But I don't know if you've noticed this as well. I'll bring it up for a second if you haven't seen it, Spoon. There's been all these claims of airlines cancellation, airline cancellations.
I have seen that, yes.
And all,
But
and
I heard something like 5G.
well, that's today. Today it's 5G, right? But for weeks it's been airlines cancel another 1,400 flights as here, let's bring this up. CNBC, real quick, just because this is how convenient. Airlines cancel another 1,400 flights as Omicron severe weather continue to snarl travel. Nice use of wording.
Yeah.
Carriers have canceled more than
Gayness.
20,000 flights since Christmas Eve. This is in January 4th, so 2 weeks ago. And they're blaming inclement weather. But there hasn't been inclement weather. I mean, there's been some, but not to this. This is the reality is shit's collapsing, right? People don't
No
want to
shit.
work. Yeah.
In stock at stores is 89% now, which is barely changed from the 91% before the pandemic. I often see empty shelves being shown on television. 89% are full, which is only a few points below what it was before the pandemic.
Oh,
But our work's not-
real quick. There have been snowstorms. Actually, that's true. Sorry. There's been apparently. I saw my mom lives in Maryland, and my dad lives in West Virginia. And my dad sent me a picture. They both had a snowstorm up there. Had some bad snow. My dad said they got a foot overnight. So yeah, there's been inclement weather. There has been snowstorms, but that's not all over the country. That stuff doesn't affect Florida. That stuff doesn't affect California. You know, which is where we're seeing the biggest problem. Well, not Florida. But actually, Florida's doing quite well, but California is having some major supply chain issues.
Done. My infrastructure law will supercharge your effort upgrading everything from roads and bridges to ports and airports, railways and transit to make the economy move faster and reduce prices for families. Second thing, My Build Back Better plan will address the biggest cost of working families face every day. No other plan will do more to lower the cost for American families. It cuts the cost for childcare. Many families, including the people sitting in this room, if they have children and they're working full-time, many families pay up to $14,000 a year for childcare in big cities, less than that in smaller ones.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
who run big cities?
And also,
Democrats.
hang on a minute though. Let me tell you how you fix that. Don't work, Mom. Don't work. Stay home and take care of your kids. I know it's a struggle. I'm not saying it's that easy. You do have to figure it out. Like, if you really have to have both parents working, then I guess you have to have both parents working. But, well, before we did that whole women's liberation thing, we didn't invent a bunch of useless jobs and devalue the labor force by inventing a million marketing positions, and then women didn't have to work, and childcare would not be an issue. I want to bring up something real quick. Did you see, related to this while I'm thinking about it before I forget, speaking of supply chain issues, did you see the video? What? Oh no, my computer's doing this thing again. Stop doing this, please, because I don't know what this. Give me 1 second. I have to like.
Not this.
Is it acting gay?
It's been doing this thing where like it will just click on random shit. I don't know. Were we watching this on a stream last night? I don't remember where I saw it. The thing in California with the train. Did you see this?
The garbage everywhere?
Okay, let's hang on. Actually, wait. I don't. We'll do it afterwards. I have it up now though.
If you really want to fix it, kill the bill. If you really want to fix it, kill the bill.
But yeah, I was talking about the thieves stealing packages out of train cargo containers, where they were just.
Yes, I did see that.
I don't want to like. Let's get through this, but I'll bring it up if we have time afterwards, because like. There's another thing that's contributing to your supply chain issue. People are literally just stealing shit out of trains in California, just stealing shit and walking off. It's going great.
And I wonder who was stealing it. Could it be?
Who could it be?
We joggers.
But bruh.
I'm just saying it's California.
It's California. I mean.
My plan cuts that in half. That will not only be a game changer for so many families' budgets, but it will mean so much for the nearly 2 million women who've left the workforce during the pandemic because of things like childcare. My Build Back Better plan cuts the price of prescription drugs. So insulin, that today costs some people as much as $1,000 a month.
Oh, wait a minute. That thing you stopped Trump from doing?
Oh yeah.
Remember that?
Will cost no more than $35 a month. It cuts the cost of elder care. It lowers energy cost. And it will do all this without...
Lowers energy costs? Are you
Did he act? I missed that. I'm sorry. Sometimes my brain glosses over just like his does. Tomb of Arminius, excuse me, said make the economy go faster. Did he actually say that exact phrase? Because that
yeah, he did.
Make economy go fast. Gotta go fast. Supersonic speed. It sounds like something
the child was it, yes.
I missed that.
Raising a single penny in taxes.
Why does this fucking moron claim he's gonna spend like $3 trillion?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you free N95 masks and free testing kits and free healthcare and free childcare, and I'm not gonna raise your taxes. Boy, come on! Like, stop playing. Like, this is, bruh. I don't even have words.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
People making under $400,000 a year or raising the deficit.
All right. That's a nice fairy tale, Joe. You don't probably don't want to be reading fairy tales. You'll fall asleep.
Can someone please explain to me how in the hell you're gonna add like you're gonna spend $5 trillion and you are not going to add a cent to the debt or the deficit. Like, are you out of your fucking mind?
No, he
economist.
just expects Americans are that stupid, and they're not, by the way, Joe.
But that's not even gonna work in any capacity. Secondly, I want people to understand this, because I don't know if you guys have ever noticed this, but like everywhere in the world, you will have politicians talking about their economic plans, and it will exceed their presidential reign by like a decade.
Well, of course.
You get like,
Because then they're
how the hell? Yeah, hold on. But first of all, how the hell are you gonna do that? Secondly, there is no way on God's green earth that you can predict the economic output of your country within even a month, even 6 months, let alone a decade. So no, please spare me this horseshit crap of like, oh, I know what's gonna happen. You didn't predict the coup. Shut the fuck up.
Well, Spoon, you and I both know very well why they do that shit. It's because they know that they can leave, because they're democratically elected, and let some other idiot
get a monarch.
Exactly. See, look, this is why we need a monarch, because they can't get out of this shit so easily. They get out of it via guillotine if they do that kind of shit.
I want to have King Louis. I want to have let's make Louis the monarch, and we'll just get Musk as an economic advisor.
I don't know who.
I think that would suit me
I don't
very
know
well.
who I'd, like, people always ask that question of us, like, who do you want to make king? And I'd say Trump, I guess, but that's like because he already has a dynasty kind of behind him, and I don't really know if I agree with it.
Because Louis is more based.
He's gonna be dangerously based.
I want a king who will say the N and F word during a speech. Like that'll make me happy.
Well, okay, but that's not all right. That's not a good basis for a system of government. Just
Why
being
not?
able to say the N word. Nah, it's not.
It'd be really popular with people.
It would be really popular with some people, that's for sure.
Yeah, all the right people.
Certainly some. Disavow.
In fact, my plan cuts the deficit.
It cuts the deficit.
No, it doesn't.
The most egregious spending in the history of your entire nation is going to cut the deficit.
spending.
Are you fucking insane?
How much did they're going to print or make? 400 million masks? It was like insane. What was the number? That's got to be over. It's not. Was it 400 million N95 masks?
Yeah, something like that.
Hang on. Biden administration to distribute 400 million N95 masks. Right, yeah, we had this at the beginning. To the public for free. Free in, like, 1,000 quotes. 400 million? That's not for free. It's gonna cost a lot of money. How much does an N95 mask cost? Let's find out. Let's go to Amazon and order an N95 mask. Order myself a little cuck shield. If I can even buy one. Let's see. And they're not super expensive, but still. Okay, a 10-pack.
$2, man.
A 10-pack, what I see, or
$2
one.
a mask.
For what I see on Amazon, for me, it says 10-pack, option starting from $30. A 1-pack option starting from $20. But I think but then it says 2-pack starting from $4. So Amazon's being a little weird. What do you?
It says $2 a mask, the one that I'm looking at.
Yeah, about $2 is what I'm seeing. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So $2 a mask. Let's do it. Let's get out my calculator. Yeah, just kidding. It's $800 million. Now, if you probably get a discount for buying in bulk. You'll get a discount for buying in bulk. So let's say you get a half-off discount and just say $400 million.
No, it'll be more expensive because it's the state buying it, so they're gonna get.
Well, right, because they can charge them whatever, as we talked about earlier, that they can charge whatever the hell they want, because it's the state. They can charge whatever the hell they want, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so probably like $20 a month.
So you're gonna, you know, like
over $1 billion.
I mean, that's, yeah. Let's just say it's $1 billion. I'd put that at a reasonable estimate. It's $1 billion to give everyone free N95 masks. Free, right? That's a lot of fucking money, all right? And again, it's your money. Yeah, the void that bites you, right? The government is going to probably buy it at 3 times the retail price in reality. You might think they could benefit, but that's probably correct. You and Spoon are right. Like, yeah, they won't get a markdown. They go to mark up because, of course, they don't care. It's not their money. It's your money. Who cares? Nobody cares when they're spending somebody else's money.
Boost the economy by getting more people into the workforce.
How are you gonna do that?
That's why 17 Nobel Prize winners for economics say it will ease long-term inflationary pressure. The bottom line, if price increases are what you're worried about, the best answer is my Build Back Better plan.
No, it isn't.
No, it's
Third
really
thing
not.
we're going to
And by the way,
promote
which
competition.
economist? Which economist? Yes, Sol. Guessing not.
No. Saul would have a fucking heart attack if he saw this shit.
I know he's old. He is really old. But
I would rather Saul run the country than this motherfucker.
Oh, for sure, every day. Every day.
Look, in too many industries, a handful of giant companies dominate the market in sectors like meat processing, railroad, shipping, and other areas. This isn't a new issue. It's not been the reason we've had high inflation today. It's not the only reason.
No, your fucking spending is the reason for the high inflation,
yeah.
you dumb motherfucker.
No shit.
It's been happening for a decade. But over time, it has reduced competition, squeezed out small businesses and farmers.
What the fuck?
Ranchers and...
You fucking did that by closing down the entire economy and wealth
What are you
transferring to fucking like 10 people, you jackass.
Precisely. Thank you. You have done this. It's been the biggest disruption of small businesses. Since the Depression, it has to have been in America. It has to have been. Maybe since I don't know. I can't make that a definitive statement. Maybe since the recession in the 80s, maybe. But outside of that, you have COVID restrictions have destroyed small businesses. And by the way, a lot of these like the things they want to put into place about how they want to organize workplaces, and when they talk about, in particular, raising minimum wage, for example, which he has not talked about too much yet, but he's implied, that further will destroy small businesses, because if they're already on the brink, and by the way, if you're not aware, I know that you are, but I'm sure Spoon, but like people who aren't aware, who I'm sure you are too, if you're, but small businesses, and even large businesses, and by that I mean like franchises, they operate on really, really thin margins of profit, right? What was the business they were?
Grocery stores?
Yeah, big Kroger, big bad. They were recently demonizing Kroger, which is a national grocery store, which I think I think it's a chain though, or no, excuse me, I think it's a franchise. I could be wrong.
The profit margin is like 1.6%. It was like fucking minuscule.
But they're that's the thing. Kroger, and I love Kroger. By the way, I've been going to Kroger's for a long ass time. I miss Kroger, but again. Yeah, big Kroger and their 1.6% profit margin. How dare they? That's Kroger. What's the profit margin for a small business? It's probably more than that, to be honest, but it's not great. When people put their whole lives, their whole savings into this shit, and you have killed their dreams, dude. And Trump contributed to that, let's be real. All this COVID lockdownerism has destroyed the American dream. That's hyperbolic, but it's real.
Yeah, but I can't really blame Trump so much for that, because Trump was the one who kept saying fucking open up the economy because it's good for his,
yeah, he did say that, but I don't know. Oh, Rat King, you're right. This is FDR 2.0, 100%. Absolutely. I think, didn't Biden say that he really looks up to FDR or something? Or did he say LBJ?
Yes. LBJ and FDR. I don't know if he said that, but that is what the media kept saying, that he should be like FDR and LBJ.
Yeah, it was the media that said that Biden is on track to be the new FDR and LBJ. Why would you say that? Like, to anyone who knows anything about American history, why would you align him with FDR and LBJ? I guess, I don't know, if you hate America.
I did a video on this, by the way, and it's one of my historically accurate videos. But LBJ ran for only one term post the assassination of JFK.
Right, well, that's how he got in. He was not really elected.
He left office with a 36% approval. Post his presidential term, the Democratic Party wanted fuck all to do with him. He was completely removed from it because he was like toxic. So Biden is pretty much on the way of becoming LBJ.
Well, Biden's approval is lower than LBJ's right now, according to that one poll. So yeah,
he's been tanking it in. He's dropped like 17 points in a year, which is like
I think they're
insane.
fairly clear he's a one-termer, right?
Yeah, for a whole bunch of reasons.
Well, if he lives, I mean,
Yeah,
but,
that was kind of my point.
I know, but I mean, I think that it's
chances of him snuffing an office is actually quite high.
It brings up an interesting point. Sorry, this is an aside, guys, but as we know now, how many Democrats have said they're not going to run again? 32.
Yeah, last time I looked, it was 28.
28. I thought it was up to. I thought it was up to 32. Yeah, 28. So that's really interesting. I don't exactly know what that means. It looks like they're giving up.
It means they're not going to run again.
Well, I know, but I know. Thank you, Dr. Spoon. I got that part. But what does it mean in the grand?
Spoon to you, how dare you?
What does that mean in the grand scheme of things? Why are they not running? Right? Why?
Because they're fucked.
I think that they are trying to divest themselves of responsibility and get as far from the Democrat Party as they possibly can.
Yeah, that too. I don't think it's going to be rigged as much as 2020 was. Yeah, I said it. Fuck it. Because,
whatever.
Yeah, but the reason I don't think so is because they're definitely going to try some shit. Absolutely.
Oh, I mean, that's what they're so upset about their fucking voting bill and why they want to get rid of the filibuster. Now, by the way, when you do lose, because they clearly are afraid and anticipating a loss, a massive red wave.
Oh,
they
yes,
clearly.
of course.
So why are you trying to get rid of the filibuster if that's what you're anticipating? Dumb move. That exists for the minority to have some ability to prevent the majority from running ruckshod over everybody else. That's why that exists. It's the only thing the minority can pretty much do.
Yeah, also, can I make a point about this? Because I've been wanting to know about this for like months now. What has happened between Joe Biden winning and now?
What are you talking about? He's the most popular president in all of U.S. history.
No, hold on a second and make my point, crazy person. If you won with supposedly the most votes ever again, why are you scared of losing? If you got more votes than ever, clearly people more vote. And what exactly has happened with the voting rights from now, from when he supposedly won till now, that makes you think you need to fortify voting in some way?
You
can
won.
you please name it?
You won.
I don't know if you've noticed this guy. I have seen this voting thing for fucking weeks now. I have not seen a single fucking bill or anything pointed out in any of these the news reports who are saying defend democracy that actually details what is the suppression. Not one.
No,
everyone
please
says
explain.
we need voting rights.
They say voter suppression. How? Where? Why?
Yes.
Voter ID. It makes me want to bring up that I always get his name wrong. Is his name Ami or Ari? Ami Horowitz video where he goes.
Ami Horowitz.
Yeah, where he goes to the Bronx and he just asks black people, "Do you know how to get voter ID? Do you know how to get an ID?" And they not just know how to get an ID. They tell him where the DMV is. Like, yeah, it's down on 6th Street or whatever. And it's like, yeah, okay. It's incredibly insulting to people's intelligence. Incredibly. And I actually don't call many things racismus, but that is. Come on now. A little bit.
Yeah,
in my opinion, it's the soft bigotry of low expectations, right? Whose term is that again? Who did I steal that from? Someone who's probably unliked.
I think the last person that I saw use it was Larry Elder. That's where it learned from. I don't know who said it.
Was it George Bush? It was someone not cool, I think, who came up with it. But no, I thought it was. I don't remember. Chat, do you remember where soft bigotry of low expectations came from? Because I can't recall. Whatever. Let's continue. Let's go,
Price
Brandon.
for consumers. We end up with an industry like the meat processing industry, where 4 big companies dominate the markets.
Who cares?
Pay ranchers less for their cattle they grow, charge consumers more for beef, hamburger meat, whatever they're buying.
No, they're charging
Prices
more.
are up.
Yes, prices are up because of your administration, not because of them. Oh my
Capitalism
God.
without competition is not
For
capitalism.
is competition.
It's exploitation.
Fuck off,
So I
Brandon.
signed an executive.
4 big companies. It's not a lot of competition, but it's competition regardless, right? Okay? It's definitely competition.
By the way, I said this before. No one gives a shit about any of a company's profits.
Prices are
if
up
their
because of
own wallet is
inflation.
full.
Sorry. Can you say that one more time? Sorry, I talked over you. That's the other issue that I know I did last time, and I'm trying to be better about. I get excited and
I
pissed
said,
off.
no one cares about a company's profits if their own wallet is full.
Precisely.
That's the God's honest truth.
Precisely.
Oh, these companies make a lot of money. Yes, they also make more money if the middle class does well.
Yes.
You dumbass.
Yes. When the economy does well, everyone makes more money. That's a good thing.
Yes.
That's a good thing.
Except the government.
Wish I had that on the soundboard. I gotta set up a soundboard, guys, but I haven't done it yet.
Of order to tackle unfair competition on our economy. And we're going to continue to enforce it, along with working with Congress where we can.
The idea of you enforcing anything, try starting with a southern border, you daft git.
Yeah, Bob
Close
Owl
with this.
that was George Bush
We have
Jr.,
faced some of the biggest challenges.
who's a complete ding dong. But
George Bush did that?
yeah, if George Bush Jr. said that, I mean that, but he's right. For once,
Yeah, it's
I
pretty
guess.
great.
But it is what it is. I mean, it is soft bigotry of low expectation. And I mean, that's a real low expectation. You're saying black people don't know how to get an ID to go buy malt liquor? Excuse me. I don't think so. Let's continue.
That we've ever faced in this country these past few years. Challenges to our public health, challenges to our economy. But we're getting through it. And not only are we getting through it, we're laying the foundation for a future where America wins the 21st century.
What do you mean by that?
What the hell does that mean?
Wins the 21st century. What are you talking about? By the way, China's winning. Okay, but all right.
No, they're not, by the way.
Not as much as they like to. That's a real paper tiger, obviously. But they like to pretend they
Yeah.
are. If
By
America
creating
stops playing games with them, they collapse instantly.
By the way, the amount of debt China's in, everyone thinks like, oh, look, China owns America's debt. Like, you know how much fucking debt China is in?
Yeah,
Jesus
China's in a massive
fucking
amount of
Christ.
debt. Yeah, George W. Bush said that before he was president. Well, you know, a broken clock is right twice a day, I guess. You don't need an
Biden
ID.
is
Fox
kinda right
P2
about
says
that.
you don't need an ID to steal $899 worth of malt liquor. You're right. You don't. Not in Democrat-run states. Nope, you do not.
Is at a record pace. Now we need to get inflation under control. We have developed an extraordinarily effective booster shots and antiviral pills. Now we need to finish the job to get COVID-19 under control.
Okay, by the way, I'm all right with the pills, I guess.
I'm not.
I mean, like, not if they're forced, but I'm more favorable towards a pill. I mean, either way, you're putting something into your body. I just smoked a cigarette, so I can't talk too much shit. Like, I'm just saying, but I chose to do that. Allow me, and I'm drinking. Like, I have a mixed drink of Sprite and vodka. I'm allowed to do that, and I'm choosing to do that. The government's not forcing me to put bad things in my body, okay? That's my choice.
Become libertarian.
Yeah, become libertarian.
I've long said it's never been a good bet to bet against the American people or America. I believe that more than ever today.
Sure.
Yeah, that's not what you're in charge.
Yeah, except for
We've seen the
you are
grit,
betting against
determination of the American people this past year. But the best days of this country are still ahead of us, not behind us.
Yes, in 2024, when you finally fuck off.
Oh God, I can't wait.
I'm happy to take questions.
Actually, I don't know. Oh, let's see
Yes.
this shit show.
Oh, this is gonna end well.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know some of my colleagues will get into some specific issues, but I wanted to zoom out on your first year in office. Inflation is up. Your signature domestic legislation is stalled in Congress. In a few hours from now, the Senate, an effort in the Senate to deal with voting rights and voting reform legislation is going to fail.
Yep.
COVID-19 is still taking the lives of 1,500
Oh
Americans
shit, being
every
taken
day.
to task. Who is this guy?
And the nation's divisions are just as raw as they were a year ago. Did you overpromise to the American public what you could achieve in your first year in office? And how do you plan to course correct going forward?
Why are you such an optimist?
What the?
I think he was trying to be funny.
I know, but
Like a snarky asshole.
Actually
God, he
irritates
is
the shit out of me.
so bad at talking to the people.
I'm so glad I paused here because now the sign language lady's face is my reaction to that shit you just said. I know I guess that was a joke. Why is such an optimist? Because things are in the shitter, Joe, Brandon. That's why he's such an optimist.
Because
you have
is the reason.
Screwed up the United States
Royally.
in a kind of astonishing way, given you only had a year. Well, honestly, we should be applauding him for that. Good job.
What, they
Look.
managed to ruin the place in a year?
Yeah, you managed to be so bad. Go ahead.
I didn't
broken
overpromise.
Yeah.
But I have probably outperformed what anybody thought would happen. The fact of the matter is that.
Did he just say he outperformed?
Did he say that? Hang on.
I swear to God, he just said he outperformed.
Go back.
Look, I didn't overpromise, but I have probably outperformed what anybody thought would happen.
Sorry, I didn't catch that because I was looking at the chat for a minute, which you're not supposed to do. But we're a small new channel, so I am paying attention to the chat, guys here. But oh my goodness, you outperformed by what metric, Brandon? Let's be real. By what metric did you outperform, homie? Okay.
I do agree with one thing, is that everyone knew he was going to fuck up, but no one expected him to fuck up this badly, this fast. That much is true. Because
no, I expected him to fuck up about this bad. But it's impressive.
So did I, but it was the pace.
Yeah.
It was a staggering, like how much.
I mean, like, and we're like, and at every level, Afghanistan. Holy crap, dude. Awful. I mean, the only thing that people are positive towards him on is his COVID response, which is just doing the same crap, which doesn't work.
Even that is not particularly good right now.
No, and I meant, and like I said, the narrative on that stuff, as we talked about extensively, that narrative's collapsing.
43%.
I think that's the thing he's most well performing on. I'll look up the Gallup polling data or where we have the or no.
I said this before, and I don't get this. Is that it is my opinion, and I could be wrong about this. Of all of the issues, this is the thing that he's polling on the best, and that shows you how fucking shit he is.
Yeah.
But if he's going to try and solve this, it's going to pivot all of the attention on issues he's done worst at.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make any sense to me. The way it looks like from a strategic point of view is this is the most visible thing that he can fix that would, in the mind of the strategist, I imagine would be the biggest boon.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe if you can fix that, it would alleviate the other issues as well. That is a big gamble. I don't think it's going to pay off because he can't fucking control the coof.
Yeah, no shit. Because he can't control the forces of nature. Here's the Quinnipiac poll, by the way, which is where the 33% it came from.
It's not even down.
Well, no, I just have it up just so we can look at this. Do you just approve or disapprove? Total 33% approve. That's pretty bad. Do you approve or disapprove of the way Joe Biden is handling his job as president, combined with if approve, disapprove, Q1, do strongly, somewhat disapprove. Approve strongly in this one, 17%. 17% strongly approve. So when they broke it down, so it's 17% strongly approve, and they combine that with 16% somewhat approve. So not looking great. Do you approve of the way Republicans in Congress are handling? I don't approve of the Republicans either, by the way. So like 27%.
No one's approving of fucking Congress.
No, well, I can't stand the GOP.
But a lot of
Democrats
them
have more.
is
They have more
replaced, by the
approval
way.
in Congress. Sorry.
I said that there is a grassroots swelling. Like Steve Bannon is doing a hell of a job in getting. And Trump is paying attention as well. And I don't think the crap with DeSantis is real.
No. Oh no. That's a freaking cope.
Yeah, that's just like divide and conquer.
That's a total. Yes, that's exactly what that is.
Yeah.
So if the election were today,
really
would you want to see? I'm sorry. Would you want to see Republican Party or Democratic Party win control of the United States House of Representatives? It's 43-42, Republican lead. Total. In this Quinnipiac poll. That's not great, but it's a sign of the times. And I don't know the polling data on here, because otherwise, like, or the demographics haven't looked at that yet, in terms of the total polling. But let's look for the Senate. 45-41 Republican favor. Would you like to see Donald Trump run for president? Total 33%. I understand why that is.
His approval in the party is really high.
Yeah, I understand.
His in-party approval is like 80-something%.
But I understand why people don't want him to run, because he's seen as really toxic, right? I get why
People
people
don't care about that.
I know, but I get why people are a little bit sus on it. Would you say that Joe Biden is doing a better job as president than you expected, a worse job, or about what you expected? 7% better. So remember Biden's claim a second there where he outperformed. Well, Biden, only 7% of people agree with you on that, and only 1% of Republicans. Worse, 39%, as expected, 50.
God, it's fucking bad, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Do you believe that there was widespread voter fraud in 2020 presidential election or not? A topic I'm not even allowed to talk about. I'm not saying this, Susan. I didn't say it. It's a question being asked by a Quinnipiac poll. 34% yes. Believe yes. It's a minority, but it's a third. Third of people. Do you approve or disapprove of the way Joe Biden is handling the response to the coronavirus? This is his best thing. 39% approval. This is
I think it's higher.
That's what he polls best on, is his handling of the coronavirus. 39% approval, 55% disapproval. Just to be clear, and then 6, I don't know. Do you approve or disapprove of the way Biden is handling the economy? 34% approval, 57% disapproval. Do you approve or disapprove of the way Joe Biden is handling foreign policy? 35% approval. Do you feel
the Afghan thing probably didn't help?
Oh, I don't. No, not a great look. Do you feel that Biden is doing more to unite the country or is doing more to divide? 49% say divide, 42% say unite. That 42%, that's mostly just like he's not the orange man, so it's better than the orange man. That's got to be what that is. Do you think that Joe Biden is too liberal, too conservative, or about right? 41% say he's too liberal. Have you seen this man?
Okay, yeah.
38% say just right, though, so. Would you describe the state of the nation's economy these days as excellent, good, not so good, or poor? Spin, I don't know if you can see this on the screen. What is the percentage that thinks it's excellent? Just guess. Don't look. Guess. Well, it's a little game. Spoon, what 8%? Is the percentage of people who think that the economy is doing excellent?
8%?
Oh, what an optimist, to quote Joe Biden. 2.
Oh my god.
It's 0 Republicans think that that's the case. 5% of Dems.
That's really fucking bad.
Poor is 35%. Yeah, this is...
That's...
2%. 2% think the economy is excellent. Do you think the nation's economy is getting better, getting worse, or staying about the same? Worse, 54%.
Worse, obviously. Yeah.
Over your lifetime, do you expect political divisions in the country to ease, to worsen, or to remain about the same? Worsen. 53%. Do you think the Democratic Party is more committed to the principles of the U.S. Constitution or more committed to individual politicians?
Individual politicians, hands
62% individual politicians.
Of course it is, yeah.
Do you think the Republican Party is more committed to the principles of the U.S. Constitution or more committed to individual politicians? A lower 56% individual politicians. And by the way, I agree. They both are. They suck. They both suck. I hate the Uniparty. I also hate the Antichrist. I hate the Antichrist. I hate the Uniparty. It's a meme. Don't worry. What do you think is the bigger danger to the United States? Other countries that are adversaries of the United States or political instability within the United States?
Instability within.
How insane. 76%. 76% of people think that instability within the U.S. is worse. Do you think that the nation's democracy is in... Oh, there's that word. I need to get that soundboard set up so I can just play Inigo Montoya every time that word is used. Is in danger of collapse? Is our democracy in danger of collapse? Or do you not think so? 58% of people, yes, it's in danger of collapse. Wowie. Do you support or oppose congressional investigation of the storming of the U.S. Capitol on January 6th?
No, most people don't.
No, 61% support.
What?
I'm shocked by but they've been told a lie. They've been sold a whole narrative about how the country almost literally fell because, I mean, I don't know if you've seen the kind of people who were invading the U.S. Capitol in the most horrifying and heinous event in American history. But they were really scary people, dude. Like, I'll show you a picture of one. I'll put it here on the screen. Now, I want to, before I put it up, Just want to be clear for viewers, discretion is advised. You're gonna see a terrorist right now. There she is. There, this is the threat to our democracy. Sorry, I can't. Here's the threat to our democracy. Oh, bro. Very scary. I'm terrified personally, but whatever. Finish off this poll. That's unfortunate. The 61% support, but again, they were total lies, so I can't be too surprised by that. Which comes closer to your point of view? The storming of the U.S. Capitol on January 6th was an attack on the democracy that should never be forgotten, or too much is being made of the storming of the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, and it's time to move on. 50% said never be forgotten.
Oh my god.
You've been so indoctrinated, but again, this will wear off. The COVID shit, 2 years. This has been 1 year. For this nonsense. Oh my gosh.
I've never seen fun people fall for something so fucking stupid.
People are dumb, dude. I don't mean that in a disparaging way, but...
Yeah, you do a little bit.
No, the average IQ is 100. Remember, that means that's the standard deviation. Is the standard deviation on IQ 10 points? So that, I mean, that's the, is it 15?
I think IQ is like that because of white people.
Standard deviation, I can't remember if it's IQ, if it's 10 or 15 points. Excuse me, it's been minutes.
15.
Is it 15? Yeah.
Mm.
Okay, but that means that's the standard. The average person falls within one standard deviation of 100 being the mean, meaning that the average person falls within, that's 50% of people, fall within the IQ range of 85 to 115. That's a pretty big difference, my friend. I'm just saying, it's a little bit of a big difference. The average person is a little dumb by that definition. By using the 50th, the 50% of people, right, who fall within that range. How much of the responsibility, if any, do you think former President Trump bears for the storming of the U.S. Capitol? A lot, none. 43% say a lot. That's also disconcerting, but,
That's also people are fucking stupid.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, press has a lot of, pull with the normies who are fucking
they're just listening to, they're listening to media narratives. And finally, how likely do you think it is that there will be another attack on the United States, like what happened on January 6th? 19% said somewhat likely, and 34% said somewhat likely. So clearly people think, I mean, I don't want to quote Tim Pool here, but that's going to mean 53% of people think that it's possible that shit's going to get worse. Half of the population thinks shit's going to get worse.
I mean, fucking Beanie Boy?
Yeah. Tim is always talking about the Civil War.
He's been talking about Civil War for like the last 3 fucking years.
Mostly the last year, but still.
Yeah, I don't mind Tim, but like that's like something he's fucking overselling like a
Everyone's a little bit irritated by it. Let's continue.
Yeah.
Sorry, let's get back to the point. I just want to read through that Quinnipiac poll.
The fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where we have made enormous progress. You mentioned the number of deaths from COVID. Well, it was...
That makes it sound like he's happy with how many people he's killed.
3 times that, not long ago. It's coming down. Everything's changing. It's getting better. Look, I didn't overpromise, but I think if you take a look at what we've been able to do...
Which is destroy...
Like what?
Yeah, like...
Destroy the border,
again,
fuck over Afghanistan, record inflation.
Again, just to reiterate exactly what the journalist, I don't know who said, the Beast Boy who came up there and actually put him to task a little bit. You didn't... But you haven't done any of that. You haven't done anything.
Yeah.
You'd have to acknowledge we made enormous progress.
Like what?
One of the things that I think...
Yeah, where?
Is
he just pointed out all of your failures. Where is the enormous progress? In your speech, by the way, that you gave before this, you just said there was progress while describing all your failures. So, sus.
One thing I haven't been able to do so far is get my Republican friends to get in the game of making things better in this country.
Okay. Just, if you've done all of these great things, What do you need the Republicans for exactly?
Your Republican friends also, by the way.
You don't have any Republican friends.
Yeah, some neocons, but whatever.
Mm.
You can't even get
Mitch
your own
McConnell?
party all on board.
Lindsey Graham.
Joe Manchin, Chris.
Yeah, you don't fucking your own fucking party hates you.
Uh-huh. All right.
For example, I was reading the other day, and I wrote the quote down so I don't misquote it. A quote from Senator Sununu. He
Sununu?
decided that he wasn't going, Governor Sununu.
Is Governor
He
Sununu a
decided
real
he
person?
wasn't going to run for the Senate in New Hampshire. Here's what he said. They were
Let's go
all, for the most, quote, they were all, for the most part, content with the speed at which they weren't doing anything.
Well, that really is a person.
It was very clear that we just had to hold.
I thought he was just thinking about Snoo. I don't know. Sorry, that is a real person. I'm sorry. I was not aware that Governor Sununu, who was a Republican, was the governor of New Hampshire. My bad. But that's an unfortunate name. Sorry. My ignorance is showing.
Hold the line for 2 years. Okay, so I'm just going to be a roadblock for the next 2 years?
Yeah?
That's not what I do, Sununu said. He went on to say it bothered me that they were okay with that. Then he was on to say, I said, okay, so we're not going to get stuff done if we win the White House back, Why didn't we do anything in 2017 and 2018?
Oh, this
And
is
then he
against the
said,
filibuster stuff.
how
yeah.
the Republican Sununu spoke to answer the challenge? He said, crickets, yeah, crickets. They had no answer.
So this guy's a moron.
I did
you
not-
know why we know why the filibuster exists. It's so you can't just push shit through with any voice from the minority. It's one of the very few things that we have. Oh, by the way, sorry, if the stream seems to be fucking off, it says that there's an issue. Stream status poor, because a lot of people just dropped out. Sorry about that. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why it's happening. It might be my internet. Either way, though, so we lost like half our viewers, but that's fine. Hopefully things will ameliorate themselves. But we need the filibuster for this reason, because otherwise, there's no say for the minority. And if you want to act like this is a democracy republic, the minority is still supposed to have a say. Otherwise, it's mob rule, right? And we'll get to that. Let's finish this up so we can get to the Colbert thing.
Bring on a monarchy.
Yeah, well, obviously, but let's end on the Colbert thing.
I didn't anticipate that there'd
Oh my
be
God, that's
such
Because it's so funny. I mean, he's in the thumbnail. We haven't talked about it.
to make sure that the
It's
most
so funny,
important thing was that President Biden didn't get anything done. Think about this. What are
What you
Republicans for?
Opposing you because you're a fucking communist.
He's not a commie. Like, don't insult communists with that, honestly.
I don't know who that's more offensive to him or the communists.
I'm saying calling him a communist is offensive to communists because he's not. He's just an would-be oligarch, uniparty shill.
How is that any different than communist?
Well, at least people who sincerely believe in communism have some principles. I might find them to be heinous and awful, and
I don't think any communists have any principles. But all right.
I like Commie Mark, man, and there's some other people that I agree with who are personal, commies, and not necessarily like anyone who's doing it as a status level. That person is not working in your best interest. I'll put it that way.
What are they for?
What are
Name me
you for,
one
Ryan?
thing they're for.
Lower taxes,
Yeah.
a secure border, energy independence,
Yeah.
a strong military. You know everything that you're not fucking for.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
old bastard.
And I don't like the GOP, but at least they have some principles, right? that are for the benefit of the American, really for their benefit, not for feelings, not for like we want to put more black, gay, transgender, disabled women into sports or whatever, like that kind of crap, which is meaningless pandering. That stuff, things that actually matter, the economy, education, real education, not teaching children that they should hate themselves for the color of their skin.
By the way, the still right now perfectly sums up his presidency.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I didn't realize it. Oh, the poor signer. She can't help it, you know? It's this, honestly, this...
I need to screenshot this face because I am going to use this in a thumbnail.
Please screenshot it because it's kind of a work of art. It's kind of a work of...
that is. actually is.
This is
the
like
best
a
screenshot.
Renaissance painting, dude.
Yeah, I'm totally saying this because that is the best.
All right, you get your
I've seen.
screenshot, chat. Get your screenshot now. I'm closing it. Oh, sorry, because our stupid fucking avatars are over top of it. Take the screenshot, post it later, spoon, so people can enjoy. All right, we'll get back into it.
And so the problem here is that I think what I have to do in the change in the tactic, if you will, I have to make clear to the American people what we are for. We've passed a lot.
What?
We passed a lot of things that people don't even understand what's in it. Understand?
Oh no, they don't.
Remember when?
Oh, they don't, Brandon. They don't, because you put a billion freaking things in these massive goddamn bills that are designed specifically so people can't understand what's in them. And that's why you're getting mad, because your giant fucking massive bill that's 10,000 pages long, or however long it is, hasn't been passed yet. Well, you already got one of your dumb things through, but now
in fairness to Biden, there's no way in hell he could read it because he would be dead by the time it's finished.
Very true, very true, very true. Much like the what was the which company was it that said they were going to release their COVID data, but take them 75 years?
Oh, Pfizer.
Was it Pfizer? Yeah, I don't remember if it was
Yeah, I
Pfizer
think
or not.
so.
Yeah, we'll release it. Just take us 75 years to get our documents together. Okay.
We passed
Everyone
the
involved
Affordable
with this
Care Act,
experiment will be dead already.
Yeah, of course.
and everybody thought that it really was getting pummeled and beaten, and it wasn't until
It still is.
after out of office and that next campaign, when that off-year campaign, and I went into I wasn't in office anymore. I went in a whole bunch of districts campaigning for Democrats and Republican districts who said they wanted to do away with health care, with Obamacare.
And they still do.
He still hasn't called
And
Obamacare. That's
I
kind of
started
cute.
pointing out that if you did that, pre-existing conditions would no longer be covered. And they said, huh? We didn't know that. We didn't know that.
'Cause you didn't-
Guess what?
Nobody reads these
We
bills,
won
including you. You got
over
some little
38 seats. Because we had explained to the people exactly what, in fact, had passed. Now, one of the things that I remember saying, and I'll end this, I remember saying to President Obama when he passed the Affordable Care Act,
What he remember was saying is a bitch on my shoes.
I said, you ought to take a victory lap. And he said, there's so many things going on, we don't have time to take a victory lap. As a consequence, no one knew what the detail of the legislation was.
Okay, even I know this.
Yeah.
That, because I remember some conservatives talking about this, and they hated Obamacare because their premiums went through the fucking roof.
Yes. Yes. Oh, because it did.
Obamacare cost them so much fucking money.
Yeah.
I remember the Hodgson said like their premiums like doubled within a year.
Yeah. Because that's what
It
happened.
fucking hemorrhaged
And by the
money,
way, it's a horrible goddamn system because you don't have the option to say no. You get fined for not having health care. How does that make sense? Please, could someone circle the square on that for me? How does it make sense? Like, hey, I'm looking out for the best interest of poor people, so you have to get insurance, otherwise I'm gonna fine you. Excuse me?
Yeah, what a great
Could
thing.
someone explicate to me how that makes sense for poor people? I don't get it. It's dumb as all hell. It doesn't make any sense. Whatever. Continue.
It was. They don't know a lot of the detail of what we passed. So the
You make
Neither
it,
do-
yeah, because you make it
difference is,
obtuse on purpose.
I'm going to be out on the road a lot, making the case around the country with my colleagues who are up for re-election and others, making the case of what we did do
Is this before or after Stacey Abrams snubbed you?
and what we want to do, what we need to do. And so I don't think I've
What we need to do is get rid of me and Kamala Harris.
For sure. But
overpromised at all, and I'm going to
I mean, if you
stay
put
on
it
this
on, if you
track.
put that on the fucking teleprompter,
You know,
you
one
know
of
you
the
read
things
it.
that
Such a ding dong.
I remember, and I'll end this with, I was talking with,
You already said you were going to
Jim
end it.
Clyburn,
There's some
who
other
was
things
a
you should end.
great help to me in the campaign in South
Oh, so
Carolina. And Jim said, and when he endorsed me, and there was a clip on television in the last couple of days of Jim, and it said that we want to make
Jim
things
wants on.
accessible and affordable for all Americans. That's healthcare. That's education. That's prescription
Education
drugs.
is affordable.
That's
We
making
pay
sure you
taxes
have
for it already. What the
access.
fuck are you talking about?
Access.
Oh,
All
you're
the
talking about
things that
college
everybody else
debt,
has.
right?
We can afford
By
to
the
do
way,
that. We can't afford
real
not
quick,
to do it.
real fucking quick, friends, let me ask this question. I know people who voted for this guy thought he was going to eliminate college debt. Where's that at? Oh, it's not even on the docket now, is it? How interesting.
So I tell my Republican friends, here I come. This is going to be about what are you for?
We know what we're for.
And I'll lay out what we're for.
What are you for?
Yes, government spending.
Government spending. Just be clear.
Mary Bruce, ABC.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned your Republican colleagues, but right now your top two legislative priorities, your social spending package and voting rights legislation, are stalled, blocked by your own party after months of negotiation. You are only guaranteed control of Washington for one more year before the midterms. Do you need to be more realistic and scale down these priorities
even ABC
in order to get
asking
something
a real
passed?
question.
No.
This is bizarre.
I don't think so. When you say more realistic, I think it's extremely realistic to say to people, because let me back up. You all really know
Hey, Austin.
the
Welcome.
politics in this country and your networks and others. You spend a lot of time, which I'm glad you do, polling this data, determining what the American people's attitudes are, et cetera. American people overwhelmingly agree with me on prescription drugs. They overwhelmingly agree with me on the cost of it.
They overwhelmingly agree that you need to take more of them.
May we roll back about 30
They
minutes or whatever.
overwhelmingly agree with me on early education. They overwhelmingly go on the list.
May we overwhelmingly roll back 20 minutes to where you and I read the Quinnipiac polling. And no, they do not at all. The only thing they appear to agree with you on is Jan 6, and that's because they've been fed a bunch of horse shit. All right? They don't agree with you on anything.
God.
Your polling is at 33 goddamn %. They don't overwhelmingly agree with you on anything, Brandon. Holy. Sorry. What a silly, silly dude. Like,
That's great.
On childcare. And so we just have to make the case of what we're for and what the other team's not for. Look, we knew all along that a lot of this was going to be an uphill fight. And one of the ways to do this is to make sure we make the contrast as clear as we can. And one of the things that I think is we're going to have to do is just make the case. I don't think there's any.
See, this is okay. I've been saying this for like fucking weeks now.
yeah.
The
I feel so
entire
bad for the
thing.
signer every time.
I don't. It's fucking funny. Everything that these fucking mongoloid, just fucking.
It's
It's
fine.
all about. Like, oh my God, there's just so many adjectives come to mind. Everything is about
Again,
fucking
try to say the
messaging
N-word
with these
challenge.
idiots.
I know.
No, fucking.
And
I'll say the other one.
don't do it. Don't
I'll
do
say
it.
the other one. Fuck it. No, I
No,
will
don't do it. I just look. I set up this channel. Don't do it.
Nothing bad's gonna happen for God's sake. No, it's just like they never deviate from you. Normal people would look at this and go, "What are we doing wrong?" Because policy-wise, he's
Everyone
doing
reckons.
shit.
Okay, we
Yeah,
went.
but no. Wait,
Sorry.
let me just finish it.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Is that normal people would look and go, "What are we doing wrong policy-wise?" Because the answer is fucking everything.
Yeah.
These fucking morons just go, "Oh, we need to message better." Dude, your product sucks. This is not an advertising fucking campaign.
It is to them though. That's how they see this shit. It's all just
But
advertising.
this is how they're gonna lose.
Well, I think
because
they're
this
aware
shit.
of that. I think they're aware of
No,
that.
they're not. No, they're not.
That's why they're saying they're not going to run. Some of them are aware. Like this is not a good plan. Like this. It's so
Oh,
funny.
God.
Biden's like, what do they stand for? What do the Republicans stand for? What
No
do
one
you
knows what
stand
the
for?
fuck-
All you do is bloviate and make promises that you don't keep. By the way, where's that college debt forgiveness? By the way, I mean that doesn't affect me, but it affects a lot of people who made bad decisions, and I do feel bad for them because they were kind of sold a lie. Okay, they were sold a
But
lie.
he's-
But it's one of many lies you get sold by the Democrats, right? You get sold all kinds of lies.
But you know what's funny? The fact that he says, "What are they for?" I still remember doing a video a couple of weeks ago after Youngkin won, and they polled in the wake of Youngkin beating Terry McAuliffe.
Mm-hmm.
They interviewed Virginia Democrats
Yeah, I remember this.
who could not tell the pollsters what their own party stood for.
No, they didn't have. Let's see if we can pull it up, maybe. But like, it doesn't really matter. It's mostly irrelevant. But we should be able to find it. I don't have it here with me, guys. Democrats. McAuliffe. 52%.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I know I've read this same thing though, but like, I don't know exactly what to look for to find it very easily. But yeah, they didn't know what he stood for. Yes, that's right, stands for.
Yeah.
Oh well, I can't find it very easily. I don't know where it is, but I remember seeing very similar data. Well, you probably well, I'm sure you sent it to me, to be completely honest. But
Yeah,
the reality is that, like, yeah, they were like, well, what does McAuliffe stand for? I don't know.
Yeah, they have no idea.
Because they don't know. It's all tribalism. It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with actual political beliefs. It's all about tribalism, and it's all about what it is. There is a belief.
Saying Trump's name over and over again.
Screaming Trump and thinking that Republicans want to harm you in some way, when in reality, and I'm not a fan of the Republican Party, by the way, but I'm not trying to pull a Tim Pool and constantly say, like, I don't like the Republicans either, but there's major problems with the Republican Party. But, and no offense to Tim, I know Tim, he's a nice guy, he's a great guy, but, like, shit, now I lost train of thought. The problem is, though, is that, like, the Democrats don't have anything to stand on besides, well, I mean, what they are now is we're anti-Trump.
Orange man.
We're against Trump. We're anti-Trump. But other than that, it's just, well, all they can do is disparage the Republicans, call them racist, call them sexist, call them bigots. Well, what do you stand for in opposition? What's so great about your party? Try to explicate it. You can't.
There is
because
nothing.
all they are at this point is, well, we're just not the Republicans.
But you know what? That's even funnier. The
Why?
Youngkin thing. It's because I went to go look at their campaigns on their website. Youngkin had like a fucking paragraph on a page. That was it.
Yeah.
Terry McAuliffe had like 18 fucking pages.
Oh, it was literally the lefty meme. Was it the fucking lefty meme?
It's like, just like a shitload of things. It's like, this is
I mean,
what
I
this
can't.
motherfucker stands
I don't know
for.
if I can put this
And
on the screen.
nothing. It was fucking great.
Have you seen this meme? I don't think I put it on the screen. Tell me if I can put this on the screen. If you think it. I'm sure like almost everyone has seen it, but do you think is this a bridge too far?
Let me see.
People probably know what I'm talking about of right-wing memes versus lefty memes.
No, that's great. I would say put it in the chat.
Okay, if you guys have not seen this, real quick, but how funny, because that's an actual representation of this fucking meme, which I disavow, by the way, but just saying. I
do not disavow. I endorse 100%.
I'm just saying. So I wrote you a fucking essay versus, I mean, like, there's a whole bunch of research on this, actually, which we could get into. I don't have in front of me right now, but, like, to be funny, you gotta be succinct, and you gotta be a little shocking, by the way. There's a fantastic piece of literature that, for whatever reason, always escapes me. Like, normally I'm so good at being able to cite stuff off the top of my head, but this is one I've cited so many times, and yet I never am aware of it. But I'm only talking because it's the other facts about the study that are really salient in my mind rather than the researcher's name, which is unfortunate. But they did a study on Hurricane Sandy and tweets, because there was a Hurricane Sandy Twitter account. And the Hurricane Sandy, I'm sorry, I'm going off base here, but I like to talk about studies. The Hurricane Sandy Twitter account was tweeting out jokes about the hurricane before, during, and after. Again, natural experiment. Chef's kiss. My favorite type of experiment. And they found that people really found the jokes really funny, like right before the hurricane hit. They did not find them funny, like during the hurricane. And they found that, or excuse me, it basically peaked. So like it got really funny as it got closer towards the hurricane hitting. Then it got really unfunny when people were struggling, and then over time it kind of got a little bit funnier again, but it became irrelevant, and the comedy didn't really pick back up, because once it's not relevant, that's the important part. If you're making fun of, if you're saying something that's not real in terms of comedy, you're saying something that's not relevant, it's not funny. You know, Dave Chappelle is a perfect example of this, and why they're so mad at him. The left, why they don't want Dave Chappelle to succeed, is because, look, if you're gonna be a comedian, you have to make fun of shit that's relevant. You can't just, you know, what the hell is left-wing comedy? I mean, apparently crying about rape like that one woman did on Netflix. Did you hear about that? Like it's just like it was a special where she just like basically got up, like yelled at the audience. It was being praised as a great comedy bit that should be watched instead of Chappelle. Whatever. This is total aside. Let's get back to Brandon. Sorry, we need to wrap shit up eventually. So let's continue.
Anything unrealistic about what we're asking? I'm not asking for castles in the sky. I'm asking for practical things the American people have been asking for a long time.
Such as.
A long time.
Such as.
And I think we can.
And by the way, just because the population is asking for something doesn't mean it's good.
You're not going to scale down any of these priorities. But so far, that strategy isn't working. You haven't been able to get some of these big legislative ticket items done.
I got two real big ones done. Bigger than any
one?
president has ever gotten in the first year.
But currently, Mr. President, your spending package, voting rights...
Hang on a minute. Brandon, which?
The infrastructure and the COVID relief.
Oh, that's... Oh.
Which actually made the inflation that he's fucking suffering in.
But he's saying it's not his fault. Happens under. Hey, Jeffrey Epstein, welcome to the chat. I heard that you didn't kill yourself. Let's continue.
You got Clinton, dude.
Legislation, they're not going anywhere. So
that's true.
Is there anything that you are confident you can get signed into law before the midterm elections?
Yes, I'm confident we can get big chunks of the Build Back Better law signed into law.
Big chunks, but not.
And I'm
not
confident that we can
thing.
take the case to the American people that the people they should be voting for, who are going to oversee whether the elections in fact are legit or not, should not be those.
Whoa! Hang on a minute. What?
Who are being put up by the Republicans to determine that they're going to be able to change the outcome of the election. So,
hang on. He said the quiet part out loud. He said the quiet part out loud, dude. Is that no? Hang on. What he just said, if you guys aren't aware, he said the quiet part out loud, which is that it's not a free and fair election if Democrats don't win.
Yeah.
That's what he just said.
We've already known that for a while.
Well, I know, but you're not supposed to say it like that, Brandon. You're not supposed to let people make it overtly clear that the entire purpose for your quote voting rights bill is so that Democrats don't lose. Unfucking conceivable. Sorry, I didn't mean to curse, but like, geez, dude.
Win.
Yeah, that it's.
Whether or not we can actually get election. And by the way, I haven't given up. We haven't finished the vote yet on what's going on the voting rights and the John Lewis bill and others. But
your party has given up.
Well, they seem to be.
Not much you can do about it.
Not resigning exactly, but saying we're not going to run again in droves.
Yeah. And that's a year away still, they're saying that shit.
How interesting.
So, look, this is... I've been engaged a long time in public policy. And I don't know...
And your only thing you've passed is a crime bill that you want to disavow right now because it's socially inconvenient for you to say your name was all over it.
Hey, if Streamlabs isn't working, by the way, guys, sorry about this. I guess if you're enjoying the content, I would... if you enjoy us sitting here and watching a presidential address, I mean, honestly, oops, not on that tab, sorry. I will try to find the Streamlabs. I have a different link, if that's more amicable. And if you want to, I don't mean to oh, that won't work here. Hang on. Oh, shoot. I gotta do it. Hang on. I'm gonna do. I'm really sorry. Let's continue. I'll try to find the Streamlabs link while we continue to listen to Brandon.
Things that have been done in one fell swoop. And so I think the most important thing to do is try to inform, not educate, inform the public of what's at stake in stark terms, and let them make judgments and let them know who's for them and who's against them, who's there and who's not there, and make that the case. And that's what I'm going to be spending my time doing in this off-year election.
Again, just fucking branding. It's just the fucking sloganeering fest for these people.
Yeah, of course it is.
You mentioned Republicans and reaching out to them. Some Republicans who may be open to major changes on voting rights, for instance, like Mitt Romney, he says he never even received a phone call from this White House.
That's because Mitt Romney
of course
is
he didn't. Of course he didn't. Well, written on
House. Why
well,
not?
I like Mitt. Look, Mitt Romney's a straight guy. He's one of the things that we're doing, I was trying to make sure we got everybody on the same page in my party on this score. And I didn't call many Republicans at all. The fact is that I do think that Mitt is a serious guy. I think we can get things done. I think I predict to you they'll get something done on the electoral reform side of it.
No, you're not going to.
This will be lame, but
rather than judge what's going to get done and not get done, all I can say is I'm going to continue to make the case why it's so important to
No one believes you, you senile old man.
not turn the electoral process over to political persons who are set up deliberately to change the outcome of elections.
That is... Why do you keep saying that, Joe? This is not gonna... Again, quiet part out loud, man.
yeah, weird. How bizarre.
The Allison Harris, please.
If you would like to donate, I believe that link works.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking of voting rights legislation, if this
She's pretty hot. Just gonna say that.
isn't passed, do you still believe the upcoming
the important
election
stuff out there, I
will be
see.
fairly
Of course. You wouldn't?
I'm just joking.
conducted and its results will be legitimate?
Well, it all depends on
On who wins. If it is the Republicans, no, it's because they did some shady shit. If it's
Yeah.
Democrats who win it, it's totally not rigged, even though that we have like the worst approval rating in like 50 fucking years.
Yeah, not looking great.
whether or not we're able to
Win. Say it. Say it.
make the case to the American people that some of this is being set up to try to alter the outcome of the
This is so fucking bad.
Alter the outcome meaning if we don't
And
win.
it's
Right.
one thing.
Yeah, that's all it means.
Look,
I can't believe he's being
maybe
this over.
I'm
I mean,
just
I guess he's just too discombobulated to not be real about what he means by this stuff. But like, yeah, they're being pretty clear.
That's because his aides are wetting themselves like, oh my god, don't say it, don't say it,
Don't say it, don't say it. But he said it without.
Too
I mean,
much mouth.
he said it though.
Remember
But the
how we
issue
thought
is that
not that many
it's not
people were gonna show
democracy
up to
if
vote?
Democrats don't
No.
win. How convenient for you.
Yeah. I don't know what he says.
of a pandemic. We had the highest voter turnout in the history of the United States of America.
Yeah, Joe, because
Uh-huh.
you know, I was awake during election night, and I saw like 5 or 6 swing states, like thousands of ballots at like 3 o'clock in the morning when everyone went away, and like Trump's lead disappeared within about 3 days, and Clinton said you shouldn't concede under any circumstances.
I remember that.
And I saw the mailing ballot count was like 700 times or 700% higher than it normally is, and the dismissal rate, which is usually like 2 to 3%, was like 0.2 to 0.3, and like a whole lot of shady shit, which would make normal people go that, and you just went, this is totally normal. And if I in any way say that to people, I'm a fucking crazy conspiracy theorist, even though I saw it with my own fucking eyes. Moving on.
Yeah, moving on.
Well, I think if in fact, no matter how hard they make it for minorities to vote,
Well, how?
Oh.
How? Dude, how? Oh my gosh, I have to go get another drink. I'm actually okay. Like, Spoon, do you want to tackle this on your own while because
I like the way Artemis is saying, please don't say the N-word, Mr. President.
well, we're all playing the game, Biden included, and I can guarantee you, knowing his background, this is a man well familiar with saying that word. I'll be right back, guys. Spoon, go ahead. You have the helm.
All right.
I think you're going to see them willing to stand in line and defy the attempt to keep them from being able to vote. I think you're going to see the people we're trying to keep from being able to show up, showing up and making the sacrifice that needs to be made in order to change the law back to what it should be. But it's going to be difficult. I make no bones about that. It's going to be difficult. But we're not there yet.
Changing the law back to what it should be. What does that mean? What law has been changed? And which ones? And why does it matter that it's changed? You see how they're very vague with this kind of shit? Because I've read a whole bunch of this. I've not seen any lefty fucking papers say what voting rights need to be changed and what makes it more difficult. It's just vague things like voter suppression. Except for the video that I did, which voter suppression means having an ID to vote. That's considered voter suppression. So, yeah.
We've not run out of options yet. and we'll see
Which means we're thinking of ways to rig the election.
how this moves.
And on Omicron and education, teachers are in revolt in so many places. Parents are at odds over closing schools and remote learning. You say we're not
Take off your mask so I can see your pretty face, Blondie. That sounded a lot more misogynistic than I wanted it to.
going to go back to closing schools. You said that just moments ago, yet they're closing in some areas. What do you say to those teachers and principals and parents about school closings, and what can your administration do to help make up for learning loss for students?
First of all, I'd put in perspective the question you asked. Very few schools are closing. Over 90.
Why are you doing that creepy whispering thing, you fucking weirdo?
95% are still open. So you all phrase the questions when people, I don't think it's deliberate on your part, but you phrase the question when anyone watches this on television. My God, there must be, all those schools must be closing. What are we going to do? 95% are still open, number one.
No, they aren't.
Number two, the idea that parents don't think it's important for their children to be in school, and teachers know it as well. That's why we made sure that we had the ability to provide the funding through the Recovery Act, through the act that the first act we passed, to be able to make sure schools were able to be safe. So we have new ventilation systems available for them. We have the way they scrub down laboratories and I mean, the laboratories kids go to the bathroom, cafeterias, buses, etc. All that money's there. There's billions of dollars made available. It's there. Not every school district has used it as well as it should be used, but it's there. And so, in addition to that, there is now another $10 billion for testing of students in the schools.
Wait a minute. So, let's be real about what he said. We gave you a shit ton of money. They didn't use it. It's the school's fault, apparently. Okay. I don't know, dude. I find this.
So I think as time goes on, it's much more likely you're going to see that number go back up from 95%, back up to 98, 99%. But the outfit, the individuals of the district that says we're not going to be open is always going to get, and I'm not being critical of any of you, it's always going to get front page. It's always going to be the top of the news. But let's put it in perspective. 95, as high as 98% of the schools in America are open, functioning, and capable of doing the job. How about Jen Epstein, Bloomberg?
Mr. President, thank you. Your top foreign policy advisors have warned that Russia is now ready to attack Ukraine, but there's still little unity among European allies about what a package of sanctions against Moscow would look like. If the US and NATO aren't willing to put troops on the line to defend Ukraine and American allies can't agree on a sanctions package, hasn't the US and the West lost nearly all of its leverage over Vladimir Putin? And given how ineffective sanctions have been in deterring Putin in the past, why should the threat of new sanctions give him pause?
You hear him breathing deeply over this.
That is a good fucking question.
It's a good question, and it's a great question. Did you hear his deep fucking sigh that just happened? You did it into the mic, Joe.
Uncle Vlad.
Because he's never seen sanctions like the ones I promised will be imposed.
All right, well, go ahead and do it.
Or after you let him green at his fucking gas pipeline.
You let all this happen,
mongoloid.
right? You've allowed all this to happen. What sanctions are you gonna put in now, Joe? Too little, too late. You're gonna allow Ukraine.
I've allowed him to fund his army, and now I'm gonna put sanctions on the motherfucker.
Oh,
what the
no!
Fuck are you smoking, you dumbass?
Oh no! What will he do? What will Putin ever do?
Oh my God.
Bruh.
Jesus.
If he moves, number one. Number two, we're in a situation.
Yes, I'm sure your little woke fucking rainbow feathered head weirdos are gonna totally kick the Russian army's ass. Like,
I'm sure they will.
Fuck you up any damn day of the
Absolutely.
week.
It's not like you've totally destroyed the U.S. military or whatever, but that's fine.
We're in a situation where Vladimir Putin is about to. We've had very frank discussions, Vladimir Putin and I.
Sure.
And the idea that NATO is not going to be united, I don't buy. I've spoken to every major NATO leader.
Is this
Last
before or
week,
after you
Vice
fucked up
President-
Afghanistan and then completely destroyed their trust in you?
Yeah, good question. How about that?
We've had the NATO-Russian summit. We've had the OSCE has met, etc. And so I think what you're going to see is that Russia will be held accountable if it invades, and it depends on what it does.
And what are you going to do? How will they be held accountable?
Minor
Sanctions?
incursion, and then we end up having a fight about what to do and not do, etc. But if they actually do what they're capable of doing with the force amassed on the border, it is going to be a disaster for Russia if they further invade Ukraine.
They already
Why?
have invaded, by the way. They've taken
And
parts
that
of
our
Ukraine.
Allies and partners are ready to impose severe cost.
I mean, this is like last
Like
year.
what?
What severe
Say
cost?
anything.
Because they're not going to do anything. Because for all the claims of Trump being a Russian puppet, let me ask you a question, Spoon. Did any of this happen under Trump? Or did
No,
Putin
because people were
behave?
shit scared of him.
Yes, Putin behaved himself. He knows that you are a weak, old codger. He's not afraid of you at
No,
all.
the reason why Russia was behaving is because Trump went to Russia and like banged a whole load of whores and just like increased their GDP. Like that's definitely
That's
what
why.
happened.
that's the reality. He just he banged so many Russian
Trump's
whores.
penis was single-handedly holding up the entire Russian GDP for like 4 years.
It's like a baby arm.
Trump, no, the thing, like every time it said Trump was actually going to golfing, that he wasn't. He was in Russia banging people. That's the reason.
Very based, honestly.
Fucking hell.
And
Sorry.
significant harm on Russia and the Russian economy. And, you know, we're going to fortify our NATO allies. I told them on the eastern flank, if in fact he does invade, I've already shipped over $600 million worth of sophisticated equipment, defensive equipment, to the Ukrainians.
No.
How'd that work out in Afghanistan, by the way?
Yeah, I was literally about to make the same joke.
Worked out
Cost
great.
of going
Stellar.
Yeah.
Of going into Ukraine in terms of physical loss of life for the Russians, they'll be able to prevail over time, but it's going to be heavy. It's going to be real. It's going to be consequential. In addition to that, Putin has a stark choice. He either de-escalation or diplomacy, a confrontation of the consequences. And look,
He's gonna confront you, and you're not gonna do jack shit.
Yeah, I mean, because he knows that you won't do anything. Yeah, you
Yeah,
put some
Biden's not gonna
sanctions
do
on him.
fucking
You're
shit.
gonna put some sanctions on him. Okay. And to what
Yeah.
degree? I mean, like, by the way, China can do whatever the hell they want. I mean, they're currently engaging in a genocide. Biden won't do anything about that. But I mean, like, Trump
yeah.
didn't either. But to be fair, but you know, certainly Biden's not gonna touch that topic ever.
No. He's too busy sucking off Xi Jinping.
I think you're going to see, for example, everybody talks about how Russia has control over the energy supply
You gave it to them, you stupid bastard.
that Europe absorbs.
Again,
Guess what?
but you allowed that to happen. So
Yeah.
what's this is insane.
That money that they earn from that makes about 45% of the economy.
It's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that as a one-way street. They go ahead and cut it off. It's like my mother used to say, you're biting your nose off to spite your face. It's not like they have
Something
all
you're
these
well familiar
wonderful
with,
choices.
Biden.
What the fuck is he even talking
I
about
don't know
right
at
now?
this point. I've gotten lost. So is he, to be fair. But
I spoke with the Prime Minister of Finland, and we're talking about concern on the part of Finland and Sweden about what Russia is doing. The last thing that Russia needs is Finland deciding to change its status. They didn't say they're going to do that, but they're talking about
Oh, this is the base meme. Like, you don't have a country.
what, in fact, is going on and how outrageous Russia is being. We're finding ourselves in a position where I believe you'll see that there'll be severe economic consequences. For example, anything that involves dollar denominations, if they invade, they're going to pay. Their banks will not be able to deal in dollars. So there's a lot's going to happen.
The way that your currency is creating right now, that's not exactly a threat, Biden.
by the way, Neon Suspenders and hey man, it's nice to see you in the chat. Point out something I didn't even catch. That Biden said he said biting off your nose to spite your own face. Not cutting off your nose.
I just felt that.
How do you bite off your nose, dude? How... You can't make it up with this guy. I mean, he's gonna try to bite something off. Have you seen that clip where he puts was it his wife? I think she like points at him and he just
And he bites
and puts his mouth around her finger. It's so weird.
Yeah, he does weird. Fucking proper bellend. Like Artemis in chat. Where am I? Why here
My
is this?
conversation.
Yeah,
Why are all these?
And
Yeah.
we've been, how can we say it? We have no problem understanding one another. He has no problem understanding me, nor
Oh
me
yeah, he does.
him.
Yeah, he does. Yes, he does. Putin definitely has a hard time understanding you, Biden.
And the
Biden, even you have a hard time understanding.
Oh, that poor
And the
signer.
direct
Every time.
conversations were, I pointed out, I said, you know, you've occupied before other countries, but the price has been extremely high.
Yeah, and
Such as?
clearly it's not been that high because he's wanting to do it again.
Yeah, such as.
How long? You can go in and over time, at great loss and economic loss, go in and occupy Ukraine. But how many years? 1, 3, 5, 10?
Yeah, how many years will your sanctions last? It's a good question.
What toll does that take?
That's a good question, Biden. How many years will your sanctions last? And versus how many years are they willing to hold Ukraine? Look, Russians believe, not all of them, but many, that Ukraine is rightful Russian clay. All right? You're not going to change that belief.
Yeah, please, based blood the boy.
So you're not going to change that belief. Your economic sanctions aren't going to do shit.
No, they're not gonna do shit.
And how long are you willing to hold them up to while you risk democratic incivility, or excuse me, not democratic. When you risk diplomatic incivility, now I got that word in my head, diplomatic incivility with Russia. It's not in your best interest. You won't do this for the long term. This is a bitch move that you will never enact.
The thing also to remember is, as far as the sanctions go, how much do you think the sanctions are worth versus how much money more he is getting because he greenlit the fucking Nord Stream 2 pipeline?
And another thing that
probably more.
Sandrook brought up in the chat, which is completely correct, Russia's already under sanctions. What are you going to do?
Yes.
How much more are you going to sanction them? I mean, you can always do it more, I guess, but you won't maintain this. Yeah. This is the most flaccid threat I've maybe ever heard.
It's real. It's consequential. So this is not all just a cakewalk for Russia. Militarily, they have overwhelming superiority.
This is why they will win.
And as it relates to Ukraine. But they'll pay a stiff price immediately, near term, medium term, and long term.
No, they won't.
No, they
if
won't.
They do it. I'm sorry. Okay.
Why you just apologize?
David Sanger, New York Times.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to follow up on your
Very
answer
very
there
outlet, so we'll see.
News.
We'll see.
about Russia and Ukraine. When you were in Geneva in June, you said to us about President Putin, I think the last thing he wants now is a Cold War. Now, since then, of course, you've seen him gather these troops, 100,000 troops around Ukraine. Your Secretary of State said today he thought he could invade it at any moment. You've seen the cyber attacks, and you've seen the demand that he have a sphere of influence in which you would withdraw all American troops and nuclear weapons from what used to be the Soviet bloc. So I'm wondering if you still think that the last thing he wants is a Cold War. And has your view of him changed in the past few months? And if it has, and he does invade, would your posture be to really move back to the kind of containment policy that you saw so often when you were still in the Senate?
Well, even Democracy Dies in the Dark had at least, it's a softball, by the way. That is a softball, but
number one.
At least somewhat of a question.
Number two, do I think he'll test the West, test the United States and NATO as significantly as he can?
What are you going to do if he invades Ukraine? You're just going to put in sanctions?
But I think he'll pay a serious and dear price for it that he doesn't think now.
You just said all you're going to do is put in economic sanctions.
And I think he'll regret having done it.
Alrighty.
Now, whether or not, I think that, how can I?
This is him losing his train of thought, by the way.
I mean, I did that earlier, but still, like, yeah, he's
if
totally
you look
lost
at
the
this
plot.
freeze frame right now, what you're seeing is Biden's brain buffering.
Say this in a public forum.
Whoa, what do you mean by that?
I think.
How can I say this in the public forum?
He is dealing with
What you mean is you don't know what to say?
what I believe he thinks is
Maybe
the
a
most
brain
tragic
bleed.
thing that's happened to Mother Russia, in that the Berlin Wall came down, the empire has been lost, the near abroad is gone, etc. The Soviet Union has been split. But think about what he has. He has 8 time zones, burning tundra that will not freeze again naturally, a situation where he has a lot of oil and gas, but he is trying to find his place in the world between China and the West. And so I'm not so sure that he has.
What are you trying to say, Brandon? Spit it out.
What are you trying to say? Yeah, I'm trying to follow the logic on this.
I can't follow what he's saying because
What it sounds like he's saying is like Russia is suffering from an identity crisis.
I guess so. Well, if they're suffering from an identity crisis, why would they not want to retake Ukraine, which again they see as their proper clay? Sorry, what's this about?
David, I'm not so sure he has.
I'm not sure you even know what the fuck you're talking about.
No shit.
Certain what he's going to do. My guess is he will move in. He has to do something. And by the way, I've indicated to him the 2 things he said to me that he wants, guarantees them. One is Ukraine will never be part of NATO. And 2, that NATO or there will not be strategic weapons stationed in Ukraine. Well, we can work out something on the second piece, pretending what he does along the Russian line as well, the Russian border in the European area of Russia. On the first piece, we have a number of treaties internationally and in Europe that suggest that you get to choose who you want to be with. But the likelihood that Ukraine is going to join NATO in the near term is not very likely.
And that's why he's going to invade the Ukraine.
Yeah, of course.
Based on much more work they have to do in terms of democracy and a few other things going on there. And whether or not the major allies in the West would vote to bring Ukraine in right now. So there's room to work if he wants to do that. But I think, as usual, he's going to... Well, I probably shouldn't go any further, but I think it will hurt him badly.
Which means I don't know where I'm going with this.
Yeah, of course.
That's probably what that means.
Like you were offering some way out here, some off-ramp, and it sounds like what it is at least an informal assurance that NATO is not going to take in Ukraine anytime in the next few decades, and it sounds like you're saying we would never put nuclear weapons there. He also wants us to move all of our nuclear weapons out of Europe and not have troops rotating through the old Soviet bloc. Do you think there's space for there as well?
No, there's not space for that. We won't permanently station, but the idea we're going to actually increase troop presence in Poland or Romania, etc. If in fact he moves. Because we have a sacred obligation in Article 5 to defend those countries. They are part of NATO. We don't have that obligation relative to Ukraine, although we have great concern about what happens in Ukraine. Thank you.
Then you're ending up in a Cold War. What you just described is what you said was not going to happen. Is you just described another Cold War. You're going to move troops into Poland. You're going to move troops. Where else did he say? Did he say Hungary? Where did he say? Who else is he?
Romania.
Romania. You're going to move troops into Poland and Romania, not into the Ukraine. Obviously, it's not part of our ability to. So you're engaging in a Cold War. You're going to put more sanctions on them, but you're going to let them do it. And all you're going to do, you're not going to. By the way, like. Okay, this is ridiculous. That's a Cold War, though. You're engaging in a Cold War, and you're going to only escalate it. We're going to be right back in 1985 again. Thanks. Great. I hate it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to follow up on your comment on Build Back Better and also ask you a question about the pandemic. You said that you're confident you can pass big chunks of Build Back Better this year. Does that wording mean that you are thinking about, you're looking at breaking the package up into individual portions? And then on the pandemic, now that the Supreme Court has blocked the vaccination or test rule for larger businesses, are you reconsidering whether to require vaccines for domestic flights as a way to boost vaccination rates?
No,
Thank you
look,
for being clear about it, by the way. Like, it's just to get people to take this shit.
on the
Not for safety.
last
Like,
part of the question.
real funny, like, real quick. Again, another part of saying the quiet part out loud. It's not about safety. It's not about health. It's just to boost vaccination rates. By the way, also, you're right, Sebastian Plante. What if Romania says, no thanks? Well, they're part of NATO, so they don't have much ability to say no. If America wants to just fucking move troops, or Poland. Now, by the way, Poland and Romania, I'm pretty sure, might tell the U.S. to screw off, because they're getting increasingly tired of this crap. Which is great for them. I'm very supportive of both Poland and Romania.
The Supreme Court decision, I think, was a mistake, but you still see thousands and thousands of people who work for major corporations having to be tested as a consequence of the decision made by the corporation, not by the standard ISET that is there. I think you'll see that increase, not decrease, number one.
Yep,
Yeah.
it's already,
Fucking
it's already happening. Carhartt, of course, comes out, is now requiring vaccinations. So, by the way,
It's
at least...
kill their business, by the way.
Yes. It's... I don't even know what Carhartt actually sells. It's just like... Is it a clothing company? Or what is it? Oh, the only way I've even heard of it is because Jeremy from the Quartering wears a hat. Which he knows is like... Yeah, it's a clothing company. It's a weird name. Carhartt makes me think it's about... it's about... but, well, they've been around for forever. 1889. Yeah, it's a clothing brand. Sorry for my ignorance. I just don't know. But how interesting, though. They're coming out and saying, we're just going to do it anyway. There's no federal mandate. You're not being forced to do it. You're doing it for fun is what you're saying. You're doing it for fun, and it's not going to be fun for you for long, friend. It's not going to be fun for you for long to keep doing this stuff. People will abandon you in droves. And yeah, you're completely right, Jarnegi in the chat. It's about compliance. It's not about safety. That's what he just said there. It's not about safety. It's not about health. It's about compliance.
Question?
Yeah.
On your comment that you made, that you're confident
Yes.
that major chunks of Build Back
Yes.
Better can pass, are you breaking it up? Does that
Yes.
mean?
It's clear to me that that we're going to have to probably
Oh, because we
break it up.
put a bill with 10,000
I
page
think
bill
that
with full
we
of
can
shit.
get, and I've been
And
talking
when people said
to
no because
a
it was
number of my colleagues on the
untenable.
Hill, I think it's clear that we would be able to get support for the $500+ billion for energy and the environmental issues that are there.
That's the one you're going to least likely get passed.
Oh, yeah, lead with that. Please.
Because
Lead
Mansion
with it.
Cinema is not going to fucking... Mansion is not going to
Mansion
vote for
will
that. 'Cause
never.
that is going to destroy his whole country. Fuck that.
By the way, and like, you know, I don't want to go off on a fucking tirade because I'm trying to get
West
through.
Virginia.
I'm trying to finish this off and then get through one more thing tonight. Are you down to do that, Spoon? I don't know. We've been on for a while, so it's up to you.
Yeah, fuck it.
But the
You
thing
want
is,
to watch, fuck it.
yeah, whatever. The Colbert thing is quite short. It's only like 5 minutes, but okay.
It's also very cringe and stupid.
It's super cringe. It's like you're gonna have to wear safety goggles and rubbly gloves to get through it. It's awful. That being said, though, being a West Virginian, you know, Montana Semper Liberi, our coal industry has already been destroyed. We used to be one of the biggest manufacturers of steel, but our coal industry has been completely destroyed. It's the only thing we have left, though. And why was the coal industry destroyed? Spoon, could you...
Democrats.
Yeah, there you go. Being not from West Virginia, you can answer the question. The Democrats systematically destroyed the entire economy of my home country, making it mostly dependent on handouts from the federal government, which, because people can't find work, they increasingly are reliant on welfare. They increasingly are reliant on government gibs, honestly. And what has that resulted in? The opioid epidemic, which is endemic in West Virginia. It has turned, like, West Virginia has never been some kind of, like, great, wonderful, beautiful state in the way that many others, I guess, could maybe claim to be. It's always been working class. It's dirty. It's you know, blood, sweat, and steel. That's West Virginia, right? You know? Not guns, germs, and steel. Blood, sweat, and steel. That's West Virginia. Not pretty. I mean, it is beautiful as a state, physically, but really, really rough times. It's always been exploited. It has always been exploited for 300 years by Yankees who come from outside of state, and I am using that term in the West Virginian sense, who exploited us either for our timber, or for our glass, or for our coal, or for our steel. And it's once again the same thing. And I don't like Joe Manchin. I don't. But the only thing West Virginia has left, the only thing it has left, is its meager coal industry, which has been gutted. So when you come for West Virginian energy independence, the only thing we have, you are saying, essentially, to kill West Virginia. You're asking us to commit Sudoku, all right? And we won't do it. Even Manchin, who's a Democrat, recognizes that we can't. It would destroy it. He'll never win again, for sure. Democrats will never win again if he goes along with that in West Virginia. And they're already on the brink. They voted for Trump twice, the state, at the national level. So, and the only reason they voted for Democrats locally is because Democrats were the ones behind the unions, and that was important when we had industry. But then Democrats got in power and destroyed all the industry. The end of my West Virginia rant. Sorry, continue. Just don't fuck around with West Virginia, man. Oh, a Rat King real quick. Will we have guests on this channel? Yes, we will have. I already have some set up. Some people who have said they're totally down. Some of which are pretty big, actually. But I think we have to get a little bit of a basic thing. We're just Spoon and I doing our back and forth as the normative. But yes, there will be guests on for sure. Right?
Yeah.
Number one. Number two, I know that the two people who've opposed, on the Democratic side at least,
whose names I currently can't remember,
support a number of the things that are in there. For example, Joe Manchin strongly supports early education, 3 and 4 years of age, strongly supports that. There is strong support for, I think, a number of the way in which to pay for this proposal. So I think there is. I'm not going to negotiate against myself as to what should and shouldn't be in it, but I think we can break the package up, get as much as we can now, and come back and fight for the rest later. Ken, Wall Street Journal, Ken Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you about the economy. As you said earlier, Americans are feeling the squeeze of inflation. Oil prices have been at about a 7-year high recently. How long should Americans expect to face higher prices when they're at the grocery store, when they're at the gas?
For as long as I am in office.
Forever. It's the new normal.
Is this something
that
they're going to see into the summer, into next fall? And separately, you talk about the importance of the Fed, but
for Brandon's answer to this one.
He's going to say he doesn't know.
Isn't that an acknowledgement that you're limited in what you can do if you're relying on the Fed to make decisions and you're unable to get a Build Back Better proposal through? Aren't you simply limited in what you can do to deal with inflation?
Well, look, as you know,
look here, Fat.
Ken, the inflation has everything to do with the supply chain.
No, it does not.
Sure. Okay.
It does in this. It does in one sense. It has the supply of fucking energy which he destroyed.
Yeah. Well, yeah, of course. You've destroyed American energy independence. Thank you.
I think what you're seeing is that we've been able to make progress on speeding up.
Answer the question, Brandon.
This is just like pointless filler
Yes, it's
words.
bloviating, and yeah, he's filibustering on the thing he wants to remove. Answer the question, Brandon. Are you going to be able to fix this shit, or is this going to be permanent?
To materials, for example, 1/3 of the increase in cost of living is the cost of automobiles.
What?
What the fuck?
What are you talking about? What? Where does this pivot? What is Spoon? Am I going insane?
No, I'm with you.
What is happening?
The reason automobiles have skyrocketed in price is because of the lack of computer chips. So we have the capacity, and we're going to do everything in our power to do it, to become self-reliant on the computer chips that we need in order to be able to
do with basic cost of living, you fucking
He asked you about the basic cost of. First of all, no, you're not, because you make all of these chips in Taiwan. Okay, let's just be real. That's not going to change. That's just not going to change anytime.
Yeah, the semiconductors.
And because also you can't pay Americans $1 an hour to the point where they throw themselves off of buildings to build microchips like they make in Taiwan. That's not happening.
They are making it in Texas, actually.
Some, but not to the same degree. The vast majority are made overseas for a reason, because they can pay them slave wages. Secondly, you're not answering the question. He's not asking you about cars. He's not asking about microchips. He's asking you about milk and bread.
And meat.
Yeah, and meat. And Biden already fucked off about just complaining about I didn't know until today that it was a monopoly when 4 companies were the largest distributors of meat instead of 1. I was always under the opinion or understanding that monopoly had that word mono in it, which meant 1. But you learn something new with Brandon every day.
More automobiles.
Or not.
That's underway. We've already passed, within the context of another bill, money for that in the House of Representatives, before the House of Representatives now. But I think there's a way we
The House doesn't sign any shit, Biden. You fucking, even I know how your government works, Jesus Christ.
If we can move to get, for example, that one thing done, it can make a big difference in terms of the total cost of living. Now, with regard to the whole issue of energy prices.
Ooh, this is gonna be good.
How interesting.
That gets a little more complicated, but
no, it doesn't. It's really fucking easy. Open up the federal fucking lands.
Just, yeah. Let it, yeah, there you go. Thank you.
You saw what happened when I was able to convince everyone from including China, India, a number of other countries to agree with us to go into their version of their petroleum reserve to release.
This is a really bad fucking answer, dude.
Yeah. It's not addressing the question, by the way. He's just going on a tangent.
Not at all. Yes.
Answer the goddamn question, dingus.
Brought down the price about 12-15 cents a gallon someplace.
Yes, after inflating it for like $6 fucking.
Yes.
Some places more. There's going to be a reckoning along the line here as to whether or not we're going to continue to see oil prices continue to go up in ways that are going up now relative to what impact that's going to have on the producers. And so
answer the fucking question.
He's not going to answer the question. Instead, I'm going to answer questions in the chat real quick. Mike Mysterio13 said soda, and I'm guessing where you're from. I don't know where you're from, Mike. Went from $3.40 to $5.50 for a 12-pack. And also Artemis Worm, politically backed chip cartel go, oops, all out of chips. Precisely. Fucking precisely.
Yep.
It's going to be hard. I think that's the place where most middle-class people, working-class people get hit the most. They pull up to a pump and all of a sudden, instead of paying $2.40 a gallon, they're paying $5 a gallon.
Yeah,
that's going to be really difficult.
Yeah.
But so we're going to continue to work on...
It is difficult, Brandon. Why is that happening? Now, he finally sort of got to it there, but he just said it's just going to be really... Let's see. Hang on.
Trying to increase oil supplies that are available.
Well, maybe if you didn't kill Keystone XL, maybe if you didn't kill Keystone XL, it wouldn't be such a big deal. For example.
Yeah.
Dude, it made me want to literally scream when he said that. I can't believe this.
And I think there's ways in which we can be of some value added in terms of the price of gas, natural gas, and the like, to take the burden off the European countries that are now totally dependent on
Keystone XL.
Russia.
Keystone XL.
Yeah, and they're dependent on Russia because of you.
Because of
Nimrod.
You. Because of you. God damn, dude.
It's going to be hard.
God,
it's going to be very hard. But I think that we have to deal with, for example, like I said, you have a circumstance where people are paying more for a pound of hamburger meat than they ever paid. Well, one of the reasons for that is you don't have...
You.
Yeah, you. That's one of the reasons.
Folks out there that are the ones that are got the big four controlling it all. And so you're going to see more and more, we're going to move on this.
They've controlled it for over 100 years. Or I'm going to guess it's been around that, okay? These same kind of conglomerates. It's been a long time. Why is it happening under you, Brandon? Why? Why are they doing this? Is this some... It clearly means that this is kind of grand conspiracy theory. Do we need some Snopes fact-checking on here? Why are they doing it now? They're not doing it because they're just greedy, evil, giant corporations, which, by the way, giant corporations are greedy, let's be real. But they're reacting to problems within the economy that are forcing them to increase their price because you've increased inflation. That's why hamburger meat now costs $20 for 2 pounds or whatever. It's not out of greed.
You know how you can tell it's not out of greed?
Yeah.
When literally everything increases in price.
Yes, when everything's increasing. And by the way, big four meat companies. What the hell is this? That, again, that's at best an oligopoly, right? But that's not a monopoly. You have to admit that by your own weird conspiracy theory. That it's not it's not one company that controls big meat, okay? Although I like the term big meat. But it's not big meat by... Jesus, you dumb fuck. Oh, man. Just bury me with my memes, man.
This competition piece to allow more and more smaller operations to come in and be able to engage in.
Now let me tell you another question, another answer about this real quick. I was talking about the other day. Sorry. Another side. Small operations. Something I talked to you about real briefly the other day, Spoon, is that, like, have you ever looked at the cost of small produced meat products, for example?
They're kind of pricey.
It's in. If I can bring it up real quick, I can. Okay. Co-op. There's a
the co-op thing, yeah, that's
right.
Significantly higher.
So I don't know, like, if I can still find this anymore, but do they still have their website up? There it is, Mountain People's Co-op. Oh, their website's down. That's great. So I can't find it right now because my example website for some reason is down. But there's in Morgantown, West Virginia, which is where I went to grad school. There's a co-op. They sell local, small batch made. Do you call it small batch if you're raising cattle? I don't know how that works exactly, but you know, it's like a local, all hand-fed, whatever. It's not hand-fed. What do you call it? Like it's non-GMO organic beef farmers, right? They're local. I understand why people want to do that. I totally get it. I looked at the prices, and I think I sent them to you a little while back. But I sent you and this is like over a month ago or something. I sent you the prices where I compared it to the local Kroger, and the cost.
Yeah, it was like $3 higher.
It was $3 for like a pound of beef at the Kroger was like, I don't know, $3, $4. The cost of beef at the co-op from their local small distributor was like $8. So, you know, just beware, these small businesses, which is good, fine for them. If you find your niche, and I totally support that. But be aware, these small farmers, they charge more, and they charge more for a reason. But like, this is, well, in part because they can't meet the prices. Let's be very clear, they can't meet the prices of the big four beef industry. But at the same time, people will be willing to offer a gimmick, right? You gotta offer a gimmick. And the fact that it's 4 companies, it's an oligopoly, I guess, at best, it's not great, I suppose, but it's not a monopoly. No one is running big beef.
Buying and providing.
You just like saying that, don't you?
I like saying big meat, yeah.
Meat than exists now. But it's going to be a haul. Now, and I assume the reason you said if I can't get Build Back Better relates to what those...
Because you can't.
17 Nobel laureate economists said that if in fact we could pass it, it would actually
thank you, so ring.
Lower
why is bread so expensive, Biden? Big
meat. Reduce inflation over time, etc. So there's a lot we have to do. It's not going to be easy, but I think we...
Please explain to me how the hell a massive amount of fucking spending is in any way going to reduce inflation. Do you even understand how inflation fucking works?
Yes, okay.
Secondly,
well, hang on.
Is all of your entire economists held just by like fucking Keynesians?
No, are they all Keynesians? Are they want to be socialists? They like, well, just spend more money. It's how you just gotta spend money to make money. You ever heard that idiom? Obviously, just spend more money, then you make more money. It's an idiom, therefore it must be correct.
That works in the private economy, not so much.
Yeah, of course it does. I'm being facetious, but you know, it's extremely silly. Extremely silly.
Oh, God.
We all know big pork is more satisfying. Thank you, Sebastian.
That's why the single best way single best way to take the burden off middle class and working class folks is to pass the Build Back Better piece that are things.
How about that?
Stop taxing them.
Things that they're paying a lot of money for now. If you get to trade off higher gases, you're putting up with higher price of hamburgers and gas versus whether or not you're going to be able to pay for education and or.
You don't pay for education? What are you talking?
What?
He's talking about higher ed, right? He has to be, correct? Because you don't pay for education.
I think if you can afford higher ed, the current economic problems are probably not affecting you.
Well, again, so he's talking about higher, because
anyway.
you don't pay for education in the United States unless you choose to go to a private school. You don't pay for education. It's called public school for a reason. It's public.
This is how you know the guy just talks in platitudes.
Well, I don't know what he means. I honestly don't know what he means by this. I don't know. It's confusing to me. I don't understand it.
Care and the like. I think most people would make the trade. Their bottom line would be better in middle class households. But it's going to be hard. And it's
good thing we're destroying the middle class by doing shit like this, then.
You mentioned China. Do you think the time has come to begin lifting some of the tariffs on Chinese imports, or is there a need for China to
He's got his MacBook.
Make do on some of its commitments in the Phase 1 agreement? Some business groups would like you to begin lifting up those tariffs on China.
Well, I know that, and that's why my trade rep is working on that right now. The answer is uncertain. It's uncertain. I'd like to be able to be in a position where I can say they're meeting the commitments.
Okay, so in other words, we're gonna put more tariffs on Russia, and we're gonna ease tariffs on China. Gee, I wonder why. I mean, he didn't say it in so many words, but he's implying it very heavily.
Basically, he wants to suck off China.
No shit. Beijing Biden is an apt name for a reason.
Yeah.
More of their commitments and be able to lift some of it, but we're not there yet.
They gotta make a few more payments before he's there.
Nancy, CBS.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. This afternoon, the Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said that the midterm elections are going to be a report.
Woman, why is there buttons perfectly on your tits?
It's a little distracting, but she's very pretty. I mean, I can't see her full face obviously because of the mask, but she's very pretty.
Card on your progress on inflation, border security, and standing up to Russia. Do you think that that's a fair way to look at it? And if so, how do you think that report card looks right now?
I think report cards will look pretty good if that's where we're at. But look,
except for by every demonstrable measure, it does not look good.
Metric.
Every metric.
How do you have a 33% approval rating and go like, I think it's gonna look pretty good? Like, what fucking world do you live in?
For real, Spoon, how is he staying up here with a 33% approval rating and saying all our metrics are looking real good?
Because he doesn't know his approval rating.
No, again, he doesn't know what
I guarantee you he doesn't know.
No,
I guarantee he doesn't know what it is. No.
The idea that Mitch has been very clear. He's going to do anything to prevent Biden from being a success.
No, you are doing a pretty good job of making you unsuccessful.
Precisely. And also, you know who's preventing you from, quote, being a success more than anyone else? As was brought up earlier, it's not Mitch McConnell, it's Joe Manchin and Christine Sinema. They're Kirsten. I always think I pronounce her name wrong. Is it Kirsten or
the
Kristen?
funny thing, Kirsten Sinema. Also, secondly, this is the funny thing. If they were to pass his stupid thing, it would be worse.
Yeah, of course it would. Of course it would.
Because it would increase inflation.
Yeah.
Which is the main fucking thing bothering people.
Yeah, of course.
He's ironically saving what little left there is of your fucking presidency.
Yeah. It's really the only reason that it's not lower than 33% is because he's not allowing your destruction of the American government and economy to become worse than it already is. But alas.
I get on with Mitch. I actually like Mitch McConnell.
You just insulted him.
We like one another, but he has.
Of course you do.
Yeah, I'm sure they do like each other.
Bitch.
You're uniparty, neoliberal, neocon bullshitters, so whatever.
I'm an establishment bastard, and I like an establishment bastard.
Make sure that there's nothing I do that makes me look good in the mind, in his mind.
Nothing you do makes you look good, which is why your approval rating is 33%.
Exactly.
The public at large, and that's okay. I'm a big boy. I've been here before. But
you have been here before. You've been here for 45 years.
Yeah, that's probably not the best thing.
I'm happy to debate and have a referendum on how I handle the economy.
Sure, that's why you want to end the filibuster.
Made progress.
Because you want to debate.
Look, again, I'm taking too long answering your questions. I apologize. I think that the fundamental question is, what's Mitch for?
What are you for? This is back
What
to
are
the
you
thing.
for, you
This is back to what are they for? We stated Republicans are pretty
all
straight up about
presidential
what they're
speech
for.
is boring.
I'm actually like well, I mean now we're just answering questions.
What's he for on immigration?
By the way, Trump's were not. Trump's they were fun as hell to listen
Being
to.
better. What's he for? Dealing with Russia.
What are you
It's
for?
different than
You just
I'm
said you're not. You gave a
many of his
non-answer.
Republican friends or his colleagues are supporting it.
You gave a non-answer on the Russian thing. You gave a total non-answer.
Yeah.
So, like, what are you for? By your own admission, what are you for? In this press conference, you gave a non-answer on what are you for about Russia. I might do something, maybe. Put in some sanctions, maybe. If they invade Ukraine... Alright, dude.
What's he for on these things? What are they for? So everything's a choice. A choice. I think look, I've laid out a proposal on immigration that if we...
This is the last fucking thing you should speak about.
Mm-hmm.
Like immigration, you have destroyed the southern border. You have let in fucking millions of people. They were unvaccinated. You have not given a fuck. You
Which no one cares about.
On the border, you are a fucking disaster.
Precisely.
Immigration is the last thing you should open your mouth. Where's that fucking borders are, bitch?
Well,
who still hasn't visited the border.
Kamala went down there. But also, you let in millions of unvaccinated illegals. Well, excuse me. What's the word? Dreamers or whatever they want. Well, I know that's for second generation. But you let in millions of unvaccinated people when apparently you care so much about vaccination rates. So and the border is a mess. So don't talk about this. It's not a good look for you. It brings up it opens up the door to things you're not going to want to answer, and he can't answer.
Passed it, we'd be in a totally different place right now. But we're not there because we don't have a single Republican vote. My buddy John McCain's gone.
Oh my God!
So
again, letting the mask slip. Oh, John McCain's gone. So.
Also, by the way, that's a good thing.
Yes.
Fuck John McCain.
Well, I've said before. I only ever regret. No, I'm not going to defend him. Fuck John McCain. But I've only regretted ever making one tweet, and it was saying "Ding dong, the witch is dead" when he died. I do regret that. That was rude and insensitive of me. And I shitpost all the time on Twitter.
Was fucking based, by the way.
I shitpost and I make terrible posts on Twitter all the time. But that was uncivil and it was uncalled for. He has a family.
He made a video and he said like, "Fuck John McCain. I'm glad he's dead." Like,
yeah, I understand, but unfortunately, I try to be a little bit more civil, but whatever. That's the only tweet I've ever made that I've regretted.
I don't think you should be civil to someone who's killed.
John McCain was a war criminal. Let's be very real.
Yes, exactly.
He was a war criminal.
Yes, fuck him.
So I don't have any.
He's dead.
But you still don't. You shouldn't be rude. I guess.
I'm not one of these people of you don't speak ill of the dead. No, fuck that.
Yeah, I guess.
Bullshit.
Yeah, you're probably right. Just I don't.
Because I'm right.
I try to be civil, except for when I'm not being civil and making memes. but I'm only shit posting. I try to be nice to everybody and understand their positions. Now, I'm not gonna be nice to Brandon because I understand his position. That's why I'm not gonna be nice. But
this is the thing with me and Aiden is Aiden thinks you should like be nice to people who wouldn't be nice to you, and I'm like, no, fuck that. I will not be nice to you if you're a dickhead. You do not deserve respect. You do not deserve the same rules that everyone else plays by if you will not play by them yourself.
Sure.
You don't play by the rules, you don't get the protection of the rules.
Yeah.
Which is why you should get tanks to drive over communists.
Well, I will not disavow that one actually. Look, I'm just saying there's nothing wrong with a free look, what do communists love? Free stuff. So if I offer you a free helicopter ride, I don't see the problem. That's a meme.
In a shade did nothing wrong.
Listen. Okay, I am a pacifist. But if you argue for removing my rights, and you don't think that rights even exist, that they shouldn't exist, human rights, because they need to be removed in order to establish your great communist utopia, then I think Pinochet's argument, and therefore Hoppa's argument about physical removal, makes sense. I don't ascribe to it, personally, but just saying, if you're saying that I don't have any rights, and I should be allowed to be subjugated and oppressed, and killed, then why am I supposed to not think the same thing about you? Just saying, turnabout's fair play. If you advocate for physical removal, why do you get butthurt when people say it about you? Just saying, just my opinion. Just my opinion. I think an objectively correct one. If you think I should be killed, what am I supposed to do? Just roll over and be like, well, I guess I'll die.
It's going to take time. And again, I go back to.
It's gonna take time that I don't have.
There's Sununu's quote. How long? I mean, rhetorical question. I know it's not fair to ask the press a question. I'm not.
Yeah, because it'll make a lot of jokes out of you. That's why. Like the one I just did.
Asking you. But think about it. Did you ever think that one man out of office could intimidate an entire party where they're unwilling to take any vote contrary to what he thinks should be taken for fear of being defeated in a primary?
What are you talking about?
5
they did it all the
Republican
time.
senators talk to me, bump into me, quote unquote.
Also support the stream if you want.
Who told me they agree
Use your free
with
will.
whatever I'm talking about for them to do. But Joe, if I do it, I'm going to defeat it in a primary.
Yeah, because you're.
You got to break that.
Because they're terrible ideas.
Yes, because their ideas are shit.
Of course, of course.
It's got to change.
Why? Why should that change?
Yeah, why? Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't. People shouldn't. He's basically saying like they shouldn't be held accountable by their constituents. So you should just be that. Again, this goes back to the same thing, that it's only democracy if we win. It's only democracy if we win, and therefore it's also like it's only cool if you do what the fuck I tell you to do, and you can betray your constituents. Well, Joe, I mean, unfortunately for them, they can't for the most part. A lot of these smaller level politicians, by smaller level I mean even at state level, senators and congress people and governors even, they don't have the ability to fortify a democracy and fortify an election the way that you did. So they actually have to listen to their constituents and care about what they think. Wasn't that the purpose? Excuse me, Spoon, could you describe to me what is the purpose of a representative democracy? In terms of
purpose?
Yeah, what's the purpose of these representatives?
Well, I don't know about you, but I was under the impression that the representative is supposed to represent the interests of the people who voted for them.
Oh, shoot. Well, that doesn't seem to align with what Brandon here just said. The purpose is to go with whatever he says. And to not align with the will of your constituents.
Yeah.
This is interesting.
And I doubt you're all, sounds like I'm being solicitous. You're all bright as hell, well informed.
We both had like the exact same response, just like mild chuckling. Like, sure.
More informed than any group of people in America.
Sure.
Fuck
Sure.
are you smoking?
Sure. Oh my gosh. Sure, Brandon.
But did any of you think that you get to a point where not a single Republican would diverge on a major issue?
Well, let me ask you this question, Brandon.
Can I just ask maybe, what does that say about how fucking terrible you are?
Not only how fucking terrible.
An entire party against you.
But the real issue is that what he's describing is totally normative for what the Democrats do as well. They do you don't get.
Yes. You had the entire party against Trump.
Yes, they were all against Trump. So don't pretend like this is new. This is the system that you have created, and it's why democracy is a failure. I don't want to get too on my democracy soapbox. But there's an hour left of this? Hang on, I'm at 1 minute and 5 seconds. Is this real? Is there really an hour left of this? Do you want to keep listening to it?
Okay, let's go.
All right.
Let's
Well, I wanted to watch that Stephen Colbert thing.
No, just see how we go.
Do you want to take a break
Play
and watch
by
the
ear.
Stephen Colbert thing?
If you want to.
I'm not. I don't know. I don't know what the right way. Oh, by the way, also this video
I'll
now
share.
has been removed. By the way, just like putting that out there.
This one?
Yeah, but I got the URL, so it's fine. This one was immediately removed. It's up everywhere, obviously. So.
Because it's really fucking bad. That's why.
How is it this? No way. How is it this? How are we this fucked? Yeah, I guess we've talked about it a little bit. But we're at 1 hour and 5 minutes. I want to take a break because I can't stand Brandon. Do you want to take a break and listen to the
ramblings of a mad fucking woman?
Let's listen to because I need a break, man. I just need a little bit of a break, and I'm thinking probably many people in the audience who are still watching. I don't know if we'll go back to Brandon, but let's listen to the ramblings of an insane madman, because Stephen Colbert has absolutely lost his goddamn mind, and this is really, really funny. Let's wake up for a minute and listen to something a little bit funnier. I mean, Brandon's hilarious always, but I think this might be a little bit more fun just for a minute. We might get copyright claimed for this, and so for that reason, I'm going to do something over here in OBS. Hang on. I am going to then go in here. I'm going to flip it. I'm going to flip the screen. Normally I don't have to do this, but Copad, and we're going to do... Where is it? Where is it? How do I flip it?
This is really bad.
It's really bad. It's really funny, to be honest. Image mask. Is this it? No. Oh, that's... I can do some fun stuff with that, but... How come I can't... How I... how to flip it? Hopefully it won't be an issue. But... Let's see. Oop, not that. That's not it. Where'd it go? Oh yeah. There we go. Hopefully this won't get claimed. I guess again I can try to put a filter on it. Let's do this. Sorry, I don't want to get claimed over this clip, because it will inevitably get clipped or get claimed. Ahead. Well, it's tiny. Hopefully, by the way, this is fair use, okay? But we got an overlay over it. Let's hope it works. Okay. Okay, let's hope this works. This is very, very funny, guys. Here's Stephen Colbert, who is not an unhinged lunatic, talking to Elizabeth Warren, aka Pocahontas. Let's see. They record the waiting screen. Yeah, I know they do, but we still had like 50 minutes ahead of us of questions. It went on for a long time. Let's do this there for a minute.
Sure. Hey, everybody. We're back here with Senator Elizabeth Warren. If you can't get rid of the filibuster, what about, and just hear me out here and try to hear this objectively.
I'm ready.
What if we just get rid of the Senate?
No, is that a joke?
100% serious.
He says he's 100% serious.
Here. It is the most anti-democratic institution.
There's that word.
Next to the judiciary, because the judiciary is only the way it is because the Senate is the way it is.
So, welcome, friends, to the craziest full-on mask-off shit I've heard in a long-ass time.
Yeah.
Well,
so apparently that you have 52 people in the Senate blocking the fucking shit. This is apparently anti-democratic.
Well, I brought this up because we were talking about like the idea of what the point of representative democracy is, and republicanism thereby. And so what did Stephen Colbert just say there is abolish representative democracy because it's anti-democratic. Sure, it is, I guess, on paper, but it's a representative democracy, Stephen. It's not a full, pure democracy, and that was on purpose. So you can't just do mob rule on the people. But apparently that's your preferred system. Am I misunderstanding him?
No, but let's see if it makes any more sense.
Let's see.
Because I actually haven't seen this clip.
Oh, dude, it's amazing. Sorry.
No one would drop a single tear. You've already got tenure. You can go back to your
But just real quick.
Job. You'll be
sorry, just real quick. I want you.
Would actually drop a few tears.
I want to be really. Everyone watching, I know that we do have some like sort of. I forgot how to put filters over top of this video in OBS. But the reality is, look at how uncomfortable Elizabeth Warren is, because she did not sign up for this guy to come out here and say insane crap at her. Like, let's abolish the Senate. Let's abolish the Supreme Court and just have mob rule. She did not sign up for that. She has no idea how to respond to it.
You know what I would find really funny? When the Republicans take the House and the Senate, which they will.
Well,
I want them to come out and then just say, let's get rid of the filibuster in the Senate now and just watch the fucking Democrats lose their fucking minds. Oh my god, it'd be funny as
It would be so
shit.
funny.
It would be the fucking funniest thing ever.
It would be really funny.
Just please do that. Just even as a meme.
Yeah, do it knowing it will fail. Just to fuck with them. Just as a fuck you.
Yes.
I'd love it.
Fine.
Oh my god, fuck
Spend more time with Bailey and Bruce, okay? I don't understand what possible positive purpose the United States Senate provides right now.
He's not memeing.
You from passing the shittiest legislation ever.
Yes, that is why. But just to be clear, Stephen Colbert is not joking here. He wants to destroy the American three-party system. The only thing that he already said he also wants this to apply to the Supreme Court. So he wants to get rid of the Supreme Court, or three-party, but three segments of justice, of governments, right? He wants to get rid of the Senate. He wants to get rid of the Supreme Court. So what's left, Stephen? I mean, I guess the House, but he wants to get rid of the legislative and
the House is primarily owned by the Dems. That's why.
Interesting though.
Although not for long, if you do the
long.
redistricting thing, it's
so the House is fine. So we have one legislative branch, I guess, left. But then he wants to get rid of the judiciary, and what's left? The executive.
The executive. Yeah.
So you want, or as far as I can understand, Stephen Colbert here is advocating for direct democracy and for a one part of government, executive. With no, he is not a monarchist Artemis worm. What he's describing is a totalitarian dictatorship. He's describing Hitlerianism or whatever, you know? If you want to call, like, this is full democracy, right? Yeah, Rat King, full democracy. Full-on democracy. Get rid of the entire system of checks and balances, because I don't like it that Republicans sometimes win. Oh, wow, mask full off, isn't it?
Wow.
Look, she can't even respond because he asked her such an insane thing. What? Can't even respond.
I hear you.
Do you?
Here's what we provide in theory.
Yeah, always in theory, of course.
To be the deliberative body. That was what we envisioned. But so long as we are tangled in the filibuster, then we don't get to do what the founders envisioned that we would.
I want to kind of fuck with the color scheme just to avoid it. This will make them more gray and funny.
When the debate is over and
this
then
will be
vote on
real.
them. Instead, where we are now, is somebody just and what happens is the things that matter most in our country, the things that affect people right where they live, things that are popular with a lot of people. You know, we could be doing
like voter ID.
We could be doing universal child care right now, but we get tangled up in the
What do you mean by that? You already have this is their whole this universal child care thing. Sorry, this is their new obviously.
Baby.
It was in this is their new thing. Yeah, funnily enough. This is their new little meme. And the reality is like, okay, it's not enough for you that the government owns children essentially from the age of 3 to 18. Now we need to make it 1. We need to make it earlier. Is the nightmare goggles an improvement, guys? I put a horrible filter on it just to try and screw with Colbert a little bit, but because otherwise I think it will get claimed. Even though this is fair use season, but I've dealt with the system for too long to not know how this crap works.
Just gonna make it look like an NPC.
Yeah, it's funny. So, but yeah. So they're moving this down. It's like, wow, we don't have enough ability to control your children and indoctrinate them. So we need some more. What do you mean universal childcare? Because your children, when they go to school at the age of 3 or 4, that's all free. That's all free. Unless you choose not to. It's free.
Oh, exactly, free. It messes up the entire country's fucking.
But
future
by
youth of this
free, I
country.
mean the way that they mean free. Your tax your tax dollars
I'm
pay
just
for
being kind of pedantic.
it. Your tax dollars work for it. So, all right. But now it's not enough. It's got to be. By the way, and what a weird kind of thing to say. Or kind of implication, right? Of why is it an issue that you want someone else to take care of your child when they're under the age of 3? Is that not kind of weird to you? You know what I mean? Under the age of 3, that's a very small child. I find that very bizarre. I just find it weird.
We could be doing negotiation of prescription drugs and lowering the price of prescription drugs. We could be doing it right now.
Trump tried to do that. Trump tried to do that. We talked about this earlier. Trump tried to do that. You blocked it.
Could be changing the rules around this country. I said earlier about gun safety and saving lives right now.
You don't give a fuck about saving lives.
No, you don't.
We not only don't get to do it at the end, we don't ever even get to have a debate around it.
What are you talking about?
The filibuster keeps us from doing.
I love how they you guys want a really really bad like based red pill.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's probably be shaded some people. If you take away black people being shot and their guns, you would reduce the crime in America by like 85%.
Yeah, pretty much. But if you just well, I want black people to have guns to protect places where they live that are really dude. Because the places that they live are really shitty, because mostly because of other black people, but
it's because other black people shooting them.
Yeah, exactly. but the people shooting them usually have illegal guns. Just saying.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, but you know, gun legislation is not gonna make a fucking difference because criminals don't actually give a fuck about laws.
Course, yes, of course. That's what we always talk about. Is that like gun legislation doesn't work because if people want to get guns, if they want to get weed, if they want to get whatever you outlaw, they will do it. That's why I'm also against marijuana legislation, just because people are gonna do it. I'm actually against all drug legislation. Just let people smoke. If people want to if people want to smoke crack, let them. I don't care. Like, it's your right to screw up your life, honestly. Now, I'm about to light up a cigarette as I say that. Just a proof of point.
But then you are not allowed to get any taxpayer-funded healthcare services.
But I don't believe in taxpayer-funded healthcare. So
yeah, I know.
So
I'm saying if you want more freedom, then you also be more free to fucking pay.
Yes, you need the freedom to fuck up. That's what freedom is. It's the freedom to succeed and the freedom to fuck up. That's your right. That's your right. It should be, under a truly free system. Let's continue. I hope you enjoyed the horrifying thing that I did to Elizabeth Warren.
Things that are supported by 70%, 80%, 90% of the American people. And that is fundamentally anti-democratic. So
there's that word again.
No, it is supported by people who fucking poll.
Yeah, of course. But there's that word again. There's that word again. I can't stand it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much.
A Senate with a filibuster? It's a serious question. Why are we there?
If
let me tell you real quick.
Take control.
Real quick.
Because
why
people
is
don't like the shit you push.
Real quick. The reason why the filibuster is there is so the minority can have a voice. Is that not the point of a democracy? So the minority can still have a freaking voice within government. You're saying, no, we don't want the minority to have a voice. We just want mob rule. Well, that's not democracy. Well, it is democracy. It's a direct democracy, but that's not democratic republic. Yeah. It's not what the American system was based on. If you want direct democracy, which is that's why they keep using the word, then that's it.
Want mob rule.
Then you want mob rule. You want mob rule, and they say this. Who was I listening to earlier? Where they're like, oh, there's 40 million more Democrat voters, and therefore we should just let them do it. Do whatever they want. It's not fair. It's not fair that Democrats don't get to rule everything because they're we have 40 million more voters. Yeah, that's not if you want that to be the case, then you want a direct democracy. Now, if you want a direct democracy, I would point you towards the history of how that's worked out. The reality is, this is less interesting to you than big beef. Sorry, I thought this would just be a funny little aside. I just go through it. Let's continue.
Of the Senate in round or any future round.
Uh-huh.
I understand. Okay.
I'm sorry, I just coughing up a hairball.
How would you feel
Sure
about the
you are.
filibuster then, if you were on the sort of the business end of that?
You know what? I'll put my money on democracy.
Help me.
I have no words.
No, Spoon, help me. I can't. You'll put your money on democracy. Should we look up how many times Elizabeth Warren has engaged in filibusters? I mean, I would know. It'd be hard to find it now after this. But I would guess that the amount of times that she's engaged in a filibuster are incalculable. But I believe in democracy. Democracy doesn't mean anything to you. It's a buzzword.
Yeah. If the president is to go by absolutely, it means absolutely nothing.
For sure.
If they have a majority,
But it's not
she just said
anti-democratic institution.
She said it.
That's
No,
just
but
if
that's,
40.
She just said it. She said the quiet part out loud. She said if they have a majority, then it's bad. What? Am I losing my mind? Did I mishear that? She just said if they are the majority, it's bad. Basically.
I thought she said that.
I'm gonna go back in a couple seconds. Let's roll it back because I want to hear the full statement. Yeah, here we go. Okay.
if they have a majority,
No.
But it's not
before this. I want to hear the whole thing. Let's go back because
the filibuster then, if you were on the sort of the business end of that.
you know what?
No, pause
I'll
it.
put my money on democracy. If they have a majority,
But it's not.
So be
But
it.
it's an anti-democratic
okay, she's over it.
institution.
Sorry.
That's
No,
just
but
if
that's-
41 million
I'm
Americans
saying-
are represented more sort of by your side than the Republicans, and yet they could get one more vote.
but without the filibuster, think about it that way. Without the filibuster, they can't maintain that. If we protect voting and get rid of the
Voting's
filibuster,
already protected.
okay.
it really
so,
is a question of what do the American
hang on,
people
so-
want.
wait,
70% of Americans believe in the rule of Roe versus Wade. They want to protect.
Plus, we've got all kinds of weirdness. How did this happen? We skipped a little bit somehow. But what just happened there was some interesting back and forth between her and Colbert, which is that Colbert just said, whatever the majority of people want is good. And Warren kind of backed up a little bit, while still saying remove the filibuster. So they agree, but she can't say out loud the horrifying thing he said, which is remove, get rid of the Senate, get rid of the Supreme Court, and let's just elect a supreme leader, a dictator. We'll elect our dictator. So I don't really understand her point. Let's go back again. I'm confused. And also we got skipped. Hang on. Somehow it got skipped around.
Never even get to have a debate around it. The filibuster keeps us from doing things that are supported by 70%, 80%, 90%.
Yeah, but it's fine. That's why it's there. It's there to prevent you from running ruckshot on it. That's why. I don't care if it's... But these people are elected representatives. They are not actually the people. They are enacting supposedly the ideas and wants of the people.
Also, this is me against democracy. I don't particularly care what the majority want, especially if the majority want really stupid shit things.
Yeah, nor do I. Exactly.
Like,
if you want something
no,
really stupid,
because-
I don't care what you want. You're being an idiot.
Yeah, this is the problem with it. It's popular with the people. Yeah, but the people, but the people are retarded. Yeah, popular things are not always good. Like,
in fact, they rarely are. Like, I mean, like, look at TikTok. What do you need to understand that popular things aren't good?
Of the American people. And that is fundamentally anti-democratic. So
No, it's not.
a Senate with a filibuster,
It's actually fundamentally democratic.
it's a serious question. Why are we there?
If the Republicans take control of the Senate in this next round or any future round, I understand. Okay.
I'm sorry, I
But
just
how would you
coughing up
feel-
a hairball.
Yeah.
How would you feel about the filibuster then, if you were on the sort of the business end of that?
You know what? I'll put my money on democracy.
Oh, so we need to watch all this.
If they have a majority,
But it's
sorry,
not.
so
It's an anti-democratic institution. That's
no,
just
but that's sorry. We've already watched this like twice, but like I had to move back because this literally hurts my brain.
41 million Americans are represented more by your side than the Republicans, and yet they could get one more vote.
But without the filibuster, think about it that way. Without the filibuster, they can't maintain that. If we protect voting and get rid of the filibuster, then it really is a question of what do the American people want?
To get rid of you.
What the American people want is often not in their best interest, Elizabeth. That's
but what
the
they want
reality.
now actually is. That's the funny thing.
What they want right now is not what's good for them. It's like it's. I hate to be. It's going to sound dismissive and diminutive, and it's not
elitist.
Elitist. Thanks, Spring. But the reality is that
embrace.
It's like asking, if you ask a child who doesn't know anything about, and it's not because the child is stupid. The child's going to grow up and be an incredibly intelligent, productive person.
You are saying all the voters are children.
hang on. But a child says, "Mommy, I want to eat chocolate and cakes and jump on the bed and stay up till 12:26 in the morning, UK time," and you go, "No, Timmy, that's not good for you." Well, under this,
why?
The problem is that the child can't understand, and it's not because they're stupid, by the way. It's because they lack the perspective. They don't have the knowledge, and that's okay. That's okay. But the reality is that most people are not involved enough in politics, nor involved enough in understanding how politics works to be able to make actually, decent political decisions for themselves, let alone for others. And that's the worst part. You're not just making a political decision for yourself. You're making a political decision for many other people. And that's a huge responsibility, but a very dangerous responsibility. And you're asking people who don't watch even the biased as hell broken news, who don't pay any attention, to try and make decisions that affect everybody. That's a horrible system. And you essentially end up with a child who is forced to make these decisions. Because for them, not everyone, again, there are people who are high in political acumen, but they're the minority. Political people who are addicted to politics, like ourselves, like who spend all day listening and reading this stuff, we're the extreme minority. And I'm not saying that I, by the way, even know what's best. That's why I don't advocate for democracy, because I don't think I know what's best either. I don't have that level of the top down. Who was it who said that? Was that Moldbug? Talked about the kind of like looking down from above kind of system and why that was important.
Yeah, I think that was Moldbug.
You don't have the perspective to understand it.
And I will say, there's going to be many people who will hear this and think we're sort of arguing for the philosopher kings.
No, I mean, you're going to have it's a Riverol. It's always that Riverol quote. It's always that Riverol quote, which is that you'll sometimes have a Marcus Aurelius, and sometimes you'll have a Nero under a monarchy, but under a democracy, you will never have a Marcus Aurelius. Ever. And Marcus Aurelius fucked up, by the way. Like, he did fuck up as well. He left shit specifically to Commodus, who was a complete screw-up.
Better than Nero, though.
Yeah, but arguably. But yeah. Not saying everything Marcus Aurelius, he fucked up at the end of his life by leaving the empire to Commodus, but still. Alas.
But I will say, everything that the American people want now is everything that the Democrats don't want to fucking do.
It depends on what
they don't want
more
people. Spending. No, the American people want the same fucking thing. They want the economy to be better off. They want to fucking lower the inflation, and they want the energy independence back because they want cheaper fucking prices.
Well, yes, everyone does want that.
That's all things that Trump gave them.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is why they will never fucking do it, because people have said. I remember reading a guy a couple of days ago, and he was saying that Biden should just enact boring policy that gets the economy up and running. And I said he's never going to do that because he's the fucking reason the economy's in the shit in the first place. So he's not going to fix his own incompetent fuck ups. That's out.
He's not even incentivized to, because if you again make it the new normal, you acclimate people to shittier conditions, they will engage in learned helplessness. And if you all have never read the Learned Helplessness Experiment, it's Fauci level kind of.
The rat one?
No, it's the one where they put dogs on a treadmill, and they were like, and they shocked them. The dogs are trying to get to a treat, and it was at random intervals in some conditions. And some of the dogs, they just they stopped trying at some point. They gave up. They laid down and allowed themselves to be shocked because they just gave up. They were like, well, I'm going to be shocked no matter what I do. So they gave up. That's learned helplessness. It's a horrifying thing, and we find it in the human psychology as well. It's not just applied to dogs. It applies to humans as well. Horrifying, but that's what they want, is learned helplessness. And by they, I mean the political elites, right? I'm not talking about some grand conspiracy. They want you to learn to be helpless, including the ones who screech like Elizabeth Warren about democracy.
So here's the thing: 70% of Americans believe in the rule of Roe versus Wade. They want to protect Roe versus Wade. Let's put it to a vote.
Well, no, yeah, let's put it to a vote. That's what you're scared about, though. That's what you're scared about right now, is that Roe v. Wade is going to go to a vote in the Supreme Court, and it's not going to work out in your favor. I don't think it might. I mean, it might. It probably actually will, to be completely honest.
Also, can I make something unpopular?
Of course.
I do not think this is a good thing to do fucking right now.
The Roe v. Wade
stuff? Democrats, yes, because Democrats are really, really fucking demoralized, and for one fucking issue that these morons seem to get up about is abortion.
They really love abortion.
Wait till you fucking get the Senate and then the House and then you go fucking nuclear. Don't do this stupid shit now while you have all of the momentum, Republicans. Just shut the fuck up and let them kill themselves.
I actually agree with you completely on that.
My God.
I agree with you.
Every time I look at the Republicans, I just think, how are these fucking morons gonna fuck this up? Because I guarantee you they're going to some way.
And it's not because by the way, Roe v. Wade is not unconstitutional. Okay, it is an unconstitutional ruling.
Yes, but my God, they have no political strategy.
But there's no political strategy. I agree with. There's no political strategy behind it, and it is a really bad time to go about it. It's gonna put the more moderate people who don't understand why Roe v. Wade is unconstitutional, because again, they're cognitive misers, and they don't care about this stuff. They don't pay attention to it. They just see it as, oh, you're restricting women's rights. They don't actually understand why Roe v. Wade is a problem. But not a good time. This is the worst time to go about it. But
Yeah, agreed.
Republicans want to vote no on that? Fine. I'm ready for the next election. And that's how it should be. If you believe in democracy, you believe in getting rid of the filibuster when you're in the majority, and you believe in getting rid of the filibuster when you're in the minority. I'm not there to say by the filibuster I want to protect myself. I'm there to say this is how democracy is supposed to work. Protect the right of people to vote, and I'll take my chances. Every 6 years, every 2 years in the House, every 4 years in the White House.
But she's supporting getting rid of the filibuster. Hang on, I don't understand, Elizabeth. Excuse me.
Let's vote.
Excuse me, Pocahontas, but you're against the filibuster. So you're saying that
she made the argument it's good.
So, but she's making the argument for why the filibuster is good.
Yes,
I don't
that's
understand.
What I'm confused.
I don't get it either. Like, okay, so you want when you win, if you win, and you are in the minority, to have no say in politics. Is what you're advocating for then. To have and by the way, the say that is the filibuster is just to say slow down. That's all it is to slow it down. You don't even want the ability to say slow down. Well, to me, it doesn't sound like you actually believe in what you're saying right now.
Well, I think if I could be wrong, but wouldn't it be the case if the Republicans get like a massive majority, the filibuster will mean fuck all anyway?
That's what I mean. So if they get a massive majority, like Senator Warren, how would you feel if there is a Republican massive majority? You've eliminated the filibuster as you are wanting to do right now, and they just decide, I don't know, we're gonna pass. What's the worst thing Republicans could do? I don't know. According to her,
tax cuts.
What? Tax cuts? You want to do taxes? But more specifically,
it's like an enormous amount of tax cuts.
We're going to tax cuts. We're going to get rid of Roe v. Wade.
Like
that's the Supreme Court, but still, we're going to do massive tax cuts. We're going to cut critical race theory funding. Oh no. We're going to make it illegal actually to do critical race theory and teach children to hate each other based on the color of their skin.
You're going to fund the border wall by twice as much as Trump.
Yeah, we're going to build a wall. She would hate that. She would be crying and screaming and kicking her feet. Wouldn't she? She didn't have any power. This is why people are so hypocritical. It absolutely fucking.
And the Republicans could moon them all damn day long.
Bruh, I can't believe it. Let's continue.
Hold on.
That was great.
Senator.
Great.
Good luck.
That was it.
Senator Elizabeth Warren, everybody.
That was it. Bye. Okay, so that was funny. That was a whole thing.
At least she ended it with something sane.
Sort of, I guess. What do you want to do? Do you want to continue watching Biden's or Brandon's speech, or?
Yeah, we can for a couple more minutes.
Yeah, let's keep going. I'm
Or
gonna.
you can answer the chat what they want.
Let's. I mean, like, do you want to keep listening to it? Because I'm down. Chat. How are you guys feeling? We've been on for a minute. I gotta go find it.
Was it quarter past 8 is when we started?
It was 15 past 8, 9, 10,
Yeah, so
11, 12. 4 hours.
4.5 hours. Yeah.
I'm down to keep going, but it's up to you, dude. Like, it's up to you, and it's up to the chat. Like, what do you guys want us to keep doing? If you want us to keep watching Brandon's speech, I'm down to do that as well.
I enjoy mocking Brandon, actually.
I also do. I'll have to use the restroom. Again, I have to keep taking breaks. I'm the only one. Like, you've been here the whole time. You haven't had to, at least. All right. I see one Let's Go Brandon. Type Let's Go Brandon, I guess, or something similar to chat if you want us to keep going through it, or whatever. You can type whatever you want. I guess Let's Go Brandon or yeah, Brandon, whatever. You cool to keep going? We'll keep going then if people are down to do it. As long as you're down to do it, Spoon, it's up to you. We're both.
Do you want to hear a funny report that I read a couple of minutes ago?
Yeah, please.
There's a report. It was about Hillary Clinton. She who shall not be named.
Yeah.
And it was something along the lines of, let me see, let me pull it up here. CNN op-ed claims everyone excited by prospect of Hillary's comeback. Like,
no, they're not. No, that's a nice cope. That's a nice cope. All right. Well, the chat seems pretty decisive. Let's go, Brandon. So I guess we're gonna finish. We'll finish up Biden's silly speech. I don't know how much longer it actually is. We're gonna put it in the watch
An hour or so.
Yeah. So we'll try to get through it. Because again, the link is now has been deleted. However, I'm gonna have to use the restroom. I will be right back. I will put it at the timestamp that we're at, which is 1 minute and 5. 1 sec, if I can. Should be nice. Would you work, please? Thank you. Where are we at? 1 minute and 5, I believe. Yeah.
There is a lot of strange folks.
I will be right back. But go ahead and you have control over the watch together. So hang on.
Yeah. I'll wait till you get back. And clean this damn mouse of mine. I should really get new batteries for this fucking thing. I'm amazed he can actually hold a press conference this long. It's the first time I've seen him talk without while sounding completely insane. Although everything he said so far is just like, dude, you need a better advisor. Or know what the hell you're talking about. How do we get inflation? How do we get inflation under control? By passing $3 trillion more in spending. Like, dude, fucking Christ's sakes. This guy's president for 3 more years, ladies and gentlemen. And how many of you guys think that that's actually going to happen? Because I don't think he's going to last like another year at this point. Someone's going to 45 the guy. 15 Amendment, get him the fuck out of office. And I think they're going to get rid of Kamala Harris as well, because she's fucking worse than him. I've seen polls that said that she's doing better than him now. I don't quite believe that, actually. I think those polls are fucking skewed. With a nap and a couple of rails.
I'm back. Hello.
Yeah, I also think they hooked him up to an Adderall pump.
Most likely. Let's go, I guess.
I maintain confidentiality.
On
but
voting
I'm
rights,
sure you've spoken to some.
on voting rights, sir,
Yes.
at your first press conference 10 months ago, I asked you if there was anything you could do beyond legislation to protect voting rights. And at that time you said yes, but I'm not going to lay out a strategy before you and the world now. Now that legislation appears to be hopelessly stalled, can you now lay out your strategy to protect voting rights?
Well, I'm not prepared to do that in detail in terms of the executive orders I made.
In other words, I have no goddamn idea.
I can do, but one of the things we have done, we have significantly beefed up the number of enforcers in the Justice Department who are there to challenge these unconstitutional efforts, in our view.
Whoa.
Unconstitutional efforts on
How?
the part
Unconstitutional
of
efforts.
Republicans to stack
Name
the election
one.
and subvert.
Name one.
can't-
Name
Did
a
you just hear?
single
Did you just hear what he
fucking
said?
thing.
To stack the elections and subvert. I'm gonna guess the next word is democracy. Ready?
The outcome.
This,
Oh.
We have
Oh, I guessed wrong. What do I lose? But are you kidding?
this is from the guy who said we put up the most extensive voter fraud
Yeah.
in history,
Voter fraud organization in
in
history.
U.S. election history. Yeah.
How interesting. But wait, what? Can you please point to an example for me, Brandon, as to where the Republicans have, by apparently what he's describing, cheated?
I literally looked this up. Voter suppression is literally ID.
Yeah, I could still do that.
Yeah. And stronger signature verification if you get a mail-in ballot. Oh, and also that the state
Not stronger.
can't
It's
just,
any signature verification. Yeah.
and that the state, as far as mail-in voting goes, that they will be punished if they send in mail-in ballots to everyone. So
Well, that's
basically,
because it's
the voting rights
Yeah.
is just
basic.
there needs to be a harsher signal verification.
Basic election
Not
integrity.
everyone can get a mail-in ballot. And,
Actual integrity.
You must have voting ID to register. One of the things was you do not need a voter ID to register to vote.
Then what's
That
the
is
goddamn
fucking
point?
insane.
Well, how does that? Who is that helping? By the way.
The Democrats.
Well, yes, I know, but I mean, like, how do you not have an ID? I'm serious. How do you not have an ID? You have to have an ID to drive. You have to have an ID to buy booze. You have to have an ID to go to school. You need an ID for all of these things.
To travel.
To do anything.
Mm.
Well,
Bank
to
account.
travel, you need a passport, which is it takes a lot. It takes like 3 months to get a passport. You do have to go through kind of a process to do that in the U.S. Yeah. Well, unless you're able to go to D.C. and go to the passport office, which is like when I came over here, I had lost my passport, so somebody somewhere in the world potentially has my passport, but my old one, but it doesn't work anymore.
Makes a good point. Voter suppression is just good branding. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or in this case, really bad branding because it's not really working.
Literally, unless you go to the passport office or for whatever it's called, unless you go there in the district, then it takes about 3 months to get your passport sent. So it's not I mean, it's a fairly simple process because I got my passport the day I turned 18 because I was supposed to go on like a European adventure with my godfather, who's a tech millionaire, but he decided he didn't feel comfortable going on a trip alone with an 18-year-old girl as a like 50-year-old man, just because he's like, I don't know what she's gonna do. I don't know who he thought I was, because the reality is I'm just a nerd. But you know, he was like, I don't know, it feels weird, but like understandable. Have a nice day. But
Voter IDs are racist. Yeah, I found that really funny. Hey,
Yeah,
look, we want to put this passport scheme where you need a voter ID, you need an ID to do fucking everything, but to get an ID to vote is racist. Like,
hang on a minute. Yeah, that's not making a lot of sense. Like these things are not copacetic.
These are the Democrats. They don't ever make any sense.
Of course not. But how is it that I'm supposed to have an ID so that I can go to Chipotle, right? I'm supposed to have an ID so I can go into a restaurant, but I don't need an ID to vote. Try to circle that square for me, please. There's no such, you can't do it. You can't. I've never heard an answer to that makes sense. I need an ID to go to a store to buy food, but I don't need an ID to vote. Weird.
Yeah.
Again, to organize in ways that we
for
the communities beyond the civil rights community to make the case to the rest of the American people what's about to happen, what will happen if in fact these things move forward. If I had talked to you, not you, I'm using you in an atosis, if I've talked to the public about the whole idea of subversion of elections by deciding who the electors are after the fact, I think people would have looked at me like, whoa, I mean, I taught constitutional law for 20 years.
Oh, that's horrifying.
Course in separation of powers, and on Saturday mornings when I was a senator, and I never thought we'd get into a place where.
No wonder people were so fucked up
where
in the
we were
head.
talking about being able
you
to
got
actually.
taught electoral law by this guy.
What they tried to do this last time out: send different electors to the state legislative bodies to represent who won the election. saying that I didn't win, but Republican candidate won. I doubt whether anybody thought that would ever happen in America in the 21st century, but it's happening. And so I guess what I'm saying is, Nancy, is that I think that there are a number of things we can do, but I also think we will be able to get significant pieces of the legislation, if we don't get it all now, to build to get it so that we get a big chunk of the John Lewis legislation as well as the fair elections process.
Sir, on COVID, if you don't mind, you touted the number of Americans who are now fully vaccinated with 2 shots, but even some of your own medical advisors say that people aren't fully protected unless they have that 3rd shot, a booster. Why hasn't this White House changed the definition of fully vaccinated to include that 3rd booster shot? Is it because the numbers of fully vaccinated Americans would suddenly look a lot less impressive?
It's not that at all. This has become clearer and clearer. And every time I speak of it, I say, if you've been vaccinated, get your booster shot.
Why?
Everybody get the booster shot.
No.
It's
Why?
protection you can have.
Then what's the point of the first
protected
2?
very well with 2 shots. If it's the Pfizer, you're protected.
Nope. You've now gone against what the CEO of Pfizer said. You have now gone against the science, Brandon. That is not what the CEO of Pfizer said. You are not protected with the 2 shots. You are not. Little to none. That is what the CEO of Pfizer said. I'm quoting him. Little to no protection.
Little protection, if any. Yeah.
Yes. So no, you are not protected with your first 2 shots. Yeah, and the booster, I don't know. When I looked at the data on that, it said like 80% maybe, but it's the same kind of efficacy. And by the way, it's going to go down because it will always go down because these strains change because it's a coronavirus. That's how these kinds of viruses work. We know this. We have known this for 2 years. You're lying still. You are not, according to the experts, this is not correct. What you have just said is medical misinformation. Not according to me. Yep. According to Pfizer and the CDC. God damn.
But you are better protected with the booster shot.
Yes, technically. Okay, technically. Right, because you're not technically because you're not protected at all or little to none.
The answer is yes. Get the booster shot. It's all part of the same thing. You're better protected. Alex Alper, Reuters.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I
wanted to follow up briefly on a question asked by Bloomberg. You said that Russia would be held accountable if it invades, and it depends on what it does. It's one thing if it's a minor incursion, and we end up having to fight about what to do and what not to do. Are you saying that a minor incursion by Russia into Ukrainian territory would not lead to the sanctions that you have threatened, or are you effectively giving Putin permission to make a small incursion into the country?
Especially that women with hoops tend to pull out each other's hoops.
That's how it did sound like, didn't it? The most important thing to do, big nations can't bluff.
Yeah, you can.
1.
Yeah,
yes, they can.
You do that all the time. You're doing that right now.
The idea that we would do anything to split NATO, which would have a profound impact on one of Putin's objectives is to weaken NATO, would be a big mistake.
Real quick, I just want to literally God in the chat. Wow, God, thank you for being here. I really appreciate that. Says, Dems are trying to spin this voter ID conversation to make it seem like Republicans are going to be cheating in the midterms and thus poorly attempt to rile up their disenfranchised supporters to vote. Yeah. That's probably it. I mean, that's some severe, that's maximum irony, but, you're probably correct there.
So the question is, if it's something significantly short of a significant invasion, or not even significant, just major military forces coming across. For example, it's one thing to determine that if they continue to use cyber efforts, well, we can respond the same way with cyber. They have FSB people in Ukraine now trying to undermine
you can't bring that up. That's alternative facts.
Try to promote Russian interests.
I mean, he did, but
but it's very important
proven. But alternative facts, I guess.
That we keep everyone in NATO on the same page, And that's what I'm spending a lot of time doing. And there are differences. There are differences in NATO as to what countries are willing to do depending on what happens, the degree to which they're able to go. And I want to be clear with you. The serious imposition of sanctions relative to dollar transactions and other things are things that are going to have a negative impact on the United States, as well as a negative impact on the economies of Europe as well. A devastating impact on Russia. And so I got to make sure everybody's on the same page as we move along. I think we will if
this
there's
is a
something
non-answer,
that
by
is,
the way.
that where there's
He's
Russian
not even reading from the same
forces
book, let
crossing
alone
the
be on the
border,
same fucking
killing
page.
Yeah, this is a non-answer.
Ukrainian fighters, etc. I think that changes everything.
Silly shit.
But it depends on what he does, as to actually what extent we're going to be able to get total unity on the NATO front.
If I may ask a quick one on Iran, I just wanted to get your sense of whether the Vienna talks are making any progress, if you still think it's possible to reach a deal for both sides to resume compliance with the Iran nuclear deal, or if it's time to give up on that.
It
Do
sure
it
is.
reverse. It's not time to give up. There is some progress being made. P5+1 is on the same page, but it remains the same.
Kayfabe +5 is not on the same page. Just saying.
Okay.
I'm joking, but
Kristen.
it was a meme, but sorry.
NBC.
Very quickly on Russia, I do have a number of domestic policy issues, but on Russia,
She's
very
also
quickly,
cute. I can't
it seemed
tell how
like
cute
you
girls are,
said
though,
that
with the
you
mask
have
on.
assessed, you feel as though he will move in. Has this administration, have you determined whether President Putin plans to invade or move into Ukraine, as you said?
You know,
It's the same question. This is actually like the same kind of question over
The
and
only
over.
thing I'm confident of is that decision.
He already said, by the way, he thought Putin was going to do it.
Completely Putin decision. Nobody else is going to make that decision. No one else is going to impact that decision. He's making that decision.
He's already made it pretty clear he thought Putin was going to do it.
I
Why'd you ask?
suspect
Why, this is this.
it
Okay.
matters
This part,
which
like this is
side
why
of the
I was
bed
a
he
little
gets up.
bored by this. Is like at this point, the media is just they're just sucking him off. They're asking him the same question over and over again. All right.
On in the morning as to exactly what he's going to do. And I think it is not irrational, if he wanted to talk about dealing with strategic doctrine and dealing with force structures in Europe and in the European parts of Russia. But I don't know whether he's decided he wants to do that or not. So far, in the 3 meetings we've had, OSCE, and anyway, have not produced anything, because the impression I get from my Secretary of State, my National Security Advisor, and my other senior officials that are doing these meetings is that there's a question of whether the people they're talking to know what he is going to do. So the answer is, but based on a number of criteria as to what he could do. For example,
Why would they
for him
tell
to
you
move
if they did know?
in and occupy the whole country,
Like honestly,
particularly from the north, from Belarus, it's
I mean,
he's
Spoon,
going to have
why
to
would
wait a
they
little
tell
bit
him
till
if
the
they did
ground's
know?
frozen, so he can cross. To move in a direction where he wants to talk about what's going. We're continuing to provide for defense capacities to the Ukrainians. We're talking about what's going on in both the Baltic and the Black Sea, etc. There's a whole range of things that I'm sure he's trying to calculate how quickly he can do what he wants to do and what does he want to do. But he's
Occupy
not.
the Ukraines.
He's an informed
yeah, that's what he
individual.
wants to do is occupy Ukraine.
And I'm sure
he thinks it's rightful Russian
I
play.
believe he's calculating what the immediate short term and the near term and the long term consequences of Russia will be. And I don't think he's made up his mind yet.
I want to ask you about your domestic agenda. You've gotten a lot of questions about voting rights, Mr. President, but I want to ask you about black voters, one of your most loyal constituents.
I don't.
Yep.
I was in.
Oh, hang on. I'm
Congressman
sorry. I have to
Clyburn's
pause.
district.
I have to pause. I have to wait. Hang on. This is very important. I have a fucking. This is a very important thing that I had to respond to her question. I have a very important response to her question in terms of what I'm gonna fucking do.
Based?
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna put it in the watch together because it'll fuck it up. But I'm just gonna play it for everybody watching. Here's how I feel about what she just asked.
Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Still don't care. I don't care. I don't. I don't care. What'd you say? I just want to know what you said. What did you say? I don't care.
Shit, sorry. It was the don't care meme.
Oh my God, who
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care at all. But go ahead. God damn it. I take back calling her kind of cute. Rescinded. Cute vote removed.
She looks like Kamala Harris.
A little bit.
Yesterday in South Carolina, you opened this news conference talking about him. I spoke to a number of black voters who fought to get you elected, and now they feel as though you are not fighting hard enough for them and their priorities. And they told me they see this push on voting rights more as a last-minute PR push than it is a legitimate effort to get legislation passed.
To do what?
So what do you say to
do what for black people? How? How does this dummy shit do anything for black people? Unbelievable. Unbelievable nonsense.
These black voters who say that you do not have their backs as you promised on the campaign trail?
I've had their back. I've had their back my
No, you haven't. And by the way, my don't care thing is not because I don't care about black people. It's because I don't care about this because it's bullshit. Black people know how to get an ID. And to say that they don't is racist. I'm gonna straight up say, it's fucking racist. If you say black people don't know how to get an ID, what do you think about black people? What are you honestly saying? Take a step back and think about what you're saying. If you think black people can't get an ID, why? Are they too dumb? Take a fucking second back, one step back, and think about what the fuck you're saying when you say that kind of stuff. Sorry, I let myself curse again. Oops.
Entire career, I've never not had their back. And I started on the voting rights issues long, long ago. That's what got me.
Oh yeah, you said you had some interesting takes on voting rights, on civil rights, didn't you, Joe Biden? In your talk of urban jungles, did you not? Correct.
Yeah, racial jungles.
Racial jungles, right? Yeah, interesting.
I think part of the problem is, look, there's significant disagreement in every community on whether or not the timing of assertions made by people has been in the most timely way. So I'm sure that there are those who are saying that why didn't Biden
the fuck is he talking
push
about?
John Lewis bill as hard as he pushed it last month?
Of
Why
their
didn't he
decisions?
push it 6 months ago as hard as he did now?
Spoon, don't say it. Don't say it. You're gonna lose the challenge. Don't say it.
The fact is that
shut up.
There is.
What is he talking about? What he's saying
There's a timing.
What he's saying has nothing to do with what she just talked about. It has nothing to do with her. By the way, her question was dumb, but he's not even answering it. Ding dong.
That is not of one's own choice. It's somewhat dictated by events that are happening in country and around the world as to what the focus is.
What the hell is this answer?
But part
Someone
of the
said,
problem
give me
is
100 shekels if I do.
I have not been out
okay,
in the
hang on.
community
No.
nearly
You gotta
enough.
put your money where your mouth is. There's a Streamlabs link. If you pay $100, I will allow Spoon to say the N-word. I will allow it. I can't control him. He'll say it no matter what. I can't really control it. He'll go full on Burger King. But, I mean, you gotta put your money where your mouth is. Put 100 shekels down.
You just scream and get that bitch off the plane.
I've been here
the Burger King.
an awful lot.
The true monarch.
I find myself.
Oh yeah, all right, real quick. People always ask me want to be monarch. That guy. There you go. Him. He's already a Burger King.
Situation where I don't get a chance to look people in the eye because of both COVID and things that are happening in Washington. To be able to go out and do the things that I've always been able to do pretty well. Connect with people. Let them take a measure of my sincerity. Let them take a measure of who I am. For example, I mean, as I pointed out in South Carolina, last time when I was chairman of the Judiciary Committee, I got the Voting Rights Act extended for 25 years, and I got Strom Thurmond to vote for it. That's what I've been doing my whole career. And so the idea
no, you have not. You're lying about your whole career. Racial jungle stuff. Racial jungles.
That I didn't either anticipate or because I didn't speak to it.
This is a guy who said we don't need any more
as they want me to earlier.
Big shots.
In the meantime, I was spending a lot of time, spent hours and hours and hours.
One sec then. Apparently there might be a problem with our Streamlabs link, so it might be an issue. So let me. Whoop, not that.
Are you basically gonna pay people to get me to say the N-word repeatedly?
No, just once. Hang on. I have a different Streamlabs account. Hang on. Log out. Let's log into my main Streamlabs account.
Yes, it is an anagram of ginger.
If you would like, I'll log in with my main Streamlabs. You can pay me, and I'll pay Spoon to do it. But hang on, I have to log in with my Streamlabs account, which might work better. If this is the way it's gonna be.
Why do I get a feeling someone is gonna record that just to say that I said that?
Of course. Exactly, that's what's gonna happen. How do I find my Streamlabs link? I forgot.
Yeah, he does fucking waffle.
It should be... Shoot. What's my Streamlabs link on my thingy? Sorry, we're taking a pause now here for me to find a way for people to pay money for Spoon to say a terrible word. That I disavow preemptively.
Now they're asking you to say it.
I'm not gonna... No, I refuse. I will not. Because I will definitely get clipped. And I said with like a soft A one time and got clipped for that. So, and I don't mind that, by the way, either. Where's my fucking link?
Discord, I say it all the fucking time.
I know you do. Where's the goddamn link? Here's the link. Okay, if that link does not work, this one should work. At least I don't know why it wouldn't, because it's worked for forever. So in the chat here, I will put it in the chat, which is...
Someone said, of course, they've been recording this whole time.
Yeah, of course, they always are.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah, then I'm not going to say it.
Well, yeah. Oh, what a pussy, then.
Is it worth my channel being destroyed, potentially?
I don't want your channel to be destroyed.
No.
So I can't say... Well, okay. What do you want him to say? Pay $100 and find out. It's Spoon, not me. What are they gonna do? He's on this channel.
I'm a bit skeptical of people saying they've been recording.
Put it in quotes. Put it in quotes. Say I was asked to say this, and then put it in quotes. There you go. That might work if the other one does not. There we go. Look, we're bitches. I'm not trying to like make this. I'm not trying to be fake about this. YouTube is nasty, and worse than YouTube are Twitter leftists who spend their entire day trying to cull over conservatives or right-leaning people's stuff to try and find examples of Rasmussen. But that one should work, by the way. If the other one did not, that Streamlabs link should work. If you guys would like to donate to the stream, I would really, really appreciate it. That link should work. I checked the other Streamlabs link and it worked for me before, but this one...
Hey, Sneeds feeds.
This one I know works.
Feeds and
Unfortunately, it won't show up on the stream because I don't have it set up that way on OBS yet, but because I had it set up for the other thing. But I will see it.
Feed and seed.
I will see it. Because we haven't reached enough for to be able to do super chats yet, but we will soon. Just watch the streams and chill out, and then we'll be able to do super chats very soon. Actually, we're really close. Spoon, you're more familiar with this than I am at this point because I am an old F word, which is F slur, which is that how many views do we need to set up
It's you need it's not the views, it's the amount of hours.
Oh, hours. Oh, so dumb.
Yeah.
Whatever. we'll see. Let's continue.
The hours is a while.
Let's keep going.
Actually, no. Hold on. That was to get the channel monetized.
Which allows for you to do super chats. Yeah.
Oh, is that the same thing?
I think so.
Okay, then that might be a while.
Whatever. If you want to say anything here, I won't read it out. I won't read it out. I'll have Spoon read it out if you put a nasty word in there. But we'll continue.
Talking with
I want Aiden
my
to
colleagues
read out the Navy
on the
SEAL
Democratic
copy
side,
I will.
trying to get them to read the different
actually, no,
fact
pay me to do it.
this occurred if this push continued.
I'm trying to encourage people to pay us just because like this is a new endeavor, and I you don't have to, obviously, and like don't get that shit twisted. Like it's just because I'm trying to
say it twice a day to assert dominance over the lives of the fucking base.
I will read the Navy SEAL if we can make it through Brandon's thing and we're still awake and alive. I will read the Navy SEAL copy pasta.
They would be there.
I mean, I can if people want to pay me to read other things, I can do that.
Yeah, sure.
Hell, there's a good chance that
I pay Spoon, except for I don't pay him to read things for my videos.
Oh yeah. But if people
actually,
said,
like you gotta get me some. I asked you for some stuff and you didn't do it. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
But for example,
fine,
like if fuck you. But like, say for example, like if Aiden was doing her own thing, whatever, and I had some time of my own, and someone said, "Hey, Spoon, go on the live stream and stream reading something," and I can do that if someone wants me to read some shit.
Yeah, if you want to pay him, I guess. But
Yeah.
Or not.
People want to say like, yeah, people just say, you know, to get the hours up on the channel as well.
Yeah, and Spoon is blessed with a nice voice. Oh, you don't use PayPal. That's the problem, probably.
Yes, I have the voice of a glorious god.
Oh yeah, okay, whatever. Let's continue.
They would be there.
Shut up, or I will do
John
Google
Lewis.
impressions.
Anyway, so, but I think that's a problem that is my own making by not communicating
every fucking
as
problem
much
is
as I should have. Yet, you find that when you deal with members of the Black Caucus and others in the United States Congress, I still have very close working relationships. So it's like every community.
Used to call
I'm sure that there are those in the community
I'm sure you do, Brandon.
Big labor guy. I'm sure there's people in labor saying, why haven't I been able to do A, B, C, or D?
This guy is
so it's just going to take a little
comes out
bit
of the old Democrat position.
You put Vice President.
I call it the current Democrat position as well, but it's not just that the Democrat Party was the party of the KKK. They were. Then it's like, oh, but that was a long time ago. Okay, and we've changed it. They switched. Dixiecrats. That was 60 years ago. Hillary Clinton's mentor was Robert Seabird. By the way, from my home state, West Virginia.
He was a Klansman.
He was a Grand Cyclops in the KKK. Just try to process that. That was Hillary Clinton's
horrible racist.
By her own words, mentor. Okay, so don't get this shit twisted. That's how they feel about this. I don't feel this way about black people, but Brandon and Hillary Clinton do.
Harris in charge of voting rights. Are you satisfied with her work on this issue? And can you guarantee, do you commit that she will be your running mate in 2024, provided that you run again?
She doesn't want anything. She doesn't want anything to do with
2024.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
Okay. Expand?
Pardon me?
Do you care to expand on voting
No, there's
rights?
no need to. I mean, I asked the question. She's going to be my running mate, number one. And number two, I did put her in charge. I think she's doing a good job.
Let me ask
She's
you.
not doing a good fucking job, you dumb
She's literally not
son
doing
of a
anything.
bitch.
She's trying to hide herself. And yes, literal God, you're completely correct. He was best buds with Robert Byrd and Strom Thurmond, people that they're now calling out. But like those are the people that these guys have been friends with and buddy with for a long time. Democrats, by the way. Okay.
He went out and sought their approval.
Yes, they did. They absolutely did. Don't forget that. When they and I'm not saying when people changes in the words of a very funny, and by funny I mean horrifying documentary called about Stevie, people changes. I'm using the grammar as a quote, not because I can't speak correctly, although often I can. The reality is that they absolutely were buddies with actual Klansmen.
Okay, can I say something based?
I hope you do.
So, the reason why these people are suddenly for voting rights, the ones like back in the 60s or whatever, is because LBJ said, I'll have these voting Democrat for the next 200 years.
Yes.
So they figured we can control these better through the voting rights and having them slaves to the Democratic Party than by bashing them.
Yes.
Yes, and that is the reason why they're for this kind of crap. Is
We
because
will have
they
these N-words voting
they have
Democrat
trained
for 100 years. That is a real
they have trained black people so well that black people hold each other's chains and will beat each other without even their white overlords looking over them.
Yeah.
That is because they have trained black people so well to do this, and that's why they are overwhelmingly vote Democrat.
PayPal says it's restricted. This is my Streamlabs, so I don't know why that's not working. That's bizarre. It's worked for me. I guess I haven't used it in a while, but
yes, we have been going for 5 hours.
And yeah,
this is what Aiden would do.
Let me see. Hang on. Let me give myself a donation because that'll be fine. Just to check it and make sure it works, right? Let's see real quick. That's bizarre. If there's a problem with Streamlabs like that, where did I put it?
Also, by the way, for those of you that are stuck around this long, thank you for showing up.
Yeah, I really appreciate it, guys. It's well, I mean, you asked us to keep going, so we're gonna keep chugging through and trying to get it. So I'll give myself $1. My name will be.
Yeah, we're just doing this for the funnies at this point.
And yeah, give myself $1. See if it works.
By the way, I want to ask the chat this. For those of you guys who are seeing this crap on the screen, how many of you just want to go up to them and just pinch their mask and just flick it back in their face?
Oh, I know.
Because I want to do it so fucking bad.
Refuse payee account is restricted. Oh, my account is restricted for some reason. What the heck is this? Okay, so I guess that's true. You guys are right. Well, thanks for bringing that to my attention. I don't know what I'm going to do. I guess I have to contact Streamlabs and be like, what the hell's up? Well, Spoon, we can't make any money. That's fine. I don't give a shit. Why is my account restricted? For what? I haven't even used Streamlabs in 2 years, and my account is restricted. How interesting. Why is that? Let me look at the other Streamlabs account real quick. Let's change accounts. Let's see if that one works then. Log in. This is sorry for the random aside here, because this is actually kind of interesting, right? What's going on here? What's going on here? That's another reference. Sorry, my brain's limited references. So I try to pay myself $1.
Let's go another 5 hours, Jesus Christ.
No.
Yeah, well, it'll be that bad. I'll see how it goes.
We're gonna try to figure this out, finish off this Brandon thing. Here's $1 and donate and PayPal. Refuse payee account is restricted. Did they restrict my account because I made a different one for a different channel? Because I'm sharing a different revenue stream? Alright, well, don't worry about it, guys. I'll deal with it later. Streamlabs is being lame. Oh well. We'll do. It might be because I made a new account. That might be like they're thinking I'm trying to like pull some shady shit. But the reason why I was trying to keep the money separate. So it's like money for this channel versus money to my channel. But I also haven't used Streamlabs in a while. Oh well. Let's continue. I guess. Screw the. Thank you guys for trying to. Thank you guys for trying.
Picture, particularly when you think about voting rights and the struggles you've had to unify your own party around voting rights. Unity was one of your key campaign promises.
How's that going?
In fact, in your inaugural address, you said your whole soul was in bringing America together, uniting our people. People heard the speech that you gave on voting rights in Georgia recently, in which you described those who are opposed to you to George Wallace and Jefferson Davis. And some people took exception to that. What do you say to those who were offended by your speech? And is this country more unified than it was when you first took office?
Number one, anybody who listened to the speech, I did not say that there were going to be a George Wallace or a Bull Connor.
He's getting caught on this. He's getting caught on this. Hell yeah.
That is going to be marked just like it was then.
If you're not aware of what's being discussed here, what was the exact quote? Do you remember what it was, Spoon, about George Wallace?
You'll be on the side of Dr. King or the sons of George Wallace.
Okay. Now, the very funny thing about that is George Wallace was a Democrat.
Yes, both of the people were Democrats.
So, right. So he's saying something very silly. Saying something very, very silly. So he's getting called out on his ridiculous statement, but yeah.
Wallace.
Yeah, there was two. There was George Wallace and...
What else did he say? I forget, yeah. I have to, like, contact them. What the hell? Alright, whatever, let's continue.
Yeah, one of the guys was the Alabama senator, and the other one was... like, someone from, like, the 1930s. I can see his face.
Yeah, well, whatever, let's continue.
Wallace, or didn't make you Bull Connor. But if you did not
Bull Connor,
vote
that's the
for the
one.
Voting Rights Act back then, you were voting with those who agreed with Connor. Those who agreed with and so
whose favor you saw.
I think Mitch did a real good job of making it sound like I was attacking them. If you notice, I haven't attacked anybody publicly. Any senator, any congressman publicly. And my disagreements with them have been made to them, communicate to them privately or in person with them. My desire still is, look, I underestimated one very important thing.
American people.
I never thought that Republicans, like for example, I said, they got very upset. I said, there are 16 members of the present United States Senate who voted to extend the Voting Rights Act. Now, they got very offended by that. It wasn't an accusation, it was stating a fact. What has changed? What happened? What happened? Why is there not a single Republican? Not one. That's not the Republican Party. So that's not an attack.
What? Is the country more unified than when you first took office?
No.
The answer is, based on some of the stuff we've got done, I'd say yes, but it's not.
Nope. We
Look,
read.
It's unified.
We
I'm
read the
still
polling
content.
data. No, you are incorrect.
And I know you'll
read
have
the
a
polling
right to
data
judge me
out
by this.
On this
Still
stream.
contend
4 hours ago, or
that
whatever, but we read it out on this stream. It is not.
Unless
People
you
do
can
not
reach
believe that.
consensus
You are lying,
in
Brandon.
democracy,
You're lying.
you cannot sustain the democracy.
And at this point, it has to be a lie, right? You can't
so
say
this
this
is a real
misinformed
test.
because it's not just that
Whether or
Quinnipiac
not
poll. It's been polling
my,
for weeks and weeks. It's not more unified. It's
My
more divisive
counterpart
than
in
ever.
China is right or not when he says autocracies are the only thing that are going to prevail because democracies take too long to make decisions and countries are too divided.
Well,
I believe we're going through one of those inflections.
Well, it's not the reason why I think autocracies are better. By that, I only mean monarchy. It's the only autocracy that I support.
But that is the reason.
But it's not wrong. It's not the only reason, but it's not wrong on that one. I'll be right back. I'm trying to deal with this for a second. I'll be right back. Continue, please.
There you go. Oh, wait, hold on. Alright, give me a second. Critical, measurable questions as opinions. Yeah, I like that as well. Especially the presidential candidates.
Points in history that occurs every several generations or even more than that, even more time than that, where things are changing almost regardless of any particular policy. The world's changing in big ways. We're going to see, if you heard me say this before, we're going to see more change in the next 10 years than we've seen in the last 50 years because of technology, because of fundamental alterations in alliances that are occurring, not because of any one individual, just because of the nature of things. And so I think you're going to see an awful lot of transition. And the question is, can we keep up with it? Can we maintain the democratic institutions that we have, not just here, but around the world, to be able to generate democratic consensus on how to proceed?
No.
It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard, but it requires leadership to do it. And I'm not giving up on the prospect of being able to do that. Thank you.
Sir. There are deep questions among Americans about the competence of government. From the messy rollout of 5G this week, to the Afghanistan withdrawal, to testing on COVID. What have you done to restore Americans' faith in the competence of government? And are you satisfied by
absolutely fuck all
the view of the competence of your government?
Look, let's take Afghanistan. I know you all would like to focus on that, which is legitimate. We were spending $1 trillion a week. $1 billion a week in Afghanistan for 20 years. Raise your hand if you think anyone was going to be able to unify Afghanistan under one single government.
No, we didn't ask that, though. We just
It's
didn't
been
want
the
you to fucking
graveyard of
destroy
empires for a solid reason.
How about that?
It is not susceptible to unity, number one.
Wow.
So,
holy shit.
the question was,
so
do I continue?
Hang on, he just said Afghanistan is a permanent war zone, I guess. Which, it has been, but only in the form that no one's ever been able to take it. He is correct there. interestingly enough. But
I like what the void just said, like big oof. Like, I know it wasn't to this bit, but yeah, that is a big fucking oof.
Well, he's trying to not have to admit his horrifying failure in Afghanistan in terms of the pullout, because that was not correct what you did, Brandon. There, dude.
Also,
and that was not what's being asked. Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, I don't quite understand this.
Drink Pepsi Max. Go ahead.
But I don't get this.
Mm-hmm.
If you thought this was not going to happen, why the hell did you then extend the fucking date?
Yeah, what an interesting question, huh?
You
see, and I want to make a point about this, because this is something about the Afghanistan debacle I could never understand. To me, there's 4 scenarios that you could have taken place and 2 different reactions.
Mm-hmm.
Is that you had the leave or the leave date under Trump one, or the leave date under Biden.
Mm.
Now, if Biden went by Trump's date and pulled out, the media would have given him credit. If he pulled out under his own date, the media would have given him credit.
Yeah.
If he failed under Trump's date, they could have blamed Trump.
Yeah.
If he failed under his own date, he takes all the blame. Why the fucking hell, based on what you just said, why didn't he go with the earlier date, and he could have at least pivoted and blamed Trump? I don't fucking understand.
Yeah, I don't know.
There is no logic behind this.
Yeah, I don't get it either. I honestly don't get it either. I honestly don't get it either. Why did he not just go along with Trump's thing, and then he would have been fine, man?
Yes, I do not understand. Like, my head is going, I do not understand the optics of this at all. There's no rhyme or reason to this in any way. Not only was it stupid optically, it's also stupid politically. There's a failure in every level, and it is one of the stupidest things he did. Mind blowing.
Mm-hmm.
That much money per week in the state of Afghanistan. Knowing that, the idea that being able to succeed other than sending more body bags back home.
Also, Biden, you said when asked by the press, is it inevitable, is the country's going to collapse into the hands of the Taliban? You said, no, it's not.
Yeah.
And now you're saying it was never going to happen. So you fucking lied.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Asshole.
Highly unusual. My dad used to have an expression. He'd say, son, if everything's equally important to you, nothing's important to you. There is no way to get out of Afghanistan after 20 years easily. Not possible, no matter when you did it. And I make no apologies for what I did. I have a great concern for the women and men.
Yeah, no, you don't. Is this why you left them like $18.5 billion worth of military to fucking be tyrannized with them?
Yeah, to go tyrannize the local people.
Fucking incompetent, senile old moron.
First, how you allowed the Taliban or whoever to go take military equipment you just left behind and use it to tyrannize their own population.
Like, this man is so full of shit.
Thank you. That's great, Brandon. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, dude.
Who were blown up on the line at the airport by a terrorist attack against them. But the military will acknowledge, and I think you will, who know a lot about foreign policy, that had we stayed and I'd not pulled those troops out, we would be asked to put somewhere between 20 and 50,000 more troops back in. Because the only reason more Americans weren't being killed than others is because the last president signed an agreement to get out by May the 1st. And so everything was copacetic. Had we not gotten out, and the acknowledgement is we'd be putting a lot more forces
Yes, it was
in.
very copacetic, Brandon. Thank
Now,
you.
do I feel...
Yes, and Biden, could you tell us something? You extended the date, right? You did that.
That was you.
You did absolutely fuck all.
Precisely.
In the time between you extended the date. There was no different plans. You was fucking scrambling mess at the last fucking minute.
When I went
you
over
extended the plan and it made absolutely no difference. It made no fucking sense what this man did.
When I went into
at all.
the data on that, not data, but like the situation in a little bit more detail, Trump's plan was happening, I think, during some kind of holy month for Islam. Now, under Islam and any holy period, it might have been Ramadan, I don't remember. They are, in fact, there's some parts of the hadith that kind of say doing violence when you're not supposed to eat is the best time to do violence, whether that mean engage in holy war, in jihad. That's the best time because it shows how strong you are. But there's other Islamic scholars who say, no, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do other things. You're not supposed to engage in warfare. So it's a bit of a toss-up. My guess would be that Trump was probably being like, hey, yeah, it must have been Ramadan because they were all starving themselves at that point in time. Because well, they're not starving. They can't eat until after sundown, right? That being said, I don't know if that's why Trump did that. That sounds a little bit smart. I don't know if Trump's that smart, honestly, but whatever. Either way, though, afterwards, you screwed it up. He waited 3 months, I believe. Is that correct? To the best of your recall? Was it 3 months? He waited out for? Not cool. It didn't. Well, did it go well? How'd it go? It's Fall of Saigon tier level failure, Brandon. Fall of Saigon.
So badly, what's happening to, as a consequence of the incompetence of the Taliban? Yes, I do. But I feel badly also about the fistulas that are.
You want to know something funny?
Mm-hmm.
He's trending on poll right now.
What?
Biden.
Trending on where?
And on poll.
There's no trending on poll.
I mean, you know what I mean? It's like he's one of the top ones. It says, if it's an incursion, it's one thing. Why did they let this retard open his mouth? Holy shit, it's all they're talking about on the news now. This is music to Putin's ears. The rest of the White House is freaking out. Ukraine is freaking out about it too. Why did you elect this senile idiot?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, I just want to read that.
Don't spurg out, chat. I introduced Spoon to Poll, so he's just he doesn't understand how it works yet. That's all right. That's all right.
No, I'm aware of it. It's like bad language.
I know. Let's get through it. Oh, fuck! I always click on the wrong thing. Let's get through this dumb thing.
Taking place in Eastern Congo. I feel badly about a whole range of things around the world.
No, you don't.
That we can't solve every problem, and so I don't view that as a competence issue. The issue of whether or not there's competence in terms of whether or not we're dealing with 5G or not, we don't deal with 5G. The fact is that you had two enterprises.
He doesn't know what 5G is, by the way.
No, shit he doesn't.
Two private enterprises that had one promoting 5G and the other one are airlines. They're private enterprises. They have government regulation, admittedly. And so what I've done is pushed as hard as I can to have 5G folks hold up and abide by what was being requested by the airlines until they could more modernize over the years.
What is he talking
so
about?
that 5G would not interfere with the potential of a landing. So any 5G tower within a certain number of miles from the airport should not be operative. And so I understand, but anything that happens that's consequential is viewed as the government's responsibility. I get that. Am I satisfied with the way in which we have dealt with COVID and all the things that go along with that? Yeah, I am satisfied. I think we've done remarkably well. You know, the idea that on testing we should have done it quicker, but we've done remarkably since then. Mm-hmm. What we have more testing going on than anywhere in the world.
Who cares?
You also have more death than
also,
the previous guy.
Yes, yeah. Well, by the way, yeah, COVID deaths under Biden, significantly worse. Now, I don't want to be pedantic or silly. Let's not fuck around, okay? Let's not play silly beggars on this, right? The reality is, people are dying for a lot of reasons, okay? Part of it's the coup, for sure. Of course, it's a flu.
And part of it is because they're fat asses.
I'll tell you what I think part of it is. No, I'm being serious right now. Massive level disconnection from society makes people depressed, which makes people more prone towards death. It makes them want to die. It makes them not have a will to live. You have deprived their will to live for 2 years. That's not going to be a great way of making people want to live, making people want to survive, if they don't see any way out. Besides, well, they see one way out. Just saying.
A noose?
Death, yeah. It's not,
Yeah.
I mean, like, again, you know, the COVID deaths, like, we looked at them the other, I sent you some, was it today or the other day? I sent you some, the NHS data that showed that now the NHS has now come out and changed their data a little bit so that it's deaths with COVID or death by COVID, and which one is which. I can bring them up. I think I can find them here because it was just today, so it wasn't too far ago. Like normally, like trying to find something we talked about, it's like, oh shit, there's like a million goddamn posts. Okay, here it is. We'll bring these up.
Oh, is that Kazak who sent me that?
Let's bring these up real quick. Just as a real quick, this is just a quick aside. I know that we're already going way the goddamn hell over. But we're already in it. We're in the weeds. So, we're gonna use these two statistics. These are from the NHS.
Oh, is this the death count?
Yeah. So deaths from COVID with no other underlying issues.
This is really, really base, by the way.
I don't know if it's base, but 2020, the entire year of 2020, under 64, 1,549. 65 and over.
That's all.
7,851. Now, 2020, not looking great. But 2021, COVID deaths under 65, 1,560. 65 and over, 4,923. That probably was a real result of masking up. That's quarter one of masking up and trying and social distancing. Quarter two, under 65, 153. 65 and over, 193. Quarter three of 2021, under 65, 512. Over 65, 630. May I now introduce you to influenza deaths? You see on the screen now, I believe if things are still working, yeah. What you'll see on the screen now is the influenza and pneumonia deaths. We could look at just influenza. The total mortality rate, this is in England, Wales combined. In 2018, 1,598. In 2018, 2019, 1,223. Flu deaths. About the exact same. Sorry for my long pause. I'm a little irritated. Like, there was clearly an issue here. It's clearly something terrible that happened here, right? This is terrible. You know, 15,000 people died. More than that. Like, in 2020 and 2021, the first quarter, something like 15,000 people died. That's awful. But influenza and pneumonia, total mortality rate, 2018, 29,000. Total mortality, 2019, 26,000. Influenza and pneumonia. Let's just be a little bit real about what's happening here, right? Not fuck around, okay? That's what I'm saying. do you have any input, Spoon?
No, other than ha 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 ha.
It's not haha, no, it's sad people died, but like, you've lied. They lied, man. They fucking lied.
Wait, people lied?
I know, unbelievable, they lied. Let's continue.
And we're going to continue to increase that. Did we have it at the moment exactly when we should have moved, and could we have moved a month earlier? Yeah, we could have.
Yeah, you were supposed to.
Why didn't you, you fucking idiot?
Because you're a senile old fuck who has no idea what he's doing, that's why.
But with everything else that's going on, I don't view that as somehow a mark of incompetence. Look.
It's a mark of incompetence. Are you dying? I'm hearing it. I'm hearing the struggle. The struggle is real. Spoon's dying.
Think of what we did on COVID.
Spoon's dying of COVID
when we were
I done a shit.
pushing on AstraZeneca to provide more vaccines. Well, guess.
Yeah, because they're working out so well. Fuck off.
Guess what? They didn't have the machinery to be able to do it. So I physically went to Michigan, stood there in a factory with the head of AstraZeneca, and said, "We'll provide the machinery for you. This is what we'll do. We'll help you do it so that you can produce this vaccine more rapidly." I think that's pretty hands-on stuff. We also said right now,
Brandon, wasn't that
when
Trump's
people, the
vaccine?
hospitalizations are overrunning hospitals, and you have docs and nurses out because
And
of
who's that?
COVID. They have COVID.
Brandon, the doctors have COVID. Aren't they vaccinated? I'm sorry. Is this narrative not falling apart?
I don't think it ever had any
Yeah,
growth
it
to
had.
begin with.
Sorry, it didn't have any legs to begin with. You're right.
We put thousands of people back in those hospitals. Look at all the military personnel we have there, first responders. Nobody is ever organized. Nobody is ever
Now
organized.
he's mad, and you can tell. Oh,
A strategic operation to get as many shots in arms by opening clinics and being able to get so many people vaccinated. What I'm doing now is not just getting significant amounts of vaccines to the rest of the world.
You just admitted earlier in the speech, Brandon, that they don't work. By the way.
Yeah.
And that's what I want. Let me ask you this question, Spoon. Right?
Mm-hmm.
If I go to get, if I capitulate, right, and I say, okay, I'll get your vaccine, right, I'll do it. You've convinced me. You finally convinced me by hook or by crook. You've convinced me. I can't get the first. It takes a month, I think, or is it a couple months?
It's 3, I think.
I think it's 3. So I would need to wait 3 months to get my first 2 shots, and then another month to get my booster, and another month to get my next booster because we're on 4 now. Okay, so for me to be able to be considered a citizen under this sort of paradigm, it would take 4 months minimum for me to be able to be considered a citizen and be allowed my rights back for something that we're all admitting now does not work, right?
Yep.
Correct. So no, I won't do it. They're all admitting, and by not work, I mean, we knew this 2 years ago, well, a year ago when this stuff came out. We knew it almost immediately because the reports were prima facie evident. It does nothing to stop the spread. It does nothing to prevent you from getting it. All it does is prevent you from dying. That's by their admission. That's the government's and the CDC. That's the NHS. That's their line. All it does is stops you from dying. I'm not gonna do it. Obviously,
I don't even think it even does that.
No, I don't think so either. But the point is, what is my? I asked this on Twitter a while ago, and people couldn't give me a good answer. But my Twitter followers are my Twitter followers, so and they were mostly used to me shit posting. But the reality is, what's the point for me? What is the point for me? Anyone like me? Of which it's millions of people in the United States who are unvaccinated. Millions and millions and millions. 25% have taken no vaccine, and that's at I think actually a smaller number because I think it actually is a little bit higher than that. But 25% of people at a minimum have not taken the vaccine. So what are we supposed to do? If we wanted to get it now, it would take us 4 months. If you want to impose restrictions upon us, you want to basically just destroy our lives for months while we tried. Even if we try to abide by your restrictions. The reality is, this is impossible nonsense, and you're having to admit now that these vaccines do not work the way you claim that they did. Now, you can try and lie and hide and pretend that you didn't claim that it prevented people from getting the disease, but you did claim that. You absolutely did. You lied to people. And now walking it back, which is this, oh, well, it prevents you from dying. So what's the point? What if I want to die? Let me fucking smoke crack. I'm just saying, like, I'm being a little facetious, but that's my opinion, and let people do what they want. It doesn't prevent me from getting it. It doesn't prevent me from spreading it. Nothing. I am not doing this for your health.
I remember him. He was on that CNN thing with Don Lemon, and he said, if you get the vaccine, you're not gonna get sick. You're not gonna go to the hospital, and you're not gonna die.
Yeah, I remember this.
So now apparently it also makes you immortal.
Well, apparently, yeah, I remember this when they said that. How interesting.
I just was like, what the fuck are you smoking, dude? And the funniest thing of it is there was a woman, someone who claimed to be a doctor. who literally said, I'm concerned about the misinformation. I'm like,
I'm sure you are.
bitch, he literally just said if he takes a shot, you're not gonna die. What the fuck are you smoking?
But that's not, again, that's not what it says even. It's just, your risk of hospitalization is lower, but that's all it ever claimed. Well, the media claimed it would prevent you from getting it, prevent you from spreading it. Why, at this point, am I being considered a social pariah, or that's the way the media is framing it, that I'm a plague rat, when the reality is, if you have taken all the vaccines and your booster and your second booster, you can still get it, you can still spread it, so why? Why am I the plague rat? Excuse me, it doesn't make any sense. It's illogical, it's irrational, it's ridiculous. No, I'm not gonna go along. I won't do it. I won't take it. I won't take it now. Now I won't take it just on principle. That's why now. I hope that makes the anti-vaxxer crowd, or the people who, the hardcore vaxxers, happy. Now you have moved me from my actual scientific position just into a pure psychological reactions position where I won't take it just because you keep forcing me to. No, stop. And I have a medical exemption, by the way, that I will not violate. So no, not doing that.
But they now need the mechanical way is how they get shots in arms.
Stop it.
So we're providing them
stop?
to know how to do that. Now, should everybody in America know that? No, they don't necessarily know that. They're just trying to figure out how to put 3 squares on the table and stay safe. But so I do think the place where I was a little disappointed, I wish we could have written it differently, is when we did legislation to provide the funding for COVID and the money we provided for
Not a good
the
way to phrase
states
things,
to be able
Brandon.
to deal with keeping schools open. Some of them didn't do a very good job. Some are still holding the money. I don't have the authority to do anything about that. I think that's not particularly competent. There's things that could and should have been done. They could have moved faster. So I understand the frustration. You know, I remember.
Yeah, you don't remember? Oh my God, this is really funny.
cabinet
I
member
remember, just a little bit of a meme. A little funny, that's all.
Which cabinet member saying to Barack Obama where something was going on, and he said, well, you're going to be sure, Mr. President, of the millions of employees you have out there, somebody's screwing up right now.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's screwing up.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's just but I think you have to look at things that we used to look at it on balance. What is the trajectory of the country? Is it moving in the right direction now? I don't know how we can say it's not. I understand the
by looking at your approval rating and the fact that it's been going down pretty much ever since you set foot in fucking office. Probably that way.
overwhelming frustration, fear, and concern with regard to inflation and
with regard to you being in office.
COVID. I get it. But the idea, if I told you when we started, I tell you what I'm going to do. First year, I'm going to create over 6 million jobs. I'm going to get unemployment down.
You did not.
He's not. No, this is a literal farce. This is a meme. This is a farce. You have not fixed any of this. All you have done is try to go back the way things were before the government lockdowns that destroyed the economy. And you're trying to get back the way things were, which, by the way, when Trump was in office in 2018, 2019, before COVID, some of the strongest economies since the 80s, I believe. If not the strongest.
Yeah.
Very strong economy. It was going great for Trump. It was going great. I mean, I remember I was making a lot of money. Like things were going great for me. COVID happens and it all gets shut down. You know, and it's no offense to, I guess, like, you know, YouTube stuff doesn't really matter, but like, it's just the way things work. But dude, dude, the COVID shit destroyed the economy, and we're supposed to believe that because you're trying to fix it now a little bit in desperation, that means you're winning? Friendo? Really? No, you're not. You're trying to slowly move back, but you can't move back too quickly. Because if you do, oh, well, it would make your entire farcical overreaction look silly and stupid, wouldn't it?
Down to 3.9%, I'm going to generate, and I named it all. You look at me like you're nuts. Maybe I'm wrong.
But you are wrong.
In our recent memory, with as much Washington experience as you entered this office with. But yet, after we sit here for more than an hour, I'm not sure I've heard you say if you would do anything differently in the second year of your term. Do you plan to do anything differently?
Yeah, look, the thing I have to do...
Are you satisfied with your team here at the White House?
Let him finish.
I'm satisfied with the team. There's 3 things I'm going to do differently now that I've gotten the critical...
Lose.
Yeah.
Crises out of the way in the sense of like knowing exactly where we're going.
You have no fucking idea where you're going.
No, yeah, of course he doesn't. Of course he doesn't. That's the funny. Well, it's a train wreck. I mean, I don't know. You know, let me know in the chat. Like, I know people have left because it's getting really late and people are heading off and stuff, and we've been going for 5 freaking hours, and it's a very small news channel. But I guess 1 in the chat if Brandon is making sense here, and 2 if he's absolutely not. Let me know, guys. What's going on? Is Biden making sense here? Is he making coherent points? That's a 1. If he's not, I think that's a 2.
Number 1.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Brandon. You perfectly set me up.
I'm going to go out and talk to the public. I'm going to do public fora. I'm going to interface with them. I'm going to make the cases what we've already done, why it's important, and what we'll do what will happen if they support what else I want to do. Number 2, I'm bringing in more and more now that I have time. I mean, literally, like you, I'm not complaining. It's 12, 14 hours a day. No complaints. I really mean it sincerely.
I hate when he does that because he doesn't mean it sincerely at fucking all.
No, of course he doesn't. Of course he doesn't.
But now
I can do a poll chat. Don't call me a boomer. I can. I was just doing it for fun. Okay, let's do a poll chat. How about this? How do I do this actually? No, I am a boomer. I don't know how to do it. How do I do a poll chat?
Someone said we need a big titty reporters.
How do I do it? No, I don't know how to do it anymore. I don't know how to do it anymore, guys. I forgot. Actually, oh no, I think I can't. I can't actually do it because it's a new channel. Like, I have to have permissions to do that. So I can't. Actually, it's not me being a boomer. I can't do that. You have to watch more videos from this channel, I guess. I'm tell them I'm allowed to do normal ass stuff. I can't believe I'm banned from Streamlabs. Apparently, that's incomprehensible. But whatever.
You're banned?
No, but people can't donate because they say the account's been restricted. So I guess it's a ban. I don't know what that is. Really nice of you, Streamlabs, to let me make a new account and set everything up and do all the work, and then make me force basically people to find that out for me. I don't like that. That's I appreciate it. Respect.
Big chunks have been put in place, and we know the direction. I'm also going to be out there seeking the more advice of experts outside, from academia to editorial writers to...
Oh, all bad ideas. All bad ideas.
This is where it goes really fucking bad.
Yeah.
I do not want academia anywhere near this senile old fuck.
Yeah, no shit.
Fuck that.
No shit. Yeah, thank you.
I don't know why I'm sounding so evil right now.
Thank you for the 7 Fox P2 to my question. It's a apt response.
Wait, what did I just say that was very based?
And I'm bringing them...
Everything you said was just really based.
Oh, okay.
And generally is. That's why you're my co-host. Or am I your co-host? Or what is it? How does this work? Oh no, now we're at the Adam and Stitch question. Who's the co-host here?
You'd be Stitch, I'd be Adam.
You want to be Adam? You want to be Adam?
No, you're smarter than me.
But, oh, that's rude. That's mean. That's mean. No.
Who, to Adam?
Yeah, you're saying he's less intelligent than Stitch. I don't agree. It's not. Oh, I mean,
says Stitch is smarter.
I know, but it's mean. It's mean anyway. Don't be mean. Don't be rude.
How am I being rude? I just give you a compliment.
I know, but I don't like compliments. They're freaking lame. Yeah. It's fine. We're equal.
I want to call you a certain word now.
I know you want to, but we're co-hosts. We're in this together.
Men, just like I did early on, bringing in presidents and historians to get their perspective on what we should be doing, seeking more input, more information, more constructive criticism about what I should and shouldn't be doing.
As much shit you should be doing.
What you should be doing is taking your old carcass to a retirement home, fucking off, and then putting Trump back in charge. That's what we should be doing. That's the best thing for the country.
Hey, Sebastian Plante, you're ABD. Congrats, man. And good luck on that. But good luck on the ABD. I'm sure you'll get through it, man.
This is a fun sideshow. You endorse any
ABD means all but
decision.
dissertation.
I like to say you endorse any decision. I'm going to make you
is
regret
being
that.
in a situation where I'm able to I'm going to be deeply involved in the.
That's the problem, is the fact that you're deeply involved.
But he's not. He's not deeply involved. He's not deeply. He has no idea what's going on at all. The big stupid ding dong. Holy crap.
These off-year elections. We're going to be raising a lot of money. We're going to be out there making sure that we're helping all of those candidates. And
raising much money from whom?
Already asked me to come in and campaign with them to go out and make the case in plain, simple language as to what it is we've done, what we want to do, and why we think it's important.
More branding.
Brandoning. How about that?
Let's go Brandon.
He's brandoning.
God,
I'm sorry. I'm running out of steam in terms of my ability to deal with this shit. I'm just gonna be memes from now on. Like eventually I'll just play. Like, be lucky I didn't put the soundboard together before this, because trust me, I had a fart. I had fart.mp3 set up. It was fartreverb.mp3 ready to go. Because otherwise I'd really abuse that, and you're gonna get mad at me, Spoon, when I do set up the soundboard, because I have so many nasty sound effects I want to put in. Just I'd put it everywhere.
How many more hours am I doing this? I'm happy to stick around.
How about you? Oh, look, he's already upset.
I had ice cream
Look
and
at
a
it.
nap.
He needs his icy creamies and his nappy. I mean, nappy both in the you know,
diaper sense and
diaper
the sleep
sense and the sleep sense. Yeah.
That smile is fake as fuck.
You always ask me the nicest questions.
Oh, they always ask you the nicest question that Abraham.
I know you do.
All right.
None of them make a lot of sense to me, but
Well, that's because you're senile.
Let's try
Fire
again.
away. Come on.
A new year. Why are you trying so hard?
There we go, Peter Ducey.
In your first year to pull the country so far to the left?
Oh.
Wait a minute. Okay, so actually, here's the thing. I'm glad we actually finished this up, because Brandon won't take like a conservative, even mildly conservative questions at first. He has to do his little rounds, and then they wait exactly for most people to tune out because it's boring as fuck. Now you have to call on a couple of vaguely right-leaning people. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O, y'all fucked up now.
This is
Well, I'm not.
You are.
Yes, you are.
I don't know what you consider to be too far to the left, if in fact we're
Voting rights, rigging the election.
Oh my God, I
massive
can't help
stimulus
it.
bills,
The fucking
an
signer.
enormous amount of social spending.
I can't.
You fucking idiot.
I know what you mean, but I can't help what the signer's face. It's the worst.
Desecrating the energy sector in the name of green energy horseshit.
Yes, and all of it, which is just making government bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. That's leftism as it currently exists in the United States, as we perceive it, right? Making government massive. Also, the signer's face right now is my favorite.
It looks like she just drank whiskey sour.
talking about making sure that we had the money for COVID, making sure we had the money.
Well, how do you get money, COVID? Or how do you get money, Biden? By doing what? Yes, by taxes or printing the shit out of it.
Taking the money from the American people. That's
With
how
the
you get your money.
Fed.
With the Fed.
And then inducing a massive amount of inflation.
All his love about earlier, about how great the Fed is, how wonderful it is. Federal Reserve. Oh, it's so great. It's unconstitutional. God damn it.
To put together the bipartisan infrastructure, making sure
there's no bipartisanship on this, and he's cried about this earlier. There's no bipartisanship here. He cried about this earlier about how there's no bipartisan agreement. There's none.
Yes.
There is no bipartisan agreement on anything you've done. The Republicans, such as they are, who suck and stink, they don't do anything either. They just don't agree with you. That's all. There's no bipartisanship here at all.
Significantly reduce the burden on working class people, but make.
You increase the burden with your fucking inflation, you dumbass.
Yep.
fucking Christ's sake, this man is a moron.
And they have to continue to work hard. I don't know how that is pointed to the left. If you may recall, you got
by spending an arseload of money like it's just falling out of the sky,
Because
like it's
they don't
manna from
the
heaven.
debt is, but the debt didn't do well under Trump either. American debt just goes up, and I can't remember who I heard say this, but they said that
Yes, but people don't care about the depth of the economy is good, and the
Right.
inflation under Trump was like 1%. It was fucking
yes,
minuscule.
it was some of the lowest inflation we've ever seen, which was great. It was great for consumers. It was great for the average person to be able to go to the store to be able to buy gas. The gas prices under Trump was what, like, I don't know.
165 is like insanely low. Yeah.
$2 a gallon on average. Like, it's different in different places, obviously, but like
It was the lowest it was. Like
under
50
Obama.
years.
Under Obama, it was $4 to $5.
Yes, because Obama's a. Moving on.
Just saying.
guys have been trying to convince me that I am
a dumb fuck.
Go ahead. Stop.
Bernie Sanders. I'm not. I like.
Oh my God! You misunderstood the question, you idiot. You misunderstood the question. What he should have asked you, you're working towards a massive increase in government. He called it leftism, but he should have been more clear. He meant massive increase in government power, which is what leftism tends to be, and that is the problem. Yeah. Whereas as conservatism is a horrifying, stupid position. I will say this, but we're just trying to be like, please stop, please slow it down. Which is why conservatism is a failure of position in the United States, but it's better obviously than let's just go forward as fast as possible and see what happens, you know.
Like him, but I'm not Bernie Sanders. I'm not a socialist. I'm a main.
Okay.
The way you're spending your fucking
All right, sure, Brandon. Okay. Well, by the way, I don't think he is a socialist. Actually, I agree. I do not think
he's not a socialist. He just happens to suck off a communist regime.
No, he is a neoliberal piece of shit. That's what he is. He doesn't care how much people's money he spends, but he's not going to give you the stuff that the socialists want. He's correct. He's not Bernie Sanders. He's never going to give you college debt forgiveness. So you're never going to. I'm sorry, ladies.
Bernie, actually.
I'm sorry, ladies. You're going to have to pay off your $150,000 worth of debt for your feminist dance studies degree. You're just going to have to pay that off. Brandon's not going to give that to you. Nobody will. Because it's absurdist. You made that decision. I'm so tired of that shit. That shit drives me up the fucking wall. The fact that, hello, I was an 18-year-old. I made a decision to go to college, and then I continued to make the decision for the next 4 to 8 years, or whatever, however long I went there, in my stupid dance studies degree. Please pay for it, government. A degree that's literally useless. I'll tell you this shit. I don't have any college debt. I went to undergraduate. I chose my undergraduate institution because they gave me a full scholarship. I went there because I had a full scholarship. That was why I chose my undergrad institution. I got into Georgetown, okay? I got into, now I might be a very different person if I had gone to Georgetown, to be completely honest, but I got into Georgetown and I got into GW. I got into a bunch of really good schools, but they didn't give me, Georgetown gave me a half scholarship. Xavier University in Cincinnati gave me a full scholarship. So I went to Xavier because that's where they gave me a full scholarship. Now, when I was applying for my master's and doctoral degrees, I applied to a bunch of different schools. I actually only applied for one school for my master's or for my doctoral because I knew where I wanted to go, which is to go again to WVU and finish my doctoral there. But I applied to a bunch of different schools for my master's degree. I chose WVU, who gave me a full scholarship. I'm not saying that people. I don't want to be like super rude to people who've made bad decisions when they're young, because we all make bad decisions when we're young. I make bad decisions as an adult, whatever. It's fine. But making a bad decision doesn't mean the government should make up for your bad decision because you decided that, like, hey, well, I'd like to just take on $100,000 worth of debt to go to a school to learn dance theory or whatever. It doesn't matter what it is. If I was able to understand this when I was 18, I'm not a genius, guys. That should be overwhelmingly evident by everything that you know about me on the internet. I'm not a genius. I've never been a genius. But I knew not that it was better for me to go to a small school in Ohio than to than to go to George Washington or GW or Georgetown. Way better schools in terms of like their prestige. Make logical decisions.
I have been. And mainstream Democrats have overrun. If you notice, the 48 of the 50 Democrats supported me in the Senate on virtually everything I've asked. Yes, sir.
Not in everything, not on virtually. Nice
You were
virtual.
asked whether or not you believed that we would have free and fair elections in 2022 if some of these state legislatures reformed their voting protocols. You said that it depends. Do you...
Kid, lay off the soy and fucking live somewhere. It's because the voice you're cracking is like
That's like
making
John
me want to
Mulaney.
punch you.
But yeah.
Yeah. Groiper.
Do you think that they would in any way be illegitimate?
Oh, yeah, I think it easily could be illegitimate.
Yeah, especially if we get your voter rights shit
How
passed.
interesting, how interesting.
Yeah, go on.
Imagine
Republicans like fucking maul you out of existence.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I don't want to say anything. Just imagine that.
gonna
I just want to imagine that for a moment because it's funny.
Yeah, it's gonna happen, man.
Imagine if, in fact, Trump has succeeded in convincing Pence to not count the votes. Imagine if...
In regards to 2022, sir, the midterm
Oh, 2022.
elections.
I mean, imagine if those attempts to say that the count was not legit.
I bet you they're gonna pull the shit. I will bet my bollocks right now. They will push this shit.
No shit, of course.
I will bet my balls.
Of course
in
they will.
2022, come November, those fuckers are gonna say the Republicans do some shady shit.
Because it does not. By the way.
It doesn't register to them.
Of course it doesn't.
That if they get fucking annihilated, it's not because their policies are fucking shit. It's because the vote was stolen. No, it's because your policies are shit.
Yeah, of course. Obviously.
Dumbasses.
You have to recount it, or we're not going to count. We're going to discard the following votes. I mean, sure. I'm not saying it's going to be legit. It's the increase.
Wait, let him finish. Goddamn.
Being illegitimate.
Go ahead.
Portion was not being.
It's the problem with watching other. Go ahead.
Able to get these reforms passed, but I don't think you're going to see.
Just what I just said there. It's not going to be legit unless we get these reforms passed.
How interesting.
So openly saying, if we lose, it is going to be because we couldn't get the shit passed, which makes it sound like you need to get this shit passed to win. What exactly is in this shit that you're trying to pass that is going to secure your victory?
It's a little mask off, isn't it? It's a little mask off, isn't it, Spoon? He's saying, like, we can't win unless we pass this voter. I wish I don't have a cam. I don't even have a webcam on my computer, but in big hyphen quotes, voter reform, or excuse me, voter protection bill, or whatever it's called, passed. Voter rights, yeah, or voter rights bill. It's only if we get that voter rights bill can we win. Well, why would that be, Brandon? Why would that be? Could it be because your voter rights bill allows people to vote without ID, allows them to vote without signature verification? How can anyone who's being serious and not being silly here say sincerely that this is a voter rights bill and not an intentional
means to rig the vote? Yeah.
I didn't want to say it, but that's what it is, right?
Yeah,
it's a rigging. You want to be able to rig, because you want to just be able to like make numbers up, and we saw it in 2020. We saw it, dude. Yep. We saw how you rigged it, and by that I mean like the 3 a.m. ballot drops. We saw it. It's unfortunately that's just what we saw, man.
You're not going to see me, and I don't think you're going to see the Democratic Party give up on coming back at assuming that the attempt fails today.
One more, sir. You campaigned and you ran on a return to civility, and I know that you dispute the characterization that you called folks who would oppose those voting bills as being Bull Connor or George Wallace, but you said that they would be sort of in the same camp.
No, I didn't say that. Look what I said. Go back and read what I said.
Why don't you go back and listen to what you said?
And tell me.
Oh,
if you think I called anyone who voted on the side of the position taken by Bull Connor that they were Bull Connor.
Well, you said on the side of Bull Connor.
Yeah, that's what you
or
said.
on the side of George Wallace.
We just heard this. We just heard this.
So...
So, sorry, we did listen to what you said.
What does that mean?
We did listen to what you said, Brandon. We listened to what you said. So, sorry. That's what you said.
And
that is an interesting reading of English. I assume you got into journalism because you...
Oh my gosh.
Like a grumpy old fucking man.
Oh my god. Now he's gonna insult your journalism degree. Now, if he were to do this to anyone on the left, this would be insane. You would never be able to say something like this. Because they would cry, you know, piss their pants maybe shit and gum, but the reality is they would literally not be able to deal with this kind of basic. Again, see who he does this to. See who he does this to.
You remember
you like to
old
write?
Reporter,
huh?
that old reporter in like 2003 who threw the shoe at George Bush, which he dodged like a fucking boss.
Like a boss. Like, I don't like George Bush. I have very few nice things to say about George W. Bush Jr.
But that was the most baddest thing with president.
That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool when he dodged the
if you
shoe.
did that to Biden right now, you'd probably kill him.
If you threw a shoe at Biden, he'd die.
Yeah, that's my point. He would take a half an hour to move out of its way.
Let's go on. Oh shoot.
So did you expect that would work with Senators Manchin or Sinema?
No, here's the thing. There's certain things that are so consequential.
You don't have either.
You have to speak from your heart as well as your head. I was speaking out forcefully on what I think to be at stake.
So did
It's your presidency.
Yeah, how cute. How cute, Brandon. How cute. Think with your heart and your head. Woo. Things you do neither of. How cute.
Yeah.
So did you expect that would work with Senators Manchin or Sinema?
No, here's the thing. There's certain things that are so consequential. You have to speak from your heart as well as your head.
Say it again.
I was speaking out forcefully on what I think to be at stake. That's what it is. And by the way, no one forgets who was on the side of King or Bull Connor.
Yeah, not you.
He does forget, by the way, but that's fine.
No one not done it. The history books will note it. And when I was
about
making the case, don't think this is a freebie.
Okay.
You don't get to vote this way and then somehow it goes away. This will be stick with you the rest of your career and long after you're gone.
And Mr. President,
folks, okay. Whoa. Hang on, guys. We've only gone an hour and 20 minutes. I'll keep going. But I'm going to go. Okay. Whoa. Hang on, guys.
Whoa.
We've only gone an hour and 20 minutes. I'll keep going. But I'm going to go. Let me get something straight here. How long are you guys ready to go? You want to go for another hour or two?
You want to go?
Okay. I'm going to go. I tell you what, folks. I'm going to go another 20 minutes till a quarter.
We got 20 minutes. Spoon, can you go 20 minutes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Spoon, are you and I, even though it's 2 in the morning, are you and I more or less senile than Joe Biden? 20 more minutes.
Probably less, I imagine.
I want to thank my communication staff for the great help here.
Of course they do, because they move everyone out who says anything that you don't like. They shovel them out of the room now, don't they? We've already seen that, don't they? Not.
Well, President Biden, on the coronavirus, we're tragically approaching nearly 1 million Americans who died, and I'd like to ask you why it is during your 3.5-hour virtual summit in November with the Chinese president you didn't press for transparency, and also whether that has anything to do with your son's involvement in an investment firm control.
Oh no!
He's gonna get Clinton,
no, he won't get Clinton. That's too. Oh my God, though, this is an amazing pause screen because look at the signer as well. She's like oh, not supposed to ask that question. Oh, not supposed to ask that question. Can't ask that question.
Yeah,
Oh, that's a bad question. Not supposed to ask that question.
Yeah, that's like
2 hours, like 20 minutes, like 2 hours on the show. We're trying to clean it up a little bit faster. Sorry, guys. I know that we're getting late here, but wowee.
yeah,
entities.
Yeah, this.
Oh,
yeah,
look,
yeah.
she's shaking her hand. I'm sure that it means something in sign language. Like I only know how to say a couple things in sign language. Here's what I know how to say in the sign language, which is very big, meaty vagina, and thereby also a very big, meaty penis. Those are the 2 things I know how to say in sign language. Thank you. Welcome to my TED Talk. Or thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
I want to hear his answer to this shit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Died. And I'd like to ask you why it is during your 3.5-hour virtual summit in November with the Chinese president you didn't press for transparency, and also whether that has anything to do with your son's involvement in an investment firm controlled by Chinese state-owned entities.
Ignores these fucking.
The answer is
Let's see what happens. Oh my gosh.
I did raise the question of transparency.
No.
I spent a lot of
Answer
time
the question.
with him.
Answer the question about Hunter.
And the fact is that they just spent a lot of time with him, and the fact is that they're just not being transparent.
Okay, so they're all lying.
Transparency on the coronavirus.
Answer the question.
He's
about
not
your
answering the
crackhead
question.
fucking kid.
I know. He is not
Made
answering
it
the question.
clear that I thought that China had an obligation to be more forthcoming on exactly what the source of.
China mocks the fuck out of this little bitch every fucking day.
Yeah, they completely fucking own him. But he will not answer the question. Let's see. Spoon. And chat, by the way, chat. For those of you who are still left, I know that we've been going for 6 hours or whatever, like, so it's long as fuck. Yeah, he did smoke Parmesan, the void that bites. You're correct. That's what we did here. For those who are left, do you think that Brandon's gonna?
No, he's not gonna address his kid.
Think he's gonna address Hunter?
No.
I can't do polls because I don't have the ability to, but that's why we have to do it in this
no.
basic YouTube way, which is 1, is he going to address Hunter, or 2, is he going to lie and obfuscate like a little bitch?
He's gonna obfuscate like a little bitch.
Of the virus. China had an obligation to be more forthcoming on exactly what the source
Fucking told you.
Yeah. Oh no, the
of
poor.
the
Oh,
virus
every time
was
the poor.
and where it came from. Yes.
Oh, done. That was it. That was his response. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That was his fucking response. He did not answer the question at all.
Where's this one from? Her accent's really unusual.
Whoa,
Mr. President, I would like to ask you about foreign policy. One of the first priority that you declared when you came to office was to end the war in Yemen, the catastrophic war in Yemen. You appointed a special envoy. Today, one of your allies, United Arab Emirates, is asking your administration to put back the Houthi rebels or militias back on the terror list. Are you going to do that? And how are you going to end the war in Yemen, sir?
The answer is it's under consideration, and ending the war in Yemen
doesn't even know what
two
Yemen
parties
is.
to be involved to do it. And
I think
it's
Yemen
gonna
to
be
him
very
sounds like an
difficult.
ice cream flavor.
I was about to say the exact same joke. Get out of my fucking
Thank
head.
you very
Spoon. I
much
hate the fact
for
that
this
you and I have
honor,
the
James
same
Rosen with
fucking way
Newsmax.
of designing
I'd like
jokes.
to
I hate it
I'd like
now.
to raise a delicate subject.
Yes.
Thank
Yeah,
you very
raise a
much
delicate
for this
subject.
honor, James Rosen with Newsmax. I'd like to raise a delicate
Newsmax.
subject, but with utmost respect for your life accomplishments and the high office you hold.
Oh.
What? He doesn't have either of those two things, but okay.
No, but it's fine. But it's Newsmax.
Okay.
This might be interesting. Let's see. He has
Okay,
to
let's
pick.
see what they
Is
say.
he of his platitudes? His platitudes, right?
Okay.
A poll released this morning by Politico Morning Consult found 49% of registered voters disagreeing with the statement, Joe Biden is mentally fit. Ooh.
I'm gonna lose my mind. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, two of our sorry, I always get your name wrong. Arminius. He thinks probably Yemen is lemon because he's thinking about ice creamies. But what are you gonna do about this?
This
shit?
is the reason why he does not have any conservative people.
That you can't let Newsmax talk
Because you're going to ask this kind of question, and it's going to blow his brain. He can't answer this. Let's say, now I'm actually super excited. I'm super hyped. What's going to happen? What happens?
Not even a majority of Democrats who responded strongly affirmed that statement.
Well, I'll let you all make the judgment whether they're correct.
Well,
Thank
so
you.
the question
Okay,
I
sure.
have for you, sir, before
Yeah,
if you'd let me
please.
finish,
Yeah, let him go.
is why do you suppose such large segments of the American electorate have come to harbor such profound concerns about your cognitive fitness? Thank you.
Does he not sound a bit like Jared Taylor?
A little bit, but like, here's a question. Trump took a cognitive test after people were like, oh,
And
Trump's
aced
insane,
it,
Trump's
yeah.
insane, and aced it. Why is Biden not taking a cognitive test? Because he'd fail.
He'd
That's
fail
why.
it, that's
Yeah.
why. Yeah.
But I mean, they lie about. This is
I
all.
have no idea.
You have no idea. Okay, that answer is why they think so. They think that way.
Because you have no idea about anything, Brandon. That's why.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's it?
That's it.
Oh my
Thanks,
gosh. That's the whole. Oh, I have no idea. That's it. No answer for Newsmax. How interesting. How
What
queer.
a fucking little weasel.
Oh my gosh.
That's insane. That is
Mr. President,
fucking unreal.
I know.
Appreciate it. I wanted to sort of address or ask about attention that's sort of been in this press conference on unifying the country, because you campaigned on two things. One of them is being able to accomplish big
Well, then at least one token black person asking a question.
Yeah, well.
and the other is the ability to
And he's not asking about actually black rights, so.
unify the country. And
It
even
was
today
that-
you
that
talked about
mixed
sort of a
race
different
woman who did.
posture with Republicans. And I wonder if you still
course.
think it's possible to do both of those things.
No.
We have to. We have to. I mean, as long as I hold public office, I'm going to continue to attempt to do both things.
What do you mean by
gonna
voting
do
rights? What do you mean
shit.
by voting rights? What do you mean by voting rights? I'm so sorry. I feel so bad for the signer. Every time it pauses, it's the worst picture of her ever. What do you mean by voting rights? What do you mean? You can't define it. You cannot define it because of course you can't. Insane.
More follow up. Around this time last year when you were campaigning in Georgia, I think one of the things you told people was the power is literally in your hands. You know, if
Someone said that's a teenage boy's voice for such a large man. That's true. I have a deeper voice than he does. This makes me laugh.
If voters give Democrats the House and the Senate and the
What happened,
presidency,
by the
that
way? You're wrong.
all these big things can get accomplished. And, you know, we've seen stalemate, we've seen things being stymied. Why should folks believe you this time around?
Can you think of any other president's done as much in 1 year?
No, I can't actually, Joe. You're right. I can't.
No, I don't recall any president that has fucked up so much in 1 year as you.
No,
Yes,
no,
that's true.
hang on. LBJ maybe, but I think you've actually exceeded LBJ. You've exceeded LBJ in your ability to be an absolute fucking complete waste and nightmare president. So no, you're right. I can't think of another president who's besides LBJ maybe who's been worse than you. Correct, Joe.
I'm asking you.
I'm serious.
No,
You guys
I'm
talk
serious.
about how nothing's.
I want to hear this answer. This non-fucking answer.
happened. I don't think there's been much on any incoming president's plate that's been a bigger menu than the plate I had given to me. I'm not complaining. Knew that running in.
You literally could fucking do what the previous guy did on autopilot and do
but that's
fuck
what
all
he
else.
has done.
And the media could have kissed your fucking ass
Mostly-
from cheek to shining cheek. And you did
yeah, mostly
nothing.
he's-
You did no, he didn't do that. He took everything the previous guy
Yeah.
did and unplugged it
Undid
from the
it.
machine.
Yeah, unplugged it.
Because
and
he's a
said no.
fucking retard.
He literally undid every single thing, every executive order, everything he could do that Trump put in place to make the American people better off, and undid it.
Yeah, he signed like 40 executive orders in the first week, something absurdly high.
Well, to be fair, that's actually quite normative. Trump signed a bunch of executive orders very early on as well, but it was, and also Trump signed way less executive orders on the way out, which is also another thing you normally find with people like Obama. Like Obama signed something like 100 executive orders on his way out after his second term. I could be incorrect with the number, but it's close to 100, I believe, if not more.
Yep. Man, this is
This
Bad.
is insane. What have I done? More than anyone else? Are you kidding me? That's it. He's absolutely delusional. Either he's delusional or he's insane. I don't know. What?
Both.
Yeah, probably. That's a crazy thing to say, Brandon. Holy shit.
And the fact of the matter is, we got an awful lot done. An awful lot done.
I literally spit my drink out, dude.
You didn't get anything done.
You didn't get anything
got
done.
two bills that have
What?
made fuck all
What
difference.
have you done? What have you done? Nothing. Nothing.
I've passed
there's
infrastructure
more to get
bill
done.
and increased inflation with a shitload of stimulus. And to this day, I'm still
Unbelievable.
paying a shitload of money out that is making people not find fucking work while also saying employment's great. It's like, dude.
This is insane.
No.
This is actual insanity. Holy shit, Brandon. Dude.
Yeah, this is just
But
nuts.
look, let me ask a rhetorical question.
Let me ask you a rhetorical question, Brandon. Why? Just why?
Do you know your own name?
Do you know your name, honestly? No, he's confused as fuck. He's clearly confused.
Anyway.
Can't answer that question either, can you?
That's because he forgot the question.
He forgot it. He literally forgot the question. He actually if you're not aware, guys, in the chat, he actually fucking forgot the question. So the first time in this speech, in this press conference, that he's forgotten a question, but he forgot the goddamn question right there. There it is, prima facie.
Thank you. Yes.
I also have you noticed, Spoon, how like any question that's critical of him, he answers with like a 3-sentence response, whereas he had paragraphs to respond to the left-leaning media. He had paragraphs. He had whole speeches prepared for them. Now you'll notice that he's not reading from anything now. Anyone who's slightly critical of him is like, I don't care. Bye.
Yeah, pretty much.
By the way, I would respect that if he was doing it from a Trump kind of position where they were, hello, Mr. President, why are you a racist? And he's like, I don't care, fuck off. That's fine, because he's not a racist. But they're asking him serious questions, and he's just being like, I don't know, bye.
Be careful. Don't get hurt, man.
No, I'm going to take care. Mr. President, thank you. Sebastian Smith from AFP. Another question on Ukraine. Ukraine borders 4 NATO member countries.
What's AFP?
How concerned are you
British guy.
concerned that a real conflagration in Ukraine, if the Russians really go
he's
in
French.
there, that it could suck in NATO countries that are on the border and you end up with an actual NATO-Russia confrontation of some kind? And secondly, are you entertaining the thought of a summit with Vladimir Putin as a way to perhaps try and put this whole thing to bed, address their concerns, and negotiate a way out of it?
The last question, yes. When we talked about whether or not we'd pick the 3 meetings we talked about, and we talked about we would go from there if there was reason to go to
Sorry
the
if I
summit.
pronounced that incorrectly.
We talked
or
about a
pronounced it with a
summit
German
as
accent.
being before the Ukraine
I only speak
item
one
came
other
up in
language
terms of
fluently, and it's
strategic
Japanese, so.
doctrine and what the strategic relationship would be. So I still think that is a possibility, number one. Number two, I am very concerned. I'm very concerned that this could end
Are
up
you?
being, look,
Look.
the
Look
only
your fat.
war that's worse than one that's intended is one that's unintended.
Okay.
And what I'm concerned about is this could get out of hand, very easily get out of hand because of what you said, the borders of Ukraine and what Russia may or may not do. I am hoping that Vladimir Putin understands that he is short of a full-blown nuclear war. He's not in a very good position to dominate the world.
Whoa.
And so,
Whoa. Full-on nuclear war? I don't think so, by the way. Tomb of Arminius, by the way, you're correct. His ego is extremely fragile and he angers quickly. Yeah, he gets super mad super easily. Do you just threaten nuclear war with Russia?
I don't think we're that bad yet.
I don't think he thinks
Maybe I misunderstood it.
but it is a concern. And that's why we have to be very careful about how we move forward and make it clear to him that there are prices to pay that could, in fact, cost his country an awful lot. But of course, you have to be concerned when you have, nuclear power invaded. If he invades, it hasn't happened since World War II. This has been the most consequential thing that's happened.
Whoa.
Peace
We're hitting the entire.
since World War II.
This is insane. Politically, historically illiterate. There's been no major invasions of anybody since World War II. Are you joking?
No, I think you meant Russia.
Russia's never invaded anyone since World War II. Are you joking? This is politically and historically insane and inaccurate. They have invaded, by the way, Ukraine before. It's happened already. So, like, what is this ridiculous nonsense?
Yes.
Nearly 2 years have passed since the beginning of the global coronavirus outbreak, and you again today acknowledge that Americans are frustrated and they're tired. Based on your conversations with your health advisors, what type of restrictions do you imagine being on Americans this time next year, and what does the new normal look like for social gatherings and travel to you?
Afghanistan, Chechnya, Georgia, thank you. The Caucasus, thank you. Chad, thank you.
Will be that we don't still have 30-some million people not vaccinated. I hope the new normal is people have seen what their own interest is and have taken advantage of what we have available to them.
What's their own interest? You understand what he means there, correct? Everyone listening, and Spoon, you understand what he means by your own interest? Is that we will subjugate you, we will tyrannize you if you don't go along with what we tell you to do. If we don't tell you to take this particular medical procedure, you will be tyrannized. Horrifying.
Number 2.
Mine is that I do not have the immune system of a fucking pussy, and so I won't take your faggy little jab. There, I said it.
Mine is, I'll put the opposite position, right? Like, I understand, like, where you're coming from, and I agree with you completely, and I think that's a totally reasonable and rational position. I have multiple sclerosis. I will not. I was advised against it by a doctor because I have a autoimmune disorder. So I will not take it because I have an autoimmune disorder. So no, thank you. And I will not take an untested vaccine when I have already an autoimmune issue. No thanks.
2, with the pill that is a problem that appears to be as efficacious as it seems to be, that you're going to be able to deal with this virus in a way that after the fact you have an ability to make sure you don't get very sick. Number 3.
So why do we need excuse me, real quick though, why do we need a pill if the vaccines work? Pardon me, please explain. Why do we need a pill if the vaccines work? Or you're not just admitting here indirectly that the vaccines don't work? That's what you're admitting.
Do you remember that the post that you and I had of all the medicine?
Oh yeah, right. I don't remember that. It's somewhere up in our Discord chat. But yeah, about how the efficacy of various different treatments for COVID, the vaccine's like at the bottom of it in terms of being able to prevent serious side effects compared to something like.
Don't you want to bet it's just like fucking ibuprofen and this?
Vitamin D was higher than vitamin D and horse paste, as we'll call it horse paste, were higher in that chart.
What they call it, the IV.
And that, by the way, let's be clear. Like, this was not like the chart that I'm talking about. Like, if we could find it, I won't be able to now because it's way too. It's gonna be somewhere in our. Well, no offense, but Spoon and I talk all day, like every day. So it's difficult to find things. But yeah, there was a chart that we found that I found. I don't remember that showed. It was an official chart. It was not like some bullshit from it was an Alex Jones chart that showed that like the best way of treating COVID, the most effective ways were not preventative treatment, but that were palliative treatment, right? They were post-facto treatments. So it was stuff like ivermectin. It was stuff like vitamin D were better than the vaccine at treating it. Just saying. Oh, was Sam Hyde talking to Dankula? Hey, well, that would be why people dropped off. I don't blame you at all for leaving for that. Holy crap, I didn't even notice that. Sorry, let's continue.
Is the rest of the world does what I'm doing and provides significant amounts of the vaccine to the rest of the world, because it's not sufficient that we just have this country not have the virus or be able to control the virus, but that we can't build a wall high enough to keep a new variant out. So it requires one of the things that I want to do.
Incomprehensible.
We're contemplating
new variant
figuring
out.
out how to
You
do.
know what's going to happen.
We are contemplating how to get done, and that is how do we move in a direction where the world itself is vaccinated. It's not enough just to vaccinate
That's
340 million, fully vaccinate 340 million people in the United
It's
States.
not enough to just vaccinate the whole.
That's not enough.
The whole country. We need
It's
to
not
vaccinate the
enough
whole
to do
world.
it. We have to do it, and we have to do a lot.
If you guys are not aware, this is a global pharmaceutical fucking grift. He just said it right there. We need the whole world to be vaccinated with a disease that, or against a disease that the vaccination does nothing to do to prevent the spread of. It does nothing to do. It does nothing. That is the CDC. I am not giving you conspiracy theories. We know for a fact that it does nothing to prevent the spread at all. So what's the point? It does nothing to prevent you from getting it. There's nothing to prevent you from spreading it. So what's the freaking point exactly in this vaccine? It's been, what is it? It's compliance. Yes?
We know that. That much is fucking obvious.
A lot more than we're doing now, and that's why we have continued to keep the commitment of providing vaccines and available cures for the rest of the world as well.
If I could, sir, and I should have said this before, Francesca Chambers McClatchy, how do you plan to win back moderates and independents who cast a ballot for you in 2020, but polls indicate aren't happy with the way you're doing your job now?
I don't believe the polls.
I can't. Spoon, I'm gonna have to go die. I'm gonna have to go die.
I don't believe the polls.
I'm gonna have to go die. I have to go. I have to die. I have to go die in a corner. I have to go die. I have to go put myself in a bag in the river or in a box in the street.
No, hold on for a second. If you don't believe the polls, how do you gauge public opinion over what to do?
No, apparently he doesn't care about the polls or public opinion at all. He doesn't believe it. He doesn't believe in it. Well, I truly believe that it's cool for him to believe the science if he doesn't believe in the polls. Interesting. You don't believe in public opinion. Okay, very interesting. Very cool. Freaking based, I guess. What the hell are you doing, you fucking moron? He doesn't believe in the polls.
I look at the polls. Jesus.
Okay. This is hilarious. Oh my gosh, guys. This is so funny. But yeah, believe the science when it's convenient, says Sebastian Planta. Completely. Yeah. We only believe the science when we like it, and by science we mean whatever we fucking think we mean it means. So I reject your reality and substitute my own. Unbelievable.
Well, why don't you just go down the road there?
Thank you, Mr. President.
That was it. That was his whole answer.
Some of the questions about the vaccination program.
Oh my
You've
God.
given dozens of speeches.
Hang on, that was his whole answer. Is I reject your reality and substitute my own. Holy crap. That was it. That was his whole response. I reject your reality and substitute my own. Sorry, Spoon.
By the way, this is the reason why the Dems will get crushed in the midterms. Because they literally don't even pay attention to, like, the country saying, fuck off your shit. Which means they don't actually give a fuck what they actually pass.
No, because they're going to fortify. They're going to fortify stuff.
Yeah, they're just bought off.
You're going to fortify it. When you fortify it, you can't lose. This isn't that was a horrifying response, by the way. I can't believe that he just said that, but all right.
Is this year urging Americans to get vaccinated? You've talked to reluctant Republicans. You've said it's people's patriotic duty. There have been very few mentions of the fact that young children under the age of 5, still in the third year of this pandemic in this country, don't have access to the vaccine. Can you speak to frustrated?
Ew. I don't know what this guy's gonna say. I'm gonna have to use your restroom because I'm actually disgusted. Like, I'm sorry I keep having to leave because Spoon is apparently like I don't know how you're able to do this for 5 hours, like, and be such a champ. But I can't. I have to.
What, would I go into the bathroom?
I have to go pee, and I have to go. Yeah, mostly have to go pee. But like.
Because I'm mostly machine.
Okay, well, good. Good for you. I'll be right back. What this guy's saying already is, I want to respond to, but go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll wait for you. I have to do it for this one because she has the bladder of a 5-year-old. And I apparently don't have one. How dare you tell me I'm 7th? That's a fucking disgrace. And yes, kids don't need the stupid thing. As a spoon tea drinker. Tea drinkers have steel bladders. I do drink tea. I drink more coffee than tea, though. The pro streamer setup. No, I just don't know. Maybe I have an exceptionally large bladder. Who the fuck knows? Or maybe it's because I wasn't drinking alcohol during the fucking stream like Aiden was. Probably that one. And beer drinkers that are rugged till the dams break. I drink more whiskey than anything else, to be honest. If there's ever a stream where we talk alcohol, it is going to be whiskey. About all this shit, because I have a whiskey collection behind me, so. But there's Japanese and bourbon and Scotch and Irish, and there's even a Swedish whiskey in the corner. So yes, I am a whiskey boy. Whereas Aiden drinks, I don't know what Aiden drinks. Usually wine or vodka or something. I don't know. Ask her when she gets back. Also, I guarantee you, if I do a video or two tomorrow, it's probably going to be about the stream. Because it's going to be fucking damage control. And it's going to be funny to read.
What was the TLDR for the, like, 40 seconds I was gone?
Oh no, I didn't. I waited for you.
Oh, thank you. How sweet. How
Yes, because
gentlemanly.
I'm nice. I'm a gentleman. I suppose a top hat and monocle.
Yeah, sure.
Parents a little bit about why that continues to be the case and when that might change.
Because the science hasn't reached a point where they're convinced that, in fact, it is safe. So that's what they're doing now. You could have asked me that. I got asked that question about 3 months ago about people between the ages of...
Hang on. The science has not reached the conclusion that it's safe. The science, first of all, science in a big capital S, hasn't reached the conclusion that it's safe. So we admit that we don't know if it's safe. We don't know if it's safe to give children under the age of 5 this quote-unquote vaccine, for which the word vaccine has to have been redefined. Incomprehensible. I'm losing my mind, dude. I'm losing my mind.
It's because children don't need the stupid thing.
They don't. And we know this. We know this, by the way, that children are not at risk for this. They're not.
No.
What we do not know, and what we do not know, and I'm speaking to this perspective from, as a scientist, now I'm a social scientist, which is basically gay, in fake science, but the reality is, there have been no longitudinal tests done on anyone, let alone children, to know what the effect of these vaccines, there's multiple of them, so I can't put it even like, I can't say this vaccine, it's multiple vaccines, most of which, as either Johnson & Johnson, are mRNA, meaning that they have an effect on your DNA sequencing. We don't know. We can't know. I mean, like, tell me if I'm wrong. I believe that if you inject your child with this vaccine, it probably should be considered some form of child abuse, but that's just my opinion. They can't make that decision for themselves. So, I don't know. What do you think, man? Do you think it's child abuse?
Yep.
Well, we're in agreement there, then.
7 and 12. Well, they've got to the point where they felt secure in the number of tests they had done.
They've done no tests. They've done no tests. They've done no tests. They've done no tests on this. They've done no tests on this. For children, no, it's not occurred. It's not happening. Oh my god, I'm gonna freak out, but just to be clear, as a scientist, and again, I'm gonna put that in like 1,000 quotations because I'm a social scientist, which is like the weirdest, lamest form of a scientist that you can be. What's happening here is reprobate. It is a complete and utter disgrace to the scientific method. To a degree that I've never seen in my entire life. I've never seen something that's this bad, ever.
I remember when I was laughing like 4 hours ago, guys, about how much I love a null hypothesis. This is not okay. This is not science. This is not how we work. And if you want any information, I can tell you how the scientific method works. We have a proposal. We submit it to an IRB, which is the Institutional Review Board. This stuff, all of this research, by the way, just went over the IRB. They didn't even have to submit their stuff to an IRB. They have no accountability. They are not IRB certified. There's no review on any of this. Just be a little bit aware of what's happening here. This is not cool, dude. Sebastian Planty says, I was an evolutionary biologist. I'm well aware of the flaunting of the procedure. Well, I'm sure you are, Sebastian, then, if you're aware of how they've just circumvented the IRB, how they've circumvented all normative procedures that we would do into any other scientific method. Like, and again, like, I'm a social scientist, and when I, as a social scientist, I'm looking at something and going like, hang on a minute, that doesn't, like, align with what we're supposed to do, it's a red flag. It's a big red flag. If as a social scientist, I'm like, hang on a minute, that doesn't sound ethical. This is a problem. Do you have an opinion, Spoon? Sorry.
No. Out of my area of expertise.
Well, just my little rant.
But I will say giving it to children is fucking psychotic, and you should go to prison.
I think you should as well. I agree.
7 and 12. Well, they've got to the point where they felt secure in the number of tests they had done and the tests they had run, that it was safe. So it will come. It will come. But I'm not a scientist. I can't tell you when, but it is really very important that we get down to that next piece.
You're not a scientist.
More follow-up on Build Back Better. When you said it's going to likely be broken up into chunks, you mentioned that the climate pieces seem to have broad support. You mentioned that Senator Manchin is a supporter of early child care. You left out the child tax credit, and I wonder if it's fair to read between the lines and assume that is a piece, given Senator Manchin's opposition to it, that the extension of that is likely one of those components that may have to wait until sometime down the line.
There's two really big components that I feel strongly about that I'm not sure I can get in the package. One is the child care tax credit, and the other is help for cost of community colleges. They are massive things that I've run on, I care a great deal about, and I'm going to keep coming back at whatever floor I get to be able to try to get chunks of all of that done. Yes, sir. Next man next to you.
Whoa, the community college stuff, though. So you just want to pay for
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Pedro Rojas. I'm with Univision National News.
Real quick before we get this Latin guy to speak.
The gringo.
I hope he disparages the gringo, honestly. What we just heard there, though, was he was saying he's going to increase expenditure towards what exactly? Public universities. So it's not just more spending. This is what he just said. He's just going to increase spending towards public universities. More and more spending towards what? Not something that's going to help the average person. Not just going to indoctrinate you. That's all it is.
This is actually my first press conference here. It's
nice
good to meet you in person.
We always have long press conferences.
Awesome.
Oh, that's actually kind of sweet.
I got a couple of questions for you. Number one, you said that you want to...
Huh? Did you pause?
No.
Whoops. Maybe I did. What the hell's going on?
South America and other countries in the Western Hemisphere, given the fact that China has gained a lot of influence in the region. And the second question is, what will be your message for residents in this country that are struggling every time they go to the gas station, every time they go to the grocery store and see the prices going high, and the pharmacy? I happen to come from South Texas, where I saw a lot of people struggling financially in the last few months, and so I wonder what is the message you want to spread to them.
Yeah, please.
Well, I tried to express. I tried to answer that 7 different ways today.
No, you have not. You have answered every fucking other goddamn question. You've answered every other fucking goddamn question. You've answered the Russian question 1,000 different ways, and by answering, I mean you did not answer. Answer this fucking question about the goddamn inflation. Answer it, Brandon, please.
Vice President.
What's happening? Are you having like a weird thing?
Answer the first question.
Might be my computer.
I spent a lot of time in South America and in Latin America. When I was...
I don't know about you, but I think your son probably did. Your son was sampling the Bolivia's finest.
Hey, sorry for like spam in the chat. I'll try to deal with it. I don't know what to do with the spammers. Like, go ahead.
Was Vice President. I spent the bulk of my 8 years basically in Europe and/or in Latin America. I'm in contact with the leaders of the countries in South America. We're working closely with making sure that we do everything, for example, with the to deal with helping the countries in question, particularly those in Central America, to be able to help them with their ability to deal with the people don't sit around and
gee, what the fuck are you even talking
no,
about?
he's just rambling. Nothing he's saying makes. Let's
Makes
try to
sense.
allow him to make sense. He won't. But let's go, Brandon. Oh, is my computer fucking up again?
Guatemala and say, I got a great idea. Let's sell everything we have, give the money to a coyote, take us across a terribly
Wait a minute.
Central America.
Apparently I can't
Mexico,
pause anymore. I don't know.
Drop us up through.
Remember when it was considered racist and stupid for Trump to use the word coyote? Do you remember that? If you don't remember, guys, there was a massive report across the mainstream media that when Trump used the word coyote, that he thought, according to the mainstream media, that Trump thought literal coyotes, like an animal, were bringing children across the border. But now apparently it's fine for Joe Biden to say it, I'm guessing. It's almost like that's the word they use to describe people who take people across the border, but it's fine. Sorry, I just noticed this shit.
America and up through Mexico and sneak us across the border, drop us in the desert. Won't that be fun? People leave because they have real problems. And one of the things I've done when I was vice president,
Wasn't the point of this question of what is he doing to help the people in like Texas who have?
Yeah, he's not answering. He's just circumventing, obviously.
This is
what the hell is this?
Fucking bearing
This
on the
has been his
question.
answer to like the last like 50 questions. What the fuck is this, Brandon? Like, we don't answer the goddamn question, dingus. Christ. My computer's
with, although I don't have
trying
much
to fucking kill itself
anymore, is provide billions of support with, although I don't have much Republican support anymore, is provide
I don't have
billions
much
of
Republican
dollars
support
to be
anymore.
able
Gee, I
to
wonder
say
why.
to those countries,
What a
why are
what a
people
shock.
leaving, and how are you going to reform your own system? And that's we've worked on a long time. It still needs a lot more work, and we're focusing on that. I also believe I've spent a lot of time talking about and dealing with policy having to do with Maduro.
He's not answering this goddamn question.
More than
no,
a dictator right now, and the same thing in Chile and not the same thing, but with
He almost said
Chile
Afghanistan.
as well as Argentina. So
He almost said
I
Afghanistan.
made a speech a while ago when I was vice president, saying that if we were smart, we have an opportunity to make the Western Hemisphere a democratic hemisphere.
It is mostly democratic,
and we
by
were
the way,
moving
Ding
in
Dong.
the right direction.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Who knows? He's out of his mind. Who knows? He's not answering the question, by the way, at all.
Like, what the fuck does that do with the question?
It's nothing. He's just bloviating. He's just bloviating. That's all it is. Incomprehensible nonsense.
The last administration, the Obama-Biden administration. But so much damage was done as a consequence of the foreign policy decisions the last president made in Latin America, Central America, and South America, that we now have, when I call for a summit of the democracies, I call that, and a number of nations showed up for this summit of democracy. What is it that's going to allow us to generate? We've actually had a reduction in the number of democracies in the world. And it seems to me there's nothing more important. We used to talk about, when I was a kid in college, about America's backyard. It's not America's backyard. Send everything south of the Mexican border. Is America's front yard, and we're equal people. We don't dictate what happens in any other part of this continent or the South American continent. We have to work very hard on it. But the trouble is we're having great difficulty making up for the mistakes that have been made the last 4 years, and it's going to take some time.
What the hell happened? Oh, sorry, there was some weird shit that happened with my mic and his mic at the same time.
Is America's front yard.
Oops, sorry.
We're equal people. We don't dictate what.
No offense, guys. Sorry, I'm here. As I said, sometimes what will happen to my computer, like randomly, usually at the middle of the night for whatever reason, is it will literally just decide to do random ass stuff that I can't even cope with. So I guess my rant about South America and how Spoon, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Can everyone hear? Because, like, there's a random glitch that happened. Did everyone hear my rant about what Sebastian Planta said? And how he was correct? No, it's just a random issue with it's my computer. It has something to do with, I actually don't know. I spent like an hour last night trying to how do you call it? Troubleshoot it. I can't figure it out. Sorry. And I'm here. It's just, it's a troubleshooting problem with my computer that I can't figure out. It's something to do with Windows, I guarantee it. Let's continue. I still can't press play. Okay, there we go.
But the trouble is, we're having great difficulty making up for the mistakes that have been made the last 4 years. And it's going to take
What mistakes, you fucking...
Yes,
all the mistakes.
You have made everything worse.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Mr. President.
What have you
Alexander Nazarian, Yahoo News. And thank you for holding this press conference. I hope there's more of them.
Anytime you have extra 3 hours, we can do it.
We'll stay for a couple more.
We have to work very hard. We have to work very hard on it. But the trouble is, we're having great.
Is Biden super quiet for you?
Made the last 4 years.
I mean, it's because he's not tucking into the mic.
He's away from the mic, it's right.
We'll continue.
And it's going to take some time. Yes, gentleman in the back. And then I'll go to this side, okay?
Thank you, Mr. President. Alexander Nazarian, Yahoo News. And thank you for holding this press conference. I hope there's more of them.
Anytime you have extra 3 hours, we can do it.
We'll stay for a couple more. You said you were surprised by Republican obstruction of your agenda, but didn't the GOP take exactly the same tactic when you were vice president to Barack Obama? So why did you think they would treat you
the exact same tactic?
any differently than they treated him?
How's it?
First of all, they weren't nearly as obstructionist as they are now.
Even Yahoo has asked him this fucking question, which, like, he's not going to be able to answer. And by the way, he did not phrase correctly. The reality is, this is how the bipartisan system in a democracy works. They shit-talk each other back and forth forever. They're terrible to each other. They create bipartisan politic, and they create division and hatred amongst people. That's how a bipartisan system works, and why democracy is a failure.
Number one, they stated that, but you had a number of Republicans we work with closely. From John McCain, I mean, a number.
Yeah, how's it going? How's it going? You
Even
can't even
back
get
in those
Democrats
days,
on your
Lindsey Graham.
side anymore. Yeah, a bunch of
so
shitheads who all suck.
The difference here is there seems to be a desire to work with them. And I didn't say my agenda. I'm saying, what are they for? What is their agenda? They have.
Trump's one, you fucking senile cunt.
Yeah, he look. By the way, great pause. He looks hilariously insane there.
Had an agenda back in the administration when the.
They had an agenda. It was called "Make America Great Again."
They have an agenda
fucking
right
idiots.
now, which is to stop your nonsense.
Yes.
Which is still passing to some degree, by the way. Like, which not all of
But
it.
I don't know what their agenda is now.
Of course you don't know, Bonnie, because you don't fucking know anything.
Because you're senile and insane.
The American public is outraged about the tax structure we have in America.
No, they're not. They're outraged by the fact that you are asking them to pay more fucking taxes for a whole bunch of shit no one wants to fucking buy.
Precisely. Thank you,
What are they
Spin.
proposing to do about it? Anything?
Drop
Yes,
their
yes,
taxes
we're talking about-
and
yes.
get rid of the salt deduction.
Yes, we
Or
have.
actually
We have
put it back
very-
in, actually.
Like, okay, I am not a fan of the Republicans because they, generally speaking, suck. But Republicans at least do have a plan as to reduce taxation. Just taxation on businesses in particular, is terrible for business. It causes businesses to move if they can survive, to move their base offshore. It happens listen, I live in a tax haven. If you guys can't tell, because I can't completely get rid of the fucking ads that occur at the bottom of the screen. I live in a tax haven in the Channel Islands. People move their businesses here. They put their LLC here. Even though they don't have a physical space because there's not enough physical space to put a big office here. But they'll put their LLC here so that they don't get taxed. Because it's a tax haven. Guess what? That's what people do. It's not complicated. It's not difficult. That's the reality of how taxes work. When you overtax businesses, they just move their taxes outside of the United States or whatever country you're talking about. You silly ding dong. Come on now. Don't be pedantic. Don't be a dipshit about this. This is basic economics. I don't want to quote Thomas Sowell, but come on, you're being silly if you don't know this. Come on.
Have you heard anything? Anything. I haven't heard anything. The American public is outraged.
I'm not a
about
fucking
the fact
economist,
that
by the way. I know very little about I know very little about economics. It's not my area of expertise. My area of expertise is human psychology. That's my area of expertise. But if I know more about economics than the president of the United States, that's a really disturbing and worrisome sign. Goddamn, I can't press play again. I'm having an issue.
The state of the environment, the vast majority of the public. What have they done to do anything to ameliorate the climate change that's occurring other than to deny it exists?
Fuck off.
Oh, fuck.
What I'm saying is the difference between then and now is
How
not
many
only
summer homes
the
have you bought
announcement that was
on
made,
coastal,
anything
in
to
coastal
stop
places,
the state of the environment.
Biden, you know in your stupid G7 summit thing, you literally admitted to the crowd that even being in the Paris Agreement, that Biden or that Trump still managed to reduce emissions. So you openly admitted that your fucking agenda doesn't even do the thing that you want to do, and that Trump did it without being in the Paris Climate Accord.
Without being in the Paris Climate Accord. And by the way, this stuff, it is a big idea. It is a big deal. I would say this. Like, the amount of emissions, we do have to be a little bit aware of it. Please.
No, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about the emissions. Like, fucking go full steam ahead.
Well, we disagree then on that. I think we need to be a little bit aware, like to not just like go ham, but at the same time.
No, go full ham.
No, please don't destroy the environment. By the way, but this is what I find insane. What I find insane, and Spin, tell me if you agree with this. The amount of emissions that are produced, like what people get upset about, and these green people get upset about. They get upset about like trash in the ocean. Reducing emissions is not going to reduce trash in the ocean, okay? That's you, and that's on the individual person. They dump trash into the goddamn ocean. That's not going to end, and that won't end no matter what kind of crap you put on to legislate the environment, right? That's not going to end. That will not end. They're going to keep dumping trash into the freaking ocean. They're going to keep killing seals.
The state of the environment, the vast majority of the public. What have they done to do anything to ameliorate the climate change that's occurring other than to deny it exists? So what I'm saying is the difference between then and now is not only the announcement that was made, anything to stop Barack Obama. I get that part.
Uh-huh.
But what eventually happened. We were able to get some things done.
Like what?
Like what?
I love when you and I have the exact same fucking thought at the exact same time. Oh, god dang it. Very funny.
I just remember watching Thomas Sowell watching Barack Obama talk about like 3 things that he was industries like battery, solar, whatever. And Thomas Sowell just goes, here is a man who's talking about 3 industries he knows absolutely nothing about.
Yeah, of course he didn't. Like, of course he didn't. And Thomas Sowell, who is a genius, in my opinion, people can disagree, but I think Thomas Sowell is a genius. I don't think like he's a supreme genius because the things that he talks about are mostly self-evident. But I think that he is an incredibly intelligent.
In a simpler way.
Yeah, he puts them in an incredibly simple way that everyone can understand. And if you haven't read Thomas Sowell, I know people are like, "Oh, Thomas Sowell, he's a Republican. He's a rightoid. He's bad." Please read Thomas Sowell's Basic Economics. That's all I can suggest to people. It was one of the first political books I ever read. I highly, highly suggest it. It might not change your mind on things, but just give it a read and see if you can understand like how what's happening here. I would highly suggest it.
On the stuff that was really consequential in terms of ideologically divisive, it was a real fight. But I don't think there's a time when I wonder what would be the Republican platform right now. What do you think?
Very simple. Bring back energy independence.
Yes.
Cut down fucking taxation. Get inflation under fucking control.
Thank you, Spin. Exactly. That
My
would be the Republican
fucking god! It's like you haven't even lived in the country in the last 5 fucking years. You probably forget something. I'm sorry I'm cursing so much, but I fucking can't stand how stupid that man is.
We're 6 hours in, so it's into a stream, so it's fine. You can let all the F
No,
bombs.
he's just a.
By the way,
fucking
Spoon,
retard.
if you want to use the N bomb at this point, we're so far in, no one will notice. Susan might actually
No,
don't
I'm
say
not
it, don't
gonna
say it, don't say it, don't say it.
I will call him the F word though before the end of the stream.
My point though is that like this is insanity. This is anti-economic theory. You're acting against everything that every economic theorist, even if they are Keynesian, would tell you to do. Like, this is not what any economic theorist would ever say. Not just people who are more correct like Rothbard or Sowell, but this is you're fucking up even Keynesian economics, dude. Silly.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. It's like,
what do you think their position on taxes are?
Yeah.
What do you think their position on human rights on?
Give me a jack. Give me.
What do you think their
gay?
Start.
You go. You press the button.
What do you think their position on taxes are?
Lower taxes, you fucking moron.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, we know.
Jesus
we know what our
Christ.
position on taxes. What?
This is like Republicanism 101.
Sorry, but like, what's the Republican position on taxes? I mean, chat. I don't know. Do you guys know? Like, I know that we're down to very
The fact that he is asking this, and he's been in like public in the political office in like what 50 fucking years, and he's asking this just means he's
45
insane.
He's been in office for 45 years or around that. He doesn't know what the Republican position on taxes is. Well, let me tell you it this way, Brandon. Reduce them. It's the most simple goddamn thing that the right advocates for is to reduce taxes. That's it. It's super simple. You can argue about whether or not that's correct. That's a more nuanced, sort of discussion. I think that we're correct, but it's a more nuanced discussion. But you don't even know what the right advocates for in terms of taxes? Reduce them. You're retarded. And I don't mean that, like, I'm sorry, but not in terms of you have a delayed response. You are literally retarded. You have a brain damage issue if you can't understand what Republicans believe in terms of general
taxation. Yeah.
Taxation. You're an idiot. Christ.
What do you think their position on human rights?
What is your human rights in China?
I'll tell you my position on human rights is life, liberty, and pursuit. You don't have a position because China. Go ahead. Fucking Beijing, Biden. What's your position on the human rights issues that are occurring right now with the
Uyghurs?
Uyghurs who are being killed?
Hell, even what is his position on human rights on the fucking border?
Yeah, he has no right. He has no position. Of course, he has no position.
Yes.
Insane. Sorry.
Shit.
How insane, dude?
Is on whether or not we should what we should do about the cost of prescription drugs. What do you think? I mean,
by the way, no, but
I honest to God don't know.
Now some description drugs.
But Trump tried to reduce the cost of insulin. Why does everyone
With the
forget
insulin,
about this?
yeah.
Why does everyone forget?
You got rid of it, actually.
And you got rid of it. Yep. Sorry, Spoon. I got a little bit too mad. But like, Trump tried to reduce the cost of insulin because for people who have.
He actually put a price cap on the thing.
Yeah, and Biden maintained it. And now you're trying to do the exact same thing Trump did and call it your win? You blocked it. You blocked it. You did that. Don't
and he
fuck
also
around
wants to
on
get
this.
rid of the. He also wants to get rid of the salt cap deduction.
Yeah, don't fuck around on this. You blocked that reduction in the cost of insulin, which is, by the way, a life-saving medicine that many people need on a daily basis. And I will not fuck around on that. Christ, dude, I can't.
Whether or not we should what we should do about the cost of prescription drugs. What do you think? I mean, I honest to God don't know what they're for. Yet I know a lot of these
You don't know anything,
senators
by the way.
and congressmen, and I know they do have things they want to support, whether they're things I want or not.
Yeah.
But you don't hear much about that.
Uh-huh.
And every once in a while, when you hear something where there's a consensus, it's important, but a small item.
You don't know anything.
No shit.
No matter how strongly one supports, as a Republican and/or supports the former president of the United States, I don't know how we can't look at what happened on January 6th.
Oh, here we go. Here it is. Here the fuck it is. Here it is, man. Here it is.
This is the reason why he doesn't give presses, by the way.
We read through that Rasmussen.
Wreck.
We read through this Rasmussen data earlier in the stream. This apparently is the only thing left that he has is the January 6th narrative, because it's like it's quite positive towards him that January 6th was a horrible thing. Now I don't know why people said that. If they said that just because they're scared, that's a possibility. It might also be that they truly believe it because they've read a bunch of news reports about how terrible it is. Now, I would like anyone who is scared by January 6th to tell me who died. Who was harmed by January 6th? Was it
Ashley Babbitt?
Was there some politico who was harmed? Were there any? Well, they will say that one police officer who died like 2 days later, that he was a what do you want to call it, a casualty, right? But was he? He died of a heart attack 2 days later. Is he a casualty? They're actually even dropping that now. They're dropping that, by the way. The only person who died on January 6th was Ashley Babbitt, who was and I will say her name, Ashley Babbitt, who was a patriot, who supported Donald Trump, and not just because she supported Donald Trump, but she's a patriot. She's a patriot because she came out there to do what she believed was her right, was to protest. Now, the Democrats had no problem with the fact that, if you forget, in 2018, there was a giant march on DC under the name of Black Lives Matter, either 2018 or 2019, where they burned down buildings. No one remembers that now, do they? How interesting. Go ahead. Just really rustled my fucking jimmies.
One more question, Mr. President.
By the way, it's a quarter of, guys, so I'm going to do this. If you answer me easy questions, I'll give you quick answers.
Yeah, of course. You want some quick, easy questions. You've already been doing that.
There's
Go ahead.
an increasing concern, I think, among some Democrats that even if schools do continue to open, and I get that most of them are now open.
Not really.
This guy's posture is pissing me off so much.
He looks like he's
stand up
over.
fucking straight, Jesus Christ.
Well, he's been
Republicans will weaponize this narrative of you and other leading them.
Just by the way, real quick, Jason Marcotte in the chat, you're correct. Ashley Babbitt was a U.S. Air Force veteran.
Democrats allowing them to stay closed, in the midterms next year. And obviously that issue has a lot of traction with suburban parents, as I think
What
we
do you
saw
mean
in Virginia.
I'm confused by the question. I'm sorry.
Well, could school reopenings or closures become a potent midterm issue for Republicans to win back the suburbs?
Oh, I think it could be, but I hope in God that look, maybe I'm kidding myself.
Yeah, you are. You ding dong.
That's the understatement of the
Real quick, Fox P2 said there were two or three other people who died. 2 were ODs who didn't get required meds. And I believe one was trampled by a crowd. What you're talking about is the guy who was hit supposedly by the fire hydrant. But he was not actually hit by the fire hydrant, and nor did he die as a result of that. That was the guy who died as a heart attack 2 days later. And none of them were specifically because of the quote-unquote riot. You are correct. No one died because of the riot except for Ashley Babbitt. She's the only person who died as a direct result of the quote-unquote riot. Just be very clear. The one person who died under the greatest horrifying threat to our democracy in the last 300 years, the only person who died was a regular-ass woman who was killed by the Capitol Police. Get that shit straight. And don't forget that. Never forget that.
As time goes on, the voter who is just trying to figure out, as I said, how to take care of their family, put 3 squares on the table, stay safe.
What do you mean by 3 squares? He keeps saying that 3 squares on the table.
Wait, hold on.
Is becoming much more informed on the
think about it for
the motives of some of the political players and some of the
think about it.
And the political parties.
And I think there's no answer to this question.
They are not going to be as susceptible to believing some of the outlandish things that have been said and continue to be said.
Well, you can't say anything now,
by
can
a
you?
president who said he's going to increase the spending by $3 trillion and not add a penny to the debt. Shit like fucking that.
Yeah, exactly. And also, by the way, while also increasing in censorship all over the fucking board, particularly on Twitter and on Facebook and other fucking normative platforms that are totally not involved with the U.S. government whatsoever, but that's why they align completely with the U.S. government. They're allowed to just suppress your speech. By the way, hello, Susan. I don't care. The reality is they're suppressing our speech, but why? Well, because you can't allow certain anti-democrat, not democratic, but anti-democrat narratives. That's why.
You know, every president, not necessarily in the first 12 months, but every president the first couple of years, every president, of the last presidents, at least 4 of them, have had polling numbers that are 44%
yeah.
favorable. So it's this idea that you all...
Well, Biden, yours is lower than that, isn't it?
Yours is lower than that by
It's
almost
10% lower than that. It's lower than that. Go ahead,
have had polling numbers that are 44% favorable.
You don't
so
pay
it's
attention
this
to the
idea
polls,
that,
these
but
ones,
you all,
okay.
not you all, but now
no,
it
you
is
all.
Biden's that one poll showed him at 33%. The average is 44, 45%. One poll him at 49%. I mean,
we had to look at all the polling.
You don't pay attention to the polls, but you know this one.
How interesting. He said earlier that
sift
by
their
the
way
way,
through
Doesn't pay attention to the polls.
what's real and what's fake.
How interesting
You don't
though.
pay
dude.
attention to the polls. How do you know this one?
How interesting. He said earlier in this discussion that he does not pay attention to any of the polls. He doesn't know anything about them at all, right? He doesn't know anything about the polls.
The average is...
But he knows for a fact that one of his polls is at 33%. How interesting.
I wonder why.
That poll, that Quinnipiac poll, very fair. We went through it earlier in the stream.
It's also base as fuck.
But it was an extremely fair poll. It was completely moderate in terms of their sample. Completely moderate.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah.
It was fake.
And what's fake?
It was
And
fake?
I don't.
Okay, I'll buy it. Go
It
on.
was fake. As I've never seen a time when
Try to get your thought out,
the
Brendan.
political the choice of what political coverage the voter looks to has as much impact on as what they believe. They go to get reinforced in their views, whether it's MSNBC or whether it's Fox or whatever. I mean, and one of the things I find fascinating that's happening, and you all are dealing with it every day, and it will impact on how things move, is that a lot of the speculation in the polling data shows
What does it show?
that the
Brendan, what does it show?
that the cables are heading south. They're losing viewership.
It sure does, Brendan. Doesn't it show that?
Fox is okay for a while.
How
It's not
odd that
painted.
Fox is the one that's okay.
Fox is. I had a look at this. The viewership. The top, 6 viewership in America right now. First of all, Joe Rogan is fucking killing
He
it.
kills them, of course he does.
Joe Rogan has 3 times the viewership of Fox. He's got more viewership than the top 5 combined, which is all Fox.
Of course he does. So, Brandon, what are you saying here? Is he not just saying censorship? Just destroy? Is that? Am I reading some stuff?
No. That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is this is where the people go to connect their news. So if you look at that poll and you see Fox is killing it and everyone else is going south, it means that all of the polls is watching Fox.
All the polls are wrong.
And they're all gonna kill him.
I got it. Thank you, Sven, for trying to translate Bidenisms to me, because I couldn't understand it, because that was a really stupid thing you just said.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
A lot of the rest are predicted to be not very much in the mix.
We do because we
in the
fucking
next
pay attention to
4
your
to 5
polling numbers and
years.
policy, you fuckwit.
We pay a little bit of attention.
We pay probably more attention to his policies than he does.
No shit. He's too asleep. Oh, dang it.
And they've decided that, how many people
What do you hear being poured?
watch
Liquor,
MSNBC
that's what
also
it was.
watch Fox.
Actually, it was
MSNBC
mostly
also
a
watch
Pepsi
Fox,
Max.
They're a politician trying to find out what's going on in both places. How many people? Again, I'm no expert in any of this.
That much is fucking true.
But the fact is, I think you have to acknowledge that what gets covered now is necessarily a little bit different than what gets covered in the past. I've had a couple.
That is because you have nothing but fucking common problems.
Yeah, you can't. It's a
But the
horizontal.
nature,
There is nothing good to cover about your presidency.
the nature of
Literally
the way
every single thing you have
things get
touched has
covered.
been blown to shit
But
and
he
fucked
Based
up.
on my observation
Dude,
over the years I've been involved in public life changed.
He can't actually be. By the way, guys, I didn't pour that much liquor. It was mostly Pepsi Max. I put a little bit of liquor in there. Pour out your take some shots of the Pepsi Max. Pepsi Max with liquor? Yeah. Hasso Happa. That's what I did. But look at his cute little hugging of his book. How funny.
But the nature of the way things get covered has, in my observation over the years I've been involved in public life, changed. And it's changed because of everything from a thing called the internet.
Oh, this thing called the
because of
internet?
the way in which
Wow. I'm shocked
we
that he knows
have
what the internet is, honestly.
self-identified perspectives based on what channel you turn on, what
I like the way that he seems to think this is the way people get news, and it
No,
isn't
he seems
Senator Soros
he seems
anymore.
super confused with the fucking internet, dude.
It's never quite been like that.
Anyway,
How funny, dude. How funny. Go ahead, Brandon.
On behalf of the Correspondents Association, thank you very much
then I'll go to you.
for
not him, no.
questions. We hope the public has found it as enlightening as those of us in the room have. I want to ask you, sir, about
we found it very enlightening.
Wait, hold on.
Satisfied with your team.
why are you not willing to make or interested in making any changes, either at the CDC or other agencies, given the fact that the messages have been so confusing?
Well, first of all, the messages, to the extent they've been confusing, is because the scientists, they're learning more.
I'm dying. I'm dying. The sciences are learning more. But we have to trust the science. Guys, here's the thing. We have to trust the science forever. Don't question the science. But the scientists are learning more. Says Brandon. How fascinating is that? Spoon, what do you think?
I think I find it funny that for some reason the masks work for like over a year and then suddenly they don't.
Except for the fact that actually at that point in time, we had data that showed masks don't work.
I mean, we had literally data from this from fucking months ago with the the Danish.
We had data from that going back 30 years to show that cloth masks don't work. So this is not like emergent science. This was science that you chose to ignore because it was politically inexpedient. Fuck yourself, man.
You might have a hemorrhage if you tried.
I know. I'm trying to play. Go ahead.
They're learning more about what's needed and what's not needed.
Why is Florida doing so much better?
Oh,
the fact
bizarre,
is that the one piece that is...
And while not doing anything that you advocated for, why is it that all the states that did not listen to Fauci are better off?
The communications capacity of
Why
the
is
CDC.
it that all of the states that didn't listen to your so-called
It is a
snake oil
mystery.
salesman
Look,
expert
It is a
better
mystery,
off?
my dude.
I'm a
It's a
scientist.
total
Why?
mystery.
And I'm learning. I'm learning how to deal with stating what is the case that we've observed.
No, shut up. No.
Look.
God damn it. Shut up. Shut. I'm trying really hard not to have an aneurysm. Shut up. As a scientist, a social scientist, being the worst thing that exists, you did not listen to the quote-unquote science. You listened to something that you wanted to hear. You did not listen to the actual science. You never did. Shut up! Shut up! I hate it. It makes me so mad, dude. Like, it makes me so freaking mad. This is my trigger, dude. This is my trigger. I can't deal with people saying, listen to the science or trust the science. Shut up. You're not a scientist. And by the way, you know what blows my fucking brain, dude, Spin, right? We went through that study earlier, correct?
Yeah.
Could anyone here understand what that shit meant if I wasn't actually explaining to them what it meant? I'm sure. No offense. No, the chat. Many people in the chat could, but Joe Biden can't. Many people in the chat could understand that, because, well, people who are going to tune in here are pretty smart. Okay, but the reality is, Biden and his administration could not be able to understand that basic scientific study, and I admitted where I was like, well, some of this mathematics is a little bit above my even pay grade, right? Stop. You have to stop. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't understand mathematics. You don't understand science. And I want to freaking blow my brains out when I hear ding-dongs like this say, oh, the science. No, you don't understand science, because you're not talking about science. You're talking about scientism. You're talking about scientism, worshipping science. Stop it. You don't understand freaking science. I hate it. Stop it. You are disgusting. You've absolutely fucking made me incomprehensibly infuriated. This is not science. This is scientism. I'm furious about it. I'm really mad. I'm really mad that this is not science. That's all. I'm really mad about it. Sorry for my little rant. I'm really mad about that shit, guys. I'm really mad about it. And by the way, the people in the chat, you're not you're not a peasant, okay? You're not a peasant. That's the problem. They want you to make you feel like you're a peasant. You're not a peasant. They want to make you feel like you're a peasant. You're not. You have an incredible capacity to be self-edified. To be self-edified. You can absolutely become, what is happening? Wait, I guess, you have the amazing capacity.
I think that it's
to
a little
learn
bit like
for yourself.
saying, when we went through the whole issue of how to deal with
You're way
polio,
smarter than you
polio
think you are, probably, by the way.
What was said in the
If you're
beginning,
here trying to listen to us, you're way smarter than you think you are.
we moved this way and that way. Or when we dealt with anything else. I mean, this was a brand new virus. brand new phenomenon. Some of it was
And how the
deadly.
hell did you say you had a
Other
plan to
was
shut
more
down the
deadly.
virus? It's brand new.
It's
This
brand
is
new, yeah.
this is an unfolding
Excuse me.
story. It's the nature of the way diseases spread. We're going to learn about it in a lot of other areas.
Oh, we're gonna learn about it. Okay.
None of it was deadly, but okay.
And so
Insufferable
I
shit.
think, I look at it this way. Think about how astounding it was within the time frame that it took to be able to come up with a vaccine. You used to write about that. Pretty amazing how rapidly they came up with a vaccine.
Yeah, it's very disturbing how rapidly they did. It's very fucking disturbing how rapidly they
You
came
used
up
to
with a
write
vaccine.
about that. Pretty amazing how rapidly they came up with a vaccine.
Very scary, dude.
It saved hundreds of thousands of lives.
No, it has not.
No,
it has
it
not done
didn't.
anything.
Did everything get right? No. And by the way, the idea whether we, anyway.
All right, cool.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
President.
ma'am.
I have two really simple
how
questions.
Cool. How freaking
I promise.
cool. How
You
freaking
campaigned on canceling $10,000 in student loans.
I can't pause.
You still plan to do
my,
so,
my
and
whole
when?
computer's not working right now. How fucking interesting that it's cute that, like, oh, thank you for your shit. For what? What has the vaccine
To talk
done?
really simple questions.
Is it still
I
working
promise.
for, is this still shit working for you? Because like,
Yeah, it's working for me.
Okay, well, I can't. In fact, like, I'm getting a thing from Google every couple seconds, or from Chrome. It's been like, do you want to cancel the page? Do you want to cancel the page? Because it's not
Yeah, I got it. Don't worry.
whatever. It's not working apparently on my side. Whatever. So I'm gonna have to rely on you, my dude, which you're great at. It's just fine.
Hold on.
But the reality is, what a horrifying thing was just said, right? He admits the vaccine doesn't do anything. Or he doesn't admit that, but...
And then my second question is, now that you've clarified the bull...
Okay. The vaccine doesn't... We know the vaccine doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. This is by the CDC. I am not being a conspiracy theorist. We went over the data earlier in the stream. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't even prevent you from going to hospital. Necessarily. So what's the point? Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. I can't pause anymore on my side for whatever reason, because my computer's deciding to take a fucking shit. But go ahead, Spoon.
And then my second question is, now that you've clarified the Bull Connor comments, do you plan to reach out to Republicans like Mitt Romney to talk about reforming the Electoral Count Act?
Yes, I'm happy to
That's a
speak.
little bitch boy.
I've met with Rip. I've talked to Mitt on other occasions. And by the way, I reached out to the minority leader as well. Leaders at the time that he made his speech. And so
Mitt Romney looks like a doll you would see in Team America. Tell me he doesn't look like that.
True, to be honest.
Yeah.
I have reluctance to reach out to any Republican and anyone and I've made it clear. Look, I've now had the opportunity to travel because of funerals and eulogies I've made and attended, and congressmen and senators have come along with me. I don't hold me to the number, but somewhere between 20 and 25 senators and congresspersons have traveled with me.
You have one more funeral to attend, and then you won't be attending anymore.
Yeah, it'll be yours.
And ask
that's what's the joke.
Set for the 2, 3, 4, 5 hours that we've flown together, sit back in that conference table and talk to them.
Oh my God,
ask them
it's still,
questions. They ask
trying
me
to tell me like
questions.
the
I learn a heck of a
page is
lot.
crashing.
But as president, you don't quite have that ability to do that as often as I'd like to be able to do it.
It's better.
And one of the things that I do think that has been made clear to me, speaking of polling, is the public doesn't want me to be the president senator.
Apparently. Okay.
They want me to be the president, as often as I'd like to be able to do it.
That should help.
And one of the things that I do think that
Why do you want to talk to them? That literally every single one of them is united in opposing you because you're a fucking piss and terrible person.
Apparently, by the way, I think it was fucking up my computer was Photoshop, but whatever.
You have a better chance of trying to convince Sinema and Manchin, for God's sake.
Yeah, go ahead and try
Even
it.
they are telling you to fuck off.
Try it, Brandon. Try it.
Stacey Abrams snubbed you, and she is for
I
the
know.
stupid voting rights shit.
I know.
she's all for your shit.
Now, she claimed there was a scheduling conflict. Judging by the size of her, the only thing that she's scheduling for is to finish off the fucking buffet table. But,
yeah.
To be the president made clear to me, speaking of polling,
like, my shit's all over the place.
The public doesn't want
I'm
me
still
to
having
be the
issues
president
with the
senator.
stuff with the streaming.
They want me to be the president and let senators be senators.
No offense, but like when it's all my end, it puts a bunch of strain on my shitty computer.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's not a shitty computer, by the way. It's like a super fucking advanced goddamn computer. It's a good boy, but like for whatever reason, I have a problem here. Let's continue.
And so, if I've made many mistakes, I'm sure. If I've made a mistake, I'm used to negotiating to get things done, and I've been, in the past, relatively successful at it in the United States.
Did you pause?
It is now, with all due
who
respect,
knows, man?
I'm going to see you at next conference, okay? Thank you.
Oh, there you go. Oh, he left. Oh, bye.
Even the way he walks, he looks fucking
Bye,
old.
Brandon. Bye. That was the whole thing. Well, I thought we had like a whole like another 30 minutes. Good, because it's late as fuck here in the UK. Do you have any closing thoughts, Spoon?
No, but I'm looking forward to the news clippings tomorrow.
It will be interesting. They will not
You
clip
know
anything real. You know they won't clip anything real.
It is going to be all about this.
Of course it will, but they're not going to clip anything realistic about what's happening.
Oh, there's already a few. There's already a few out actually.
Yeah, but you know they won't be realistic about this stuff.
No, it's a gateway pundit, so yeah, it's not.
Yeah, but that's of course. How do you feel about Brandon's 1 year overview? Considering he's mostly has avoided talking to the press.
You can fucking see why. Because that's fucking bad. It takes like a half an hour to answer a question. And man, he had so many gusts during this. He was slow. He would meander into fucking oblivion.
It's very
He would
interesting,
say insane shit.
Yeah. Well, I think
Like,
Brandon did a terrible job.
Why is it like 57% of the public think you're not mentally fit? I have no idea. Next question. Like,
39. Okay, so his current support is by that Quinnipiac poll. 33% of people went over to start the stream, so I'm gonna close off the stream in a second.
That is just one poll though.
Yeah, it is just one poll, but 33% of people are in favor of Joe Biden. And by the way, I went through that entire data of that poll to see that was not. It was a more complicated bit of data than just that. We went through that on purpose. I don't fuck around on this shit.
Too.
But I'm just saying, I don't fuck around on this shit. I don't just like report some stupid ass fucking poll or some stupid ass fucking data. I go through it. I do that on purpose because I actually care about making sure that people understand how this crap works. I hope that that's manifest or made manifest to you guys in the chat. Who, by the way, thank you so much. It's not a lot of you, but thank you so much for sticking through Brandon's stupid crap, right? While we try to go through it. It's been 7 hours or something like that. 6 hours, something like that. Nasty. What do you think, though, Spoon? Do you have any closing words before we head this out?
The Republicans?
I guess.
Like, Jesus fucking
Christ.
Christ.
I wouldn't.
That's really goddamn bad, man.
Well, I wouldn't say vote Republican, but you're gonna have to if this is the opposition. Because Republicans suck. I won't support the Republicans, but if this is the opposition,
but the Republicans has a lot of ground support to more.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, what we'll get is some real populist Republicans who are not the kind of
just soy boy faggots.
Horrible mainstream neocons that will.
Yes.
That's the hope, I guess, right? Yeah.
And you need to drop this crap with the DeSantis and Trump thing.
Oh, that was that was so silly. No one believes that, by the way.
No one buys that. Yeah, I saw Ann Coulter was talking about it. I'm like, Ann Coulter, that's just you trying to gain relevance because you're a bitch boy.
Well, of course she is. Anywho, I think we're gonna head out. Spoon, you have. By the way, like I do believe I put the I did not in a description, but I will put it eventually because I'm an idiot. I will put a link to Spoon's channel. If you have just type Spoon, and I think like politics probably on YouTube, and you'll find him. Also, obviously, if you're not aware of who I am, I'm Aiden Paladin. I'm a lame loser who just likes freedom, man. Like that's and Spoon I think agrees with me on most things. We are monarchists, which I think upsets people, but you have to understand the reason why we are monarchists is because they are monarchists due to a desire to preserve liberty. So if the things that we've said tonight make you think that we have some kind of different position, beware, this is how we actually feel about things. And I think as we will explicate further going forward, yeah?
Yep.
Hopefully so. Anywho, thank you guys for listening. It's been a really long, really goddamn long stream. I thank you all so much for hanging out and please, and thank you all so much for checking out this new channel because it's a new thing. Please share it if you enjoyed it. And by the way, I want to say like Altana Volt, so I will say take care, much love, and as always, Altana Volt.